Alright, so we should be live. This is Aksu, and I'm here going to comment at the Man in the Moon's organized online New Year's Showdown tournament, and we have so many players here today. Like, it's up to 58 players here, just absolutely amazing how many people turn out straight before a CBI. So I think we're still doing the round player meeting, I believe. So it will take a couple of moments, and I don't think we have any IDs just yet. It's going to be interesting what do we actually see during the tournament. There has been a history of like Hoshiko just dominating all of online events, but I would assume there might be new challengers here in something like Lat, maybe. Lat showing that it's a really good deck with deep dive and stuff, and maybe some Sable, because Break Sable absolutely dominating last tournament. UK Nationals, that where I think it was Rotom Appliance ended up winning with just regular Sable. And of course the like newest great meta threat, the Mulch Loop, which I don't think anybody has been would have been expecting to actually show up this much, that the deck has actually been showing up. And on the side we probably will see a couple of Asset R Plus decks and some PD and probably BTL. It's going to be interesting how much actually testing teams show up with all of their fancy new tech, or is it this just testing tournament, see what people are cooking up? Maybe some people in Europe who actually can't participate in the actual CBI in Europe, but maybe showing up here. And I think it will take a couple of moments still. Like 58 people is such an amazing number, more than most nationals, more than almost everything. I think this is, well, I was about to say that this is the largest tournament of the year, but I think that's probably pretty easy right now, with it almost being the first one. Hello everybody in the chat. I hope everybody is going to have a nice day today, just watching up the most amazing game that has ever been done. Up to 63 players. Oh no. Yeah, 63 players, that's amazing. And I think it's still going to take some moments. I still don't have the do not stream list, so if the tables get paired up, I think we can go and ask on the first round. I think CBI is going to be absolutely massive as well, although some people probably are going to drop because of the time zones, but what can you do? It's a global game, so CBI is going to be so sick. I'm so excited, and probably just playing one round there and then going to sleep and watch the second one. We have our first GLC Startup League showing up, and I'm so excited to get the games on rolling here that I'm just waiting. No, this CO won't, even though this CO is probably like the biggest CO almost ever, I would assume. I think CBI is probably going to be a bit bigger. I would assume, at least. So we see a couple of names here, just like it's basically who's who of Netrunner fame. Like so many great players here today, and just so many people. I don't want to jump into just random startup league that doesn't expect anything. That would be a bit too mean. Oh, there was a 90% CO at some point. Oh, that's cool. And still waiting for IDs, and I think round pairings might be up. Not yet. It's still taking some time for the setup, I think. Organizing this like bigger COs on online is so difficult sometimes. There's so many things to do. Oh yeah, JNet servers holding up. I think JNet has been pretty good in the last like couple of months, so I would assume there's not going to be too much lag here, but you never know with so many people joining up. Nobody just can play anything anything that requires too many actions per minute. Just everybody needs to play some slow Glacier. Tandem Genius Bean video. That's some new Netrunner lore for most people, I think. Yeah, Continentals are built a bit different, with especially like online Continentals. I remember playing in that at like 2 a.m. or something. It was quite kind of miserable, but ended up doing okay. Up to 64 players now. I think that's some change in the organized play policies, I would assume, but I believe there is going to be 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss into top 16 cut, if I remember correctly. It's not the it's really hard to get into top 8 cut, but even top 16 is going to be pretty hard. You need quite a solid record to get in there. Not going to be easy on any level. Oh, servers have been improved after the... Oh yeah, I remember there's new... I was just about to go into my deck builder, but I don't think I should show... I should not leak every tiebreakers deck that has been built in the last couple of months. Yeah, but I think there were more deck slots. Yeah, I think Top Cut is today, so we're going to be here for a while, I would assume. Top 8 single round Swiss is something like 7 hours, and then Top Cut after that. I am not sure how I'm going to do that. I think it's going to end up on like 4 a.m. or something. .4 a.m. would be like some time. I can leak one tiebreaker deck here in the meantime. So this PD deck is pretty scary. Just like typical agenda suite, good stuff, assets, snare to keep them honest, and then just like upgrades corporate troubleshooter just to make Sisentan work, and ablative barrier just to get snares back into the table at some point. Pretty solid list, nobody leak, please. Yeah, I hope nobody steals that and plays it on CBI or in this tournament. Yeah, I expect people to bring more innovative stuff than that to this tournament. Not just like take a normal deck, put 2 snare in, put 3 Sisentan in. Although playing that on JNet is pretty funny when people just die to a random snare. You can get like montage going of getting all of your kills and then put some like 2010s Call of Duty music on background with some like hardcore editing. Do something like this. Oh no, the avatar is not moving right now. Needs to fix the avatar up at some point. The only like real branding I have going on, that plus my really bad English skills, and just like complaining about every deck. My like staple of conversation. And I think the rounds might be paired. Not at least there. Not sure about the pairing yet though. Or just someone just spamming pair like that fruit emoji on Discord. So. It's still taking a couple of minutes here. Yeah, no false alert on the pairs being up. I think my fam Augustus being on top of the leaderboards right now. Just foreshadowing the tournament results. Yeah, Augustus is pretty good, although I can't say anything. I just lost to him 3-0 yesterday, and I ended up being so tilted after the games that I just quit without saying anything and went to eat like night lunch. I don't remember the word, but like evening food. I think I can probably quick shout out for the Fight Club season 2024 that me and Axwell are running. So it's going to be 3-person team tournament where every match is going to be played asynchronously. So just join up with your team. There can be multiple groups from any testing group. Just like really cool game, just like meeting up people and playing in a team environment is so much fun in Netrunner. Just like trying your best, having your team down, like everything. It's so cool. So on ABR there's going to be info and registration, and if you don't have a team, you should mark yourself down on the this Google sheet so people can link up and just like get some team going. Registration is until 15th, but this is Netrunner community, so I think we are going to be expecting some late registrations. So if you are watching this on a later date, you can still join up, and it's going to be pretty hype. I really hope to get people there joining up. Oh, I think tables are coming up. So, do we have pairings already? No, not yet. At least not there. I am not sure how they're going to be pairing this tournament. I think it's around... do I need to log in? Do I actually need to log in to actually see pairings? Alright, so... yeah, it's single-sided Swiss, but... oh, yeah, they might be just doing the player meeting in here. So if we can check table 9, so it should be Galahar and Gerapel. Yeah, I think it's just table meeting going on. So I think we should be live pretty soon for the first round of the tournament. I don't think we have identities. Maybe after the tournament actually starts. Because I don't think Cobra releases those yet. It would be really interesting to actually see though. I'm also really curious on seeing what ideas people are actually bringing, and in like a week's time, it's going to be really interesting to see which ideas people actually bring. Oh, ideas are up on Aesops. Or that's sick. So we have a couple of mirror morph. We don't see like better stats, but looks. People mirror morph, Ayla, interesting ideas. Reality plus, loop. It looks pretty Anarch favored right now, but I don't think it's too bad. Considering like some of the other online tournaments that we have seen where it's only Hoshiko. And we actually see a good mix of like what Anarch people are bringing. Is it Hoshiko? Is it Loop? Some Lat, and on Corp side, PD Reality Plus seems to be the most popular one. One outfit, SSO, Augustus on PD. Asmari, yeah. And I think pairing should be up. And does anybody have any preference? I'll try to see if we have a good match here that would be interesting to spectate. White played there. Shout out to the podcast that he's on. Oh, this is player meeting. Or I think that some tables are going to get set up and we need to decide a match here. Let's do the normal stream thing and just look for an interesting ID. Yep, from table 12, that's it. One second, I'll check one thing just real quick. I think we're doing table 12 to start. There. Oh, it's just player meeting? Yeah, just player meeting going on. So I think we have a couple more minutes to check out the ideas people are bringing. If we see a couple of more interesting ones. Oh, Tuno on Asa. That's going to be really interesting to see. And singular outfit, I respect that. Less ob than I was expecting. Like the rush ob is pretty good right now, so I would assume there would be more, but apparently not. Then PD, ob. Oh, the obs are showing up here. And it's less Sable than I was expecting, but Sable is pretty difficult, so Sunny Lebo. Oh, what? That must have been an error. It can't be the neutral ID, right? Huh. Oh, Kortgang also on SSO. Yeah, I can totally see people being a bit afraid to actually bring out the rush obelisks. Totally understandable. Like the least played faction right now seems to be Jinteki currently. Couple of Ateyas and couple of PEs. No, one Agin fusion, respectable. Oh, alright, so SSO and Sunny actually being placeholder for people that did not submit deck lists. So I was interested to see so many SSOs being played, but that makes a bit more sense. So 4 SSOs actually being ideas that people just did not bring, or people did not show up with their deck lists. Yeah, a couple of people are, they're still sorting out the deck lists. It's one interesting thing here is going to be how many people of the mulch. Yeah, you totally could play SSO, but I think more people with SSO here have Sunny as their ID, so it actually means that they are not bringing the deck by itself. Yeah, Sunny. Yeah. So just a couple of moments when people are setting up. I'm not saying anything about SSO. I'm keeping this as a positive stream environment. But I'm just saying that it's an ID. And looks like it is getting fixed, so no SSOs left anymore. Alright, so we saw Kortgang on SSO just a moment ago, changing to OB and ASA, Analyze Chris going Haas PD and Loop. I think Analyze Chris has been grinding JNet in a couple of last weeks, playing Loop, so it's not a huge notable thing. And is there any really... That's a good offer, I think. Good, expected value there. And yes, I think people are in, so should get rounds paired at some point now. Just a couple of moments left, I believe. And we lost our insta pick that we saw on SSO being played. So I think we have to decide a new game to watch on round 1. Maybe look at Oteya. I think that is still the that is still the round pairings or the tests, I think. I can jump into table 12 again and check. Or maybe table 33. Yeah, I think it's this would have been really 6-3 match to watch, but that's a shame. I really would have wanted to see this matchup here, but no can do. Still a couple of minutes that we must wait. Yeah, I think that is pretty high level table, like Augustus winning Italian nationals, and I think Court Gang won, got really high up in Singapore nationals, I think it was. Yeah, totally. Just waiting until the cut to see only QTM and tiebreaker. Tiebreaker, yeah. It's getting too late here, but I really hope to see so many good matches today, just like absolute bangers throughout the day. I believe Man in the Moon said that he did not expect as many people to actually show up. I really hope that it's going to turn out well, that there's not any comeuppance that happens during the tournament, like Janet crashing or anything. Oh, is it real pairings? Round 1. I think it actually could be the real pairings. So what matches do we have? I think Vovarlock against Binklebonkel could be really cool, or real scan through the matches. Oh, Augustus was easy. I think I want to see that one more, even like too many good matches to choose from. So table 17 should be. Alright, so easy playing Sable against Augustus on HP, precision design. A classic matchup between like Reg Grim versus PD. I think we're going to see a couple of early challenges from Sable trying to set up during the game, and Corporation just holding on early, trying to build that remote that runner cannot actually challenge too badly. Get that challenge too quickly. And I think time is on. Bit too zoomed in. Muting that instantly. So just ice credit. I think PHP wants to push something out here, but nothing is getting installed just yet. Is he setting up the bankroll? That's going to be a huge amount of credit at some point in the game. And Earthrush Hotel, just great early start from Easy. Just getting those resources set up and prolonging the possibility to create that aggression. And pinhole threading going on server 1, just destroying Tranquility Grid, lowering his credit total quite a bit, but like Augustus still on 10 credits, so I think Augustus doesn't miss it too badly and is okay with them spending those credits here. Although if HP actually has to raise some ice, it's going to add costing up at some point. Spin Doctor going in, drawing a couple of cards. Your Digital Life getting those 5 credits, so basically getting the easy mark value there. Icing up R&D, stopping Sable from actually getting those really cheap runs, fueling that bankroll. So, but Augustus not building anything on the remote yet, and Easy rolls the easy archives mark to get that one free bankroll dollar there. And just drawing up, having a think with that. Oh, and Class Act comes down, getting them drawing cards, trying to find breakers, allowing her to get that early aggression at some point. Actually be able to challenge those remotes. I think Augustus is going to have a bad time keeping the runner out here. Basic action to draw. Not a thing you want to be doing here. But if you don't have anything to push, you actually cannot do anything. So I would assume there's going to be a couple of agendas and a couple of eyes in the hand. There's install, trying to push out something, maybe a Rashida or a Luminal. That would be really interesting here. And is it just getting those free draws from Earthrise? In combination with Class Act being such a powerful combination, just getting 2 cards, getting to see 3 cards, choosing 2, getting that R&D mark, just bravadoing in an instant. Can Augustus actually res here? I don't think there are any scary face checks right here, so this might be just a really free card to check with your free 4 reds here. But if you hit a drafter, it could be really nasty here. No action. See, Easy sees a card. No, nothing done. So maybe an ice, I would assume. I think every upgrade you trash here, everything else you see you trash. And can Easy actually challenge the server 1 that provided with Sable's ability? When Sable runs the marked server, the ID just allows you to get 1 more click every time. And MIC on the remote, that's huge. lowering Easy's possibilities to actually challenge anything during this run. And if that is really important, Easy cannot even go in with inside job anymore. But it's going to be really interesting to see what actually is on server 1. Is it just like a Rashida, or just 2 upgrades where you actually don't generate any tempo here? And just having a think with the last click here. Not an easy choice. Oh, that's Hermes coming down, that's huge. So now August, if that's an agenda on table, Augustus actually cannot score it out without opening the corporation for huge access on central servers. So if you see a score here, it can bounce out the HQ eyes with Hermes. So I need to take out the Quaxarim avatar of the stream. So, and Augustus having a think about what to do here, or just the discards taking some time for needing to discard 4 cards, and a Rashida, that's an easy rest there. Can Augustus find something more to push out and pressure the runner with? Augustus really needs to be scoring out agendas here, doing stuff on the remote, forcing Easy to actually contest the server and deal with the playable things on table. Your digital life for 8 credits, that's huge. And just drawing up, install on server 1. It's going to be interesting to see what that actually is. But 16 credits means that Augustus has pretty free eyes on both central servers, which is going to be pretty tough for Easy here, not being able to run any of the marked servers except archives here. And yes, some Kiran that just pointed out, discarding Waking Plant and Dirty Laundry. I think Waking Plant is one of the cards that actually allows you to close out the game. Sometimes for Sable you actually have to end up relying on those really not fun single access in the end game. So, but Amakua coming down, getting that run on archives, seeing 2 cards shuffled, just getting those virus counters. I don't believe they can challenge the server 1 this turn, but next turn Amakua is ready and going in there. Do we see a score out, or just install ice? Oh, Tranquility Grid installed and install advance. So could be just an 4-2 agenda. Something like Offroad Office, or I think Rotom Appliance popularized the Advanced Beta. That's the old one. The other good 4-2 agenda. Could be that, and then you can seamless launch out that and actually protect your central servers also. Or could just be a 3-2, or just like maybe Augustus hasn't yet drawn the seamless launch, so not sure yet what's on table here. Could be so many different things. And the other eyes on server 1 makes this pretty hard to actually get running. Yeah, architect deployment test is the agenda I was talking about. Accelerated beta test is the old 3-2 agenda that presses you 30 credits of Birth of Ice at some point. And runner taking a long think here, going after HQ here. So my virus into border control. Oh, that means their agendas probably in HQ must be low. That feels like there could be agendas on HQ. So firing this, going back to archives, and really interesting interaction here. Mavars actually purchase agenda counters, but you get them right back. You get one counter back with Amakua because it actually comes at the end of the trace, end of the breach, so you can get back in there. So if Easy can find an agenda during this run, server 1 is getting bounced, and there's no way that is not your option. So using actually border control to trash itself, meaning that the run is ended, going back to HQ and seeing the Ikawa project. Oh no, like normally you cannot steal it, but Sable actually getting the click there to be able to steal it, so that's huge. Is it just stopping all momentum of what Augustus was building up there? Install and advance maybe another agenda here. Looks like the same agenda that we tried pushing last turn, but an other install on HQ. Yeah, that last turn was absolutely humongous. It's just like stopping Augustus' turn like completely. Like skip your last turn. You did not do anything there, and losing border control on HQ, so we could see something like diversion funds maybe hitting here. Going in with a couple of different tools, just being able to slow down the corporation so much. But Easy is on 2 credits, so we might see the bankroll getting popped here. Dirty Laundry going straight to archives, just getting that mark value. You don't actually lose anything for the Amakua, because the purge you just end up on 1. So plus 3 credits for basically 0 clicks is just so good. Oh, and 1 more from bankroll as well. Paladin Boim coming down, so Easy maybe on twinning for the engine just to get those extra multi-access hits. And do we see a score out here? Scoring out here is just so scary, because you score out, your agenda from HQ is bounced out, but oh, we see an agenda score on 4, just 1 click remaining. And Architect, this is the card I was talking about. So Architect deployment test. You look at top 5 cards that you actually keep in the same order, so you know what's coming up and can deal with that specifically. And free MIC on HQ, that's massive. Notably not choosing to put it on server 1, so ice on server 1 probably something like Bran or Ansel, I would assume. And ice on R&D getting bounced out, so Easy probably getting those free checks there. And oh yeah, Augustus still has 1 click because of the counterplay to Hermes. So Augustus specifically installed advanced last turn, so he can have the 1 click remaining to actually install the ice back on R&D to stop Easy from getting those free access on R&D and just ending up winning the game there. Still having a bit of a think, maybe deciding on if R&D is actually worth protecting, because you could actually push out a second agenda right here. Although Easy basically is on 14 credits here. Oh, just choosing to install on server 1, so R&D might be bleeding agendas here. Augustus maybe deciding that he is a bit down on the game, on like the speed of the game, so just trying to like hope R&D holds here. And we don't see anything, so Augustus is breathing a sigh of relief here. Izzy now having to decide, can she run the server 1 here? Is there any way to actually find yourself tools to get in there? With 11 credits, I think, on the corporation, I think it might be pretty hard to actually get in there. And you cannot really pressure HQ with that MIC being there. You just cannot like get those single pokes. Is it really needs to... Oh, pinhole threading! Is that Rashida? Oh, Ikawa project on remote? Yeah, pinhole threading, notably not allowing to steal cards. So has to not to decide to steal that, or cannot steal it, and just like basically losing a credit there. Just Augustus really trying to push out here. And other notable interaction is like pinhole threading actually is instead of breaching, so Izzy did not generate an Amakua counter during the run, so has still to get those 2 extra counters on Amakua to be able to get through even the MIC on table. Still 12 credits could be something like we can see something like run R&D twice, maybe then go after server 1. That could be a possibility. Oh, it cannot, because then you don't actually have any clicks to steal the Ikawa with. And if Augustus gets to those really important 5 points, I think the game might be like switching around. This is a really pivotal turn here. Because if Augustus gets to those 5 points, Corp can just set up here, try to do on like real death remote with Anoetic Void Managarm Skunkboard combo to create a really impenetrable server. And we have seen 2 pinhole threadings already gone in the bin, so I'm not sure Izzy can actually clear out any Anoetic Void Managarm server here. Yeah, like the idea, it looks so much like a Rashida here that Augustus is just trying to push out forward tempo here. But I think we will see a score next turn with HQ already being protected. So something like seamless advance could be a total possibility. Then you just still get your tools to score out with. And you notably need only one seamless launch more, because both of the Ikawa projects have been already stolen or scored. Yeah, I think this is so. Install twinning. Do we see another install on this turn? Not using those Paladin Poemu credits. So twinning still hasn't met the requirement of using a counter from any other card. So still can get the 1 counter. Mutual favor. Do we see Unity here? Yeah, Unity. Unity coming down, being able to challenge those MICs now. And really hoping for the second access. Oh, just a spin doctor. If you bounce the Ikawa there, it slows down the corporation so much. Seamless. Advance, yeah. So Augustus on game point already on turn 9. Yeah. And bouncing back the HQ eyes. But Izzy has found tools to get into HQ, so we could see just 2 farm runs from H to HQ. And R&D being open is pretty scary also. Kurupira coming down, getting that twinning charge. On diversion of funds. Nobody can have credits this game, although Augustus does not need too many counters to actually get through anymore. See, yeah, just taking those 5 credits here. And do we see a run on R&D? Getting those 2 counters. 2 cards to check out, but cannot find anything on top of R&D. And does Augustus have still an agenda to push out here? Something like install credit operation and install upgrade could be massive here before Easy has more time to actually get comfortable. What? Escape net? So trace escape net. Trace 7 to actually clear out the twinning. Yeah, that's twinning gun, so Sable notably with 0 multi-access left anymore. And that might be oh, that's huge. Yeah, like Easy just needs to get those single access Pokemon, and with PD, the agenda density is so low, especially with those 2 Ikawa projects already gone from the deck. So we will, and if I don't assume it's going to be rest here though. Yeah, no rest. So getting that Aumakua counter on, but Aumakua against MIC not paying off too much. And I would assume next turn is going to be a bit more setup from the corporation, trying to make so Easy cannot get those free checks of R&D anymore. If you do something like just install card Bravado, going to HQ, just probably bouncing out. Or you can actually just break the enter run subroutine here. Getting that one really important access, but just finding a Bran on the HQ. Clicking for 2 credits and H1 going up to 9 credits. So can raise some pretty scary eyes. Although Aumakua is on 5 counters, so... And just going back in with the diversion funds instantly. Taking all of those hard-earned credits back. So Augustus ending up on 1 credit gained last turn. The diversion funds there is huge. And Easy back on the money game somewhat here. Getting that free R&D check again. Oh, it's drafter. So yeah, August just raising it. So Easy has to actually spend some credits here. And drawing up. I think we will probably see some like just maybe install server 1 credit turn next turn as well. Just so Augustus has enough money to actually do something. Could also be a purge angle here. And it's... We still don't know quite sure what multi-access there is on the deck, but typically we just see 1 wake implant, 1 twinning, so... Yeah, Augustus clicking for 3 credits again. Is it going to be the 4th diversion funds here? That could be actually so soul-breaking. Although the diversion funds don't actually do too much, because you pay 3 credits to get in there, and then you don't have too much to do after that anymore. Oh, Chessvet, that's going to be really important. Getting those free or almost free access on central servers is going to pay off so much. But Easy also needs to just find 2 more agendas from the 25 cards left in the game, so it's totally not undoable. I think we still haven't seen the Luminal, and 4 to agendas, so 5 agendas on 25. It's basically 1 in 5 access if you see random cards. And going to HQ as well, getting that 1 credit run here. Yeah, right now you probably want something bit more bigger than MIC here. MIC actually being a really nasty face check with Troner losing 2 clicks. but then deciding to Janet might be bugged a bit. Oh, but is it just this tranquility grid from HQ? So I think we might say purge here. Alright, is it just getting that reload? Maybe fixing the Janet bug? Augustus installing? Oh, and Regolith, that's so much money. That's going to add up, and Augustus can actually protect central servers after that bit more. Although I really would... I see you probably have to purge at some point here. Yeah, like those free access are going to add up at some point. Amakua just paying up so much here. Yeah, I think this is just a typical deck we have seen from Cable Carnage from Worlds and Rotom Appliance from UK Nationals. Like you just get these like really good economy pieces, you import the best breakers in game, and then you just get these really good economy pieces with one twinning to work as your multi-access. Oh, is he placing down the Miss Bones? So that's basically plus 10 credits if you can use every single drop from her. But getting rid of Tranquility Grid, and then straight after trashing the Regolith. Cannot allow Augustus to have more money than this. And there's the Purge coming down. Purging means that Easy actually has to spend some resources to get back to R&D, but I think we might see the killer actually being brought down at some point. I would hope Easy has it in hand already. And Chestway is going to pay off massively during the game, I would assume. Like those basically free runs add up at some point. Seamless launch from HQ. So yeah, just Easy knew that's there. Seamless launch being so good in this PD deck, forcing the runner to actually check everything that installed on server 1. Like every single Rashida, every single Spin Doctor, every single upgrade could be the game here. Oh, Boomerang going on R&D, and Bravadoing in just to get that free check. Without actually having to fight the killer yet. And Aumakua is getting pretty scarily close to the needed amount of virus tokens here. So Augustus probably has to purge again at some point here in the near future. But can Augustus push something out in here? Sacrificing the ice on server 1, maybe not just being worth it at the end of the game, and install on server 1. This totally could be the game on server 1 here with some install Gatekeeper and then maybe Anoetic Void in the remote. Just making Easy's life so difficult if she wants to get in there. And getting in there is not going to be easy. But Hermes could pay off massively here. If they can just get in R&D once, it could be enough. It could make it so the game is not ending next turn yet. And R&D is pretty unprotected, so if we can see one more Carmen install, we can get in there, but it still costs 4 credits. It's not easy to get through a drafter in this economy. but yeah, easy having a think here. The decision point is not going to be easy. You probably have to find something to deal with the server 1 eyes first. Something like a boomerang, something like inside job here could be massive, but if it's the Anotic Void, it's basically stop all of your momentum here. And yeah, I think we have a co-commentator here joining up, Man in the Moon Tournaments organizer. Yeah, organizing. Did you expect there to be so many people joining up here? Yeah, have you seen the game at all yet? It has been so wild here. And fine. Oh no, the top card of R&D. So both players on game point here. And then card in server getting bounced out, so that's basically a 50-50, or did you bounce the correct card here? Did you hit the agenda or the upgrade that was installed? But if you have a same inside job, you basically could get in and check it as well. And with the 5 points on agenda, 5 scores, cards, it could be just game there. Yeah, yeah, a couple of moments. I don't think the stream can actually hear you yet. Oh. Yeah, I thought everything should be set up, but apparently not. Oh. Yeah, I think yeah, I think I'll fix that after this game, so yeah, a couple of months, yeah. So sorry everybody in the stream. I'll just try to fix the issues after the break. So easy going after the server 1, but it's pretty scary, I think. Or calculation on 1 credit short in getting in. It totally could be the game here. If I'm not sure if Augustus presses that if it's not the agenda there. So could be totally game. Like seamless launch, advance is just game here. And tier in the deck, of course. Although would not be helpful here with just 3 credits remaining. And is it just thinking a second? Yeah, just calculating everything again. It's so expensive to break anything with Kurupira, so I think Easy is just going to take the 1 access somewhere. Free card on server 1, but it might not end up mattering at all. So Easy just needs to decide a central server to get one last run in. They choose it to be R&D. Resses Rashida. So and finds that. Oh no! Just bleeding out last turn on central servers. That just so many changes in the game. All right, and I think we probably have more games left. So I think if we fix the Discord sound issues. That's coming from desktop. Do I have something that I can test it out with? No. Yeah, so I think it should be fixed, but we don't have Man in the Moon, the Discord server. Hello?
Hello?
Alright, my settings are messed up. I want to change it to...
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright. Can
include the
people hear
round and just...
Man in the Moon?
Yes.
Oh, you checked the stream? Do we have confirmation that this is working?
Yeah.
I think... Alright, it should be working now, yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, we have 40 seconds left in the round, so I'm going to hop off and go conclude things. And then I'll hop on for the next round.
Yeah, totally.
All right, thanks.
Alright, so I really hate OBS just messing up Discord voice settings. so I really hate that software, but it should work in the future round at least. So Man in the Moon is just going to go and call time on the remaining tables. I think we have a couple of rounds that have been finished already. And Man in the Moon is jumping back in for the next round. So couple of victories. I think it looks pretty corp side instantly as I say that it scrolls down a bit on lower tables. Or currently it's not seeded at all. So it's just everybody in one giant mosh pit fighting for those points. So yeah. And next round I would assume. So like if somebody doesn't know, we're playing in tournament format called single-sided Swiss, where you actually play just one round against each opponent. So you play randomly selected your corporation or your runner deck, and then next round it pairs you up against somebody on same points that has played the different side from you last round. It could be your opponent from last round or somebody else completely. And if you're asking why do we do this like this, it's just to stop people from getting an advantage on like getting some matches where it's advantageous for both players to decide that we don't actually have to play the match out and just agree that we drew, and or just like if one player needs to win both games to get in further into the tournament, you can avoid that as well by just playing one match out. So single-sided Swiss, new thing that I really love. So Aesop's tables being so good to actually being able to run those tournaments in single-sided Swiss currently. And I think we're getting the rest of the tables set up or closing up. Couple of tables still left, table 8, and I think some of these tables probably have already shut down. It's hard to get any real picture on what brands and corporations are doing well this early in the tournament, but looks like Loop, as what I see is that Loop has actually been winning most of the games here. So could be that Loop is just really good into these matchups. Although we do see matchups against like Lou against RLD Plus and Pravdivost, which typically are like why you actually want to play Lou in the like metagame anyways. It's also interesting to see the final like ID spread after all of the things were done at the end of the last round, just getting everything set up. So no more Sunnies, no more SSOs, which is nice. But I hope it could be implemented. I think on yeah, we do see typically in tournaments you see like amount of IDs people are playing, but with Aesop's tables being just like one person operation, I believe, and just so new product, or thing that Jesengrin, huge shoutouts, has done, like you cannot have everything yet. Maybe in the future though. Yeah, looks like tables most Oh, are new pairings up? Yep, round 2 pairings are up, so yeah, I think we could probably jump into table 3, analyze Chris against Whiteblade. That could be really interesting. Although, do we see other really good? Yeah, now all of the good, like really good matches start to show up. Santa against Court King, a really good matchup. And Dunge are a huge grinder in like the Neo format against Warlock, and yeah, I think we might jump into table 3 if nobody has any objections. I'll do the smart thing and change. Alright, so both players being okay to play on stream, and IDs the people were playing is going to be PD against Zaya. So another classic PD against criminal matchup, which I just cannot get enough of, but for the next round I think we could probably switch out for different decks so people get some variety. Sorry for everybody that was hyped for the Tool Asa gameplay, but I don't know if I'm personally ready for that kind of match yet. So it looks like time got started. I think at least Jesengrin was hyping up this Saya deck, so just get those early access, farm stuff for money, get those super nice runs in. And just PD probably doing kind of same thing. I wouldn't expect to see ScapeNet again, but you never know. And maybe a couple of seconds until time is called. A couple of seconds until time is called. Alright, I think timer started now. And what kind of start do we see from Analyze Chris here? Is it the classic ice HQ, ice remote, install something, or do we see a bit of a slower start? Install on HQ actually, so could be a Crisium grid trying to stop those. Oh, just super. Oh, and chests were coming down, so you get the free. Use those crates for the install as well. Just so much value coming down here. And yeah, as some guy called in the chat, Whiteblade notable for playing this kind of tag me criminal from Zaya in like last World season. So yeah, basically free Earthras Hotel coming down as well. Such a huge start from Whiteblade here. Hedge fund, nothing done on server 1, and installing server 2 instead of server 1, so could be an interesting PD deck here. Monogram on central server. Oh, and find an off-road office as well. Monogram can stay. Oh, getting that extra credit from Monogram. That's interesting, really cool. So, is Analyze Chris just getting a really bad start here, or is this some like a Kurt PD deck here. I think it might be the first one. Oh, Gatekeeper hit. That's going to draw up nicely. And if Analyze Crisis on YDL, this is going to be pretty massive here. But White played probably pretty happy to see that early, so don't have to deal with that in the later turns. Checking server room and just poking my virus from the table. Just clearing that out. And install other chestway installed. Oh, that's some free real estate right there. That's going to be so many credits at some point in the game. Install on different remotes. So Spin Doctor install servers 4 and it's something. But just 4 credits, so you cannot actually res anything really scary here. Thinking about this, could be in Gatekeeper again. That would make some sense. If you can hit like Gatekeeper into a Rashida on server 4, that would be massive. So many credits. And especially if you can clear something out with the YDL after that. And no res, and it is a Rashida on server 4. Twinning coming down. Oh, and that's a farm. What do we see installed here? Installing Class Act for just 0 credits basically. Yo, the start here is so good for White Blade. But looks like Analyze Crisis again pushing out on server 4. Installing a second card. So could be an upgrade. And instantly a Bravado hitting there. Just no worries in the slightest. Can Analyze Crisis punish this aggression anyway? If you as a drafter it could be pretty scary. Although you don't actually have any too much things to actually get out with it. Another Monogram. Yep, makes total sense. Oh, drafter getting installed. So Monogram could be like the old school player thing of resing the defensive upgrade before the runner passes the last ice, just because like Caprice Nisei did it at some point. So drafter getting back hedge fund and installs a card from HQ, just protecting R&D HQ, I mean. And overall of office stolen again. And bouncing the ice that was previously installed. Buyer bouncing HQ again. Yo. Again a free daily cast and getting those multiple accesses here. And finds an architect deployment test as well. Yeah. Analyze Chris just being forced to click for 3 credits because no econ available here. And it's turn 6 and White Blade has so many things installed here. Getting Kurupira down. Seamless launch. Yeah, now using Chess. I think both players should be probably fine with that because you can do it during the run, though. You don't have a paidability window in that spot, I don't believe, but it doesn't like really matter because you can just do it differently. Pin altering, a freebie, getting rid of the Monogram. Carmen coming down at same turn. Getting rid of the Rashida. and analyze creation 9 credits, 0 points against 6. This is not how you want to start as the corporation here. But can Whiteblade actually get in there again? Oh, there's Shibboleth. Do we just go R&D, C3 cards? Bridges R&D, Mavirus, and Agenda. Alright, yeah. That's Zaya, apparently. So, that was a fast one. I think we saw some want to watch table 11. So I can go ask there. It was Santa against Court Gang. Although I think that game might be over already. So do we have any other things to watch? Reality Plus against Loop. I think we will probably see multiple of those in the tournament already. So... Oh, this is not tournament tab, of course. Yeah. So, table 11. I'll change the tab for a second so I can ask after I find the table there. Alright, so we see this real stable board presence. Headmoth, so Court Gang on 3 core damage and 3 agenda points, and Santa or Charlie on 0, like 2 scored points just last turn. So this is probably like one of the most like anything can happen matchups in the game. ESA, the like ID designed around to take off taking core damage, to sabotage, get the free value, just pressure the corporation out against a deck that actually wants to do core damage, spam these assets out, and I don't think this bunker is doing anything this game. The fella is not getting any eyes to actually get through, and yeah, this is one of those tool decks. One of many. And Charlie just clicking for credits. Oh, MCA, austerity policy also. And I think that this tool deck here is just like when opponent has to clear something, you just like pressure out, hit oppose and hit riot suppression, get that free core damage to the runner. Although here Court Gang is probably pretty happy taking that core damage, so their ID just generates more value and gets those free sabotages. Hitting MCA, trashing that for 3 credits. And discarding the air blades here. Yeah, I don't think those are paying off. Interesting combination though, like combining air blades with bunker. Getting those like preventing the net damage as bunker is actually doing to you. And in the bin we see Lamb and Blake were typical like package for the deck, I believe. Although not sure how many Lambs there are, because Lamb actually costs 2 influence. I thought it was like 4. Or yeah. And installing again, just clicking for credits first. It's trying to float the upgrades needed here. Raindrops going to hedge R&D. Sees just one random card, can't do anything. And Santa did not have the oppo to punish the last turn where the thing was trashed. So interesting to see what's actually in both players' hands here. Server 7 and server 10, we have no idea what it could be. Server 2 looks like it could be. I believe the deck is on Mr. Hendrix and what's the Warrior Trackers as the upgrade slots. So could be one of those protecting Spin Doctor. And I think Spin Doctor is pretty key in here. With it, Charlie can just like mill from top of R&D without too much thought. Like if with double agenda you just Spin Doctor them out instantly. And Spin Doctor is pretty protected because nobody wants to actually check that remote. And you really cannot check archives as well because it could be just like random nightmare archives in there. A new server coming down. Do we see just install 3 cards to get that wage worker value? Like wage worker is absolutely huge for these like free asset heavy decks. Getting that free extra click basically every time you can do anything. Second install on server 7. And looks like server 7 could have been an upgrade. So maybe just like the Mr. Hendrix there. And second install on server 10 and MCA, getting that MCA click for the wage workers. Two cards drawn. Does card can go to R&D, just keeps top of deck clear every turn. The like needs to play one card here, not to discard needlessly. It's so easy to forget the core damage. No, just checking the server 2, clearing that Spin Doctor out. And looks like it is Mr. Hendrix there. Oh, we're just seeing the Spin Doctor getting used currently. Oh, it is Mr. Hendrik. So Headmatch can choose to take the core image here, maybe? Or yeah, has to take the core image because of the MCA stealing the one click. But at least you get forward tempo with the core image here. Although you have to discard everything. I think this matchup looks pretty rough here. Oh, Charlie not choosing to use the ability on Mr. Hendrix. Maybe thinking those cards in HQ are more important here. And server 11 still unknown, and server 7 getting a new install again. Or no, server 7 was... not sure. Yep, install server 12 and just MCA again. Keeping that runner on just 3 clicks.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. So now we should have no audio issues. So I think you can watch this spectacle of a game right now.
Exciting.
Yeah,
the Essa versus Thule is a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, hopefully nobody can hear the contempt I have against this tool deck in my voice. But it's one of like it's really challenging to actually play against. Like you think no eyes, I can just pressure everything, but you actually get kind of taxed for your clicks and your credits pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so easy to fall in these like really out of left field kill lines that the deck can sometimes provide.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty wild what it can do. I was talking with Charlie recently about this deck, and he was like, maybe I cut the Ontos. They don't do that much. And I was like, but for the ESA matchup, in the ESA matchup, they make a big difference.
Yeah,
being able to pop a Rashida and just like throw your agendas in the score area, that's really good.
And like Stool deck without ontological sounds like the most cursed thing ever. It feels like so much like a key card, but if you don't end up accumulating all of that Corm, it actually turns out to be pretty weak at some point. So
against most runners, this deck tries to just get sync 2 core and then end of the line, right? Like
if you don't want to be scoring those anyways, it doesn't actually end up doing anything.
But it makes a huge difference if your opponent, if like a bunch of your opponent's cards say take core damage on them, and your opponent decides to play those cards, then the ontologicals get really, really good.
Yeah, totally. And even if like then runner has to decide like, do you just not play any core damage cards in your deck, but finding Hyperloop, like one of those agendas that you don't kind of want to see in this position.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know if the deck, it could be an Ikawa project type thing, at least some version was, so it could be that Korgang just wins in one axis here, just one on top of R&D, but feels pretty unlikely.
It's definitely a risk.
Yeah, sometimes you just bleed agendas out of central servers because you just cannot protect them at all.
Do we have... I haven't been here for the whole game, so I don't know what the runner has ran. And
me neither. We saw this spectacular game where Whiteblade just demolished a PD deck like single-handedly, although it looked like the PD deck did have a pretty weak draw. So,
what was the runner?
Zaya,
exciting.
Yeah, like install chess for first turn, hit Bahia Bands, then get free Airthrash Hotel down. Just absolute like really sick stuff.
That's really cool.
And clicking MCA again. Getting 4 clicks here. Can you push out an agenda, or do you just get like the forward tempo here?
I wouldn't even be surprised to just see like 5 installs or something. Like runner, you have 3 clicks and no credits. And I just installed like a bunch of things.
Yeah, and installs on server 3. Do we get double wedge workers click here? Yeah, it looks like it. One more install.
Yeah, it's just the MCA value train.
Yeah, and like you get so much out of it. Although it probably is like you sometimes want to just keep clicking it, just keep it on table. Use it as a mines and operators. All right.
That's scary.
Yeah, the game might be over pretty soon. I think Headmot is just going to take those like single access out of the deck and R&D.
Yeah, it ran R&D though, and there's been no shuffle, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. And 2 clicks, so no Ikawa can be stolen yet. Pretty. Looks like the game is going to be closed out here. Although you never can say never in Netrunner, anything can happen sometimes.
Yeah. I was wondering if the 4 tags was excessive when the runner has 1 card in hand and 0 credits, and 3 clicks, but
yeah, I guess you can just take everything that you can. And if it's an Ikawa on top of the deck, this is the most sad Ikawa project you can ever see.
For sure.
And is it game just here? 1 oppo and into end of the line?
I would be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, it feels like this is a thing that you set up, or especially with Rashida getting used.
Well, it could be. I was expecting to see like a gaslight, but there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, looks like the matchup is pretty interesting and difficult to actually play out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely an opportunity there where the ESO player could have stolen an echo on that finality. And as long as they had seen it before the Hyperloop, they would have been able to win the game.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they had enough
top
cards.
card was Ikawa here.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, credit doesn't even win.
Because because you have 0
click to
credits.
steal.
Oh, that's totally correct. So I basically have to find 2 agendas on the last turn, which is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah. Cool game.
Yeah,
well, I think we have
one of these really interesting matchups. I think there are probably still some games left.
Yeah. It's a very frustrating game to play against, or match deck to play against.
Yeah, that Soul deck is. If you don't know what's happening, it's absolutely miserable sometimes. I think we could watch table maybe 13. Could be cool.
Let me.
If you can jump in and ask if they're okay with streaming.
I will do that.
Yeah, it's nice. Like sometimes in double-sided Swiss, you cannot just like get one game around, but with these faster games, you can at least jump in a bit.
Table 13 is good.
All right. It's not a super spectacular game position. Like sometimes you join these games and it's just something has happened, but looks like the game might be closing out here.
Okay.
Yeah, just there's not too much the runner can do. There are 5 tags, Anotic Void set up already.
All right. Well, maybe we'll look for another game.
Yeah, looks like it. I think we might be seeing some of this R plus deck later on today, so it's not a huge loss.
Right.
I think R plus and Loop are the 2 top runners this tournament, so.
There's a lot of both. Let's see. Table 12, maybe?
Table 12 sounds nice, if you can jump in.
Let's see.
I think that is one where it should be lasting a while because of the BTL.
Yep, they're good. Good to have us join. It's an exciting board state for sure.
Yeah, this is something I was talking, just like I was talking about. Triple instant, 2 Forces installed with 3 counters on both, double Winchester on HQ, 18 cards left, 1 Biovault in the game already. And runner and it has 1 card left in the stack. So.
Yeah, and no labor rights, and the 6 points on runner side. So
this is going to be down to the line here.
Yeah, unless we see like a clearinghouse, this is gonna be. We're just going for the score out.
It doesn't cost too much to actually run here because Faros has been closed down with the Hosh here.
That's true.
So
getting
a second Botulus here. So running this is pretty cheap actually, so you can get through those Biovaults here.
I don't know if the card. Oh yeah, we do know the card in server 1 is Biovault.
Yeah, with the asset installed here there. So, but we don't know how many cards Tuno has actually seen out of R&D already, because it could be that we have been using the conduit last turn or something. So, do we see the Biovault getting used here already? Doesn't look like it.
It's an interesting question.
Oh, and there it is.
There we go.
Yeah, just.
I was wondering.
Whew.
I was wondering if they were fresh cards or not. Like we joined not knowing if
Yeah, totally.
Tuno is seeing 4 fresh cards or not in this situation.
Yeah, but I think it probably has to run anyway. If you can see any amount of access for somehow cheaply enough, it probably pays off because you need to find those couple of last access that you can take.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think Tuno probably runs back there this turn anyway. Like clear out a Spin Doctor, then just run back twice, maybe.
Yeah. I expect this game probably gone for like a clearinghouse if
makes
yeah, like you're saying.
I think this is probably one of the matchups that where like the Hoshiko version of Mulch is actually more favored than the new loop version people are playing.
Mm-hmm.
You have more labor rights, more like value tools, and I think Liberated Account is a new card here in this deck.
Yeah, it seems like a good choice in this.
Oh, also Mad Dash in the BNSO.
Oh, that's interesting.
Some really
there is
interesting tools getting included.
Yeah. Cool. Do you want to look for another game?
Yeah, we can, if we can get 1 or 2 more in it, this could be nice. So if we just go from the top, maybe table 10.
Let me see.
It would be Reality Plus against Hoshiko, but I don't think we can be too picky.
Okay. Table 10.
So
let's see. Yeah, that should be good. Let me check.
Otherwise, looks like most of the tables are closing down. There are a couple of games left.
That works. That table works.
All right, I'll jump in. Yeah, Kyle. Oh, interesting. Not again on double honors informant and more. And also on 6 tags with runner of 5 points.
It's an interesting board state because the game could end any point with like shipment from Vlad, but with Ma, it's going to be really hard to do that, right? You're going to have the agenda and the shipment in the top few cards and see them with the federal.
Yeah, you need to see both cards in there. And then you cannot actually steal, or you can score out Bellona, I believe, but there are 7 cards left in R&D, so.
Yeah, that's pretty minimal. Like it could end this click, or it could not.
Install advance. Install advance Regolith. Oh, that's. It could be that we see Starlit Knight there, so it actually costs too much to get in there. It totally could be that the shipment from Vladisberg is already trashed into archives with more. So it could be that the corp here has to basically push out to actually get the win, but not. I wonder what the ice on server 1 is, because it feels like Not Again can just run 3 times on server 3 and then check server 1. Or if he has more click getting cards, it could be ending up paying off. Oh, yeah, B1001 getting cleared out. That probably seals it out if it's not unbellown. And no other option here is to clear out server 4, so you don't have the wedge markers to get you an extra click. and then you set up for next turn. Oh, but a ping here. Just 1 credit off of actually being able to steal a Bellona if it's that.
Oh yeah, that would be wild.
And then its thoughts starts to roll in your head, like, oh, I missed 1 credit of optimization at some point, and it hurts, but...
If it's Bologna, though, there has to be a ship. Oh, there is a wage workers. Never mind. There's a wage workers.
Yeah, wage workers on table. Yeah. Paying 1, going just below the 5 credits needed to actually steal a Bellones here.
Wild. We'll see. I mean, it could be anything, right? But it wouldn't probably be of advantage. Well...
Oh, and it's a Bellone!
Yeah. Wow, wild.
Oh, 1 credit off. And otherwise playing that like really solidly, clearing out the B1001 first. Just almost, but just not enough.
Wow, what a game.
Anything in archives, it hurts when the corporation, I had game there. But no, just 1 Bellona left in archives, so even R&D pretty heavy with agendas, though. You cannot really get in there at all. Not with that credit total.
Yeah. Wow, what a game. That's wild. And if there's... That means like all the agendas are in R&D.
Yeah, it's like if you can get through R&D anyway cost efficiently, I think it would be curtains here, but I don't believe there is any tools like Conduit. Or could be Conduit with the honest informants, but then you get kind of purged out pretty easily. So it's really hard to say.
Yeah, for sure. We've got about 7 minutes left in the round.
All right, so there's still time to get some games. There's 4 games left. So maybe table 32?
At least one of them. Yeah, sure. Because table 223 is on the list. Let's see. I'll ask them.
So that would be Mirrormorph versus Arizona. I think that's probably one of the more interesting matchups we could see here.
Yeah, good to go.
So Cuban Jaguaronde looks like a solid. 1 MCA getting used already, so. And runner is pretty set up here. Although corporation on 6 points means the game might be over pretty quickly. Although I don't expect there to be tools like Biotech Labor in this deck to actually close out.
This board state is interesting. It looks like reading it, like the Arasana has been blocking R&D, especially to see the skunk not in the remote. Yep. Makes me wonder, there's also the most dice in R&D, makes me wonder if the Corp just like hasn't been able to get agendas they need to score. Like they may have been at 6 for a while, but if there's been an R&D lock, they might not be able to.
Yeah, that would be sound reasonable, and then just eyes up in a couple of last turns on R&D. And with this breakers, with going through R&D is going to cost you so much. I think you kind of have to camp out the central servers.
Yeah, Gauss is an interesting choice here.
Yeah, I think you probably want to do the cool shaper skateboard tricks with simul chips and Arizona abilities.
Yeah. Gauss is a good ice breaker if you want to break like ping ablative border control Tatubola, which there's a lot of one strength like barriers out there, but it is not your friend if you want to break Brawn or BTL ice or
yeah, like any bigger ice, you start really quickly feeling the pain. So maybe a like backup breaker in this deck could be like you maybe have a cleaver and then use Gauss as your backup breaker, but
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Arasana break Brawn with like Slap Vandal and a click as well and just let the first sub fire. that wouldn't be too bad. Oh,
Eco project getting found.
okay.
So just needs to find the one hit here at some point. But that run costing so many credits here.
Yeah, this is quite a board state. This Arasana is also very poor.
Yeah, you have like sometimes it feels like Arasana can get everything installed because Urban Art is so many like credits, but them actually not being in your credit pool starts to hurt at some point.
For sure. Like you could install anything you want, but you can't, like, you need to be able to break ice.
And if that's some agenda push, you just basically lose here because you don't have enough clicks.
For sure.
Clicks or credits. You maybe get in through one ice, but if there's anything on server 2 also, it starts to hurt.
You could click one run and like slap vandal the outer ice, whatever it is, with your one credit, and then click the brawn all the way and access the card if you like were sure it was an agenda. But that's
I'm not sure if it's an agenda here though. There's one seamless launch in the bin, so it could be that you are trying to seamless launch the last agenda point out and think that like this is your best opportunity to actually score it out. But I think especially with the Cuban being on a possibility, if you run a server 2 and just Cuban instantly, it could be a problem for you if you have like an ice that corporation can click through.
We have about 2 minutes left. I'm gonna mute for a minute so that I can make sure that everything goes smoothly with the end.
So Cuban getting added back to hand. We see 5 credits on the Urban Art Vernissage, which is going to be pretty scary if you can utilize those credits somehow. But there is just no real good way to turn those credits into real credits in a real way. You maybe can do a liberated account, but you don't have any influence to do that. First, click for a credit. What do we see after that? Is just click for a credit. Click for a credit run. So could be almost anything. We can click through the 2 relevant subroutines on pre-installing Cuban. Oh, getting through, that's huge. Do you just click twice? Oh, timing the round also, that's pretty rough if it's not. And you actually have to break this because you cannot afford the corporation to get a border control table, but this has to be an agenda here. If it's not, corporation wins on time and it's... So brown getting broken for 5, and so you have to pay 4 and click. Four credits and a click, even with the gauge getting boosted. It's not an amount you want to pay, but sometimes like Bran is so good right now with all of the breakers going. Like if you pay 5 every time for a Bran, it starts to look pretty bad. Saving that one click for the possibility of that being an Ikaba project. Increasing strength, breaking end the run, and probably breaking the other subroutine. Oh, but even if it's an Ikaba, you cannot actually steal it because you don't have enough credits to steal. So has to be a normal agenda here. Has to be a offered office or a architect deployment test. I believe was the name. Yeah, architect deployment test. And it is... Oh, just a spin doctor! Yeah, that's just game there. Oh, that's... Sometimes it's really sad when these really cool looking games end in the time somebody getting out of time, but sometimes that just happens in Netherlands. You just have to get those tournament matches rolling. Oh, Spinning Turret is the last card you want to see there. You even cannot get in and trash it at all, so you can't even like hit a Rashida as your like consolidation price. Yeah, like just purging out here. Yeah, just not enough for the runner. Finding that one last eco project, but not paying off. The last click, like getting through the MI ice here, but yeah, I think corporation probably was like, please run this, because you actually can get through HQ with some ice tricks, I believe. So you just like have to do something. R&D is so heavily protected that you cannot get through there at all. So time called on the round. I think we have some matches scored out, so we have multiple players on 2-0. And yeah, looks like an even split again on Corporation Runner. Start with Corporation favorites, then Runner favorite, then maybe lower you go, more Corporation favorite it is, which like Nathan often is. Also like huge amount of purple hair people repping the HP, which I really love. And round 3 probably should be paired up in pretty quickly here, with most of the results getting scored already. Yeah, so top table is looking like PD and R plus mostly, with Charlie on first, non-PD. Oh yeah, there's Gallagher on OB as well, and we of course cannot know what the runners there are. Interestingly, just one loop in the top top of the rankings, but I guess you really cannot say anything after just like playing one round when this round was paired. So round 3 should be up. I think we could go on. I think we could go on table 4 to get that PE game. I'll look if they're setting up a table. Alright, so both players good to be streamed here. And looks like PE against Loop, which is an interesting matchup. I've never actually seen this played out, with PE having so many different builds that it could be. I think this could be some amount of interesting to actually see what's going to happen. And I think the round time should be starting quickly here. Yep. So round timer still getting set up. Just people waiting for each other. Just in some banter between the players. Tables getting set up, getting everything correct. There is sometimes it's just tough to get everyone in the correct matches and correct tables. And probably getting that round timers just starting out. 40 minutes, and it's going to be an interesting matchup at least. I think there are some PE enjoyers probably in somewhere watching. So this one is for you. Personal opinions about PE, maybe some. It's an interesting corporation. Yeah, a couple of tables still getting set up, but timer started. Alright, so I think we will see really what kind of a deck this PE is after the first couple of turns. Is it just like install 3 cards, install advance? Mindscaping to start makes sense. You just want to get more options. It's an okay econ piece. You don't want to play it as an econ piece, but you can. Could also indicate that there could be some like tag punishment line in the deck as well. Install. So at the start, like creating those early threats, and Loop does not have too many cards to actually use as HP in this matchup, so Loop might be getting grinded out, but Solidarity patch is probably huge here. Actually getting those cards back from the random checks and hits Ultra Cypher instantly. No, there's an interesting decision point here. Do you trash Ultra Cypher just for 1 credit to get those extra draws as well? Like typically you don't have to trash this, you just let it sit on table, but here you kind of get more value from trashing it than actually leaving it. So but Corp on 7 credits against runners 2. So what do we see here? Is it just like 3 installs again? Or could be a score out on server 1 if the runner just missed up. The runner just hitting the wrong things. That hurts so bad always. Just hit the wrong card on table and get punished. But Solidarity badge at least drawing back up, so Lou probably gets those cards pretty easier back to hand, and Imp is going to be massive. We are getting rid of all of those things. Although if you hit an snare, you probably are in World of Hurt with some of these attack punishment tools that Jinteki has been getting. Just click for a crit on the end, get rid of that Trick of Light. That prevents the opponent from actually setting up and getting those scores in, but I'm not sure if Corporation is going to score out this game. It feels like scoring out is more of a tool to pressure your opponent to actually check your things. Sometimes in these decks, you could have a Neurospike line as well, which is a new interesting thing that PE decks have been doing, because Fuji actually encourages you to do that kind of thing, because you can kill the runner basically from 6 credits, 5 cards in hand with that. install advance. So then going in there and hitting an NGO front. NGO front being basically click for a credit, click for 2 credits there. Not an optimal thing, but you're happy with. And Fuji is going to be stolen second click. Hit strike and hits boss, so even more extra credits for the runner there. And going back in last click. Oh, there's a Neurospike, you imp Neurospike. Yeah, that is going to be pretty harsh during the game. I think Glue probably wants to find the Nopkuri at some point so you can get those imp counters consistently back. But otherwise, I think you might be just chilling here. You at some point need to install the breaker to get through something like Otoroshi that could be on the deck. Or there could be some other scary eye stuff. Jinteki is known for the scary eye stuff like Anansi, stuff like... I was about to say Athene, but Athene is not scary one. Going to server 5, we see hybrid release. Yes, this gets stolen. And can you probably want to draw up. You cannot afford to check randomly. You just die to a snare here, I believe. Going to HQ, is it a snare? No, just Trick of Light, you get rid of that. And yeah, Corporation just getting rolled over with all of those things. But Runner not respecting like some things that Jinteki could blow you out with. Stuff like snare, stuff like Ultra Cypher, and hybrid is getting scoren, but does not get you that face down install with all of the cards from loop actually getting trashed faced up. There's no some counterplay like that. So going to server 4 might be a trap. Oh, just a sting, hits for 3 damage, I believe. Oh, but Steelskin scarring saving the day. Hitting a Nopkure still, that hurts, but you live with that, I believe. Oh, another Steelskin scarring, just hit double of those, it doesn't matter. And 5 points means that the game is probably going to be over pretty quickly. 19 cards left still in the deck, I think that's a pretty sizable lead. But Nopkuri getting hit out, so it is not free at least. There's a clearinghouse.
Can you tell me which table you're at? I guess.
I think it's table 4 with Doves 131 and Ashbo.
Thanks.
So P against Lu, which I think you can join up and look at the board state and guess how the game is going.
Oh.
Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
the game.
Corporation just not being allowed to set up anything up and cannot create those real mix-ups with everything just getting trashed out of hand. And Solidarity Badge just being so many clicks in the game, just drawing you up basically for free.
Mm-hmm. We didn't see any ice that game.
No, yeah, I think the list is probably on a couple of Otoroshis or something. And if you don't find any of those, you don't really threaten your typical lines against the deck. So,
is that type of like shell game, kind of assets shell game, is tricky to do against loop.
Yeah, totally. You basically have to hit the cerebral overwriter, but yeah, like if your opponent has imp Solidarity Badge at the start, there were a couple of turns where the runner ran pretty carelessly, where they could have hit a snare and it could have been the game right there, but no game that time.
Yeah.
So what tables do we have then left? Table 1 or table 2 maybe? Or we have seen a couple of PDs already, so I think table 7 could be interesting.
Let's see, I do think that if we want... Let me look at the ace-ups really quickly. I think that everyone table 7 and above, well, I guess table 8 and above will be the people who have won the most games, if we care. But
I think
pick whatever.
during the this earlier rounds we can choose the matches where we see a couple of different ideas. So I think table 7 could be interesting with Asmari being played.
Oh, that sounds great. I'll check.
Yep. And if that's, I think table 2 then could be okay with Lat being played. Haven't seen too much Shaper today yet.
Yeah, and there's a decent amount of Lat signed up.
Yeah, it's not the typical online tournament experience where it's just Hoshiko for 80% of the tournament.
We have
every AMT.
2 OKs.
All
I'll
right,
get
table 7. Should have probably looked it up already there.
I wonder.
Oh, that's an interesting board state.
Yeah, this is a very interesting board state. It looks like when I see Asmari, I assume some type of Neurospike type of thing.
Yeah, it's the new evolution. I think typically when you saw Asmari, you expected 6 Mori just glacier up, but yeah, currently I think you probably have to expect the Neurospike combo more. And this game looks completely like the Neurospike kill deck, with sprint getting used, server 2 just being massively iced up compared to central servers. And Hot Pursuit getting played.
That's pretty exciting.
It's going to be interesting if you see actual tag interaction here, or do you just clear it manually?
Wait, why was that played? You accessed. Sorry,
you just get just as an econ.
I was tabbed away for a moment. It was a boomerang. Sorry,
yeah.
I was like, how did they get through?
Play Hot Pursuit and just bounce out of HQ ice. And there's the purge.
I was expecting to see that here, because now without a fractor, it's going to be there's
without what?
Without what? Yeah, exactly. That's why it can be valuable to hold a fractor in the hand in a situation like this, because the corp will be like, oh, the value purge is so good here, and then you just drop the fractor and
yeah, totally. Then you just get free access. And Bronner here, I think they have been clearing out the tag manually every time, so it's going to be interesting to see if there actually is tag interaction in the deck, or is Hot Pursuit just an econ piece that gets you took.
It's like a dirty laundry that gives you 9 instead of 5, but also a tag. If you had to clear that, you lose another click.
So it's 2 clicks for 7 credits, which is not awful, but
yeah.
Or 2 clicks for 5.
2 clicks for 5 credits.
Yeah, I would assume there is going to be some form of tag interaction in the deck. Although it's going to be hard to say what that could be. I think most of the tag things have been rotating out. Before the rotation, you saw the classic stuff like Obelus and counter surveillance, utilizing these tags in a more different way. Or even the Citadel Sanctuary, which allowed you to clear the tags clicklessly and then Hot Pursuit turns into a really good econ piece.
Yeah. I wonder what there is in this list, because I think that you'd be hard. I mean, it could be that the runner is making a strategic decision to play Hot Pursuit if they're expecting a lot of decks say PD, because you can play that against PD, and
even against PD has gotten the Grease in the Palms, which is an incidental anti-tag tool, which
for sure.
Beforehand you did not really see. You just saw some kill decks that played against tags really well, but
with so much yellow and so many other just even things like Mindscaping that are played in value decks, it just seems surprising to collect tags without a plan to use them or remove them cheaply.
Yeah, modernly, I think like only thing is like Thunder Art Gallery could be an option, but I would assume that's going to be from some different ID than Zaya probably.
Probably. I also, if you're investing influence in Mamie, it doesn't make sense to plan to collect that many tags, right? Because that could just be trashed.
Yeah, it's hard to say without seeing all the tools in the runner deck, but there probably is some idea behind their inclusions. And like if you pay 1 credit for a Miami, and just like in matchups where it doesn't really matter, your opponent can just rush it sometimes.
I will say that with Mamie, the value from Hot Pursuit does go up a bit, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's like 7 credits for 2 clicks is not so bad.
Like Lucky Find levels of value.
Yeah, and you're also gonna get a Zaya credit at least.
Oh yeah,
right?
then it starts adding up pretty quickly. But server 2 looks really unclearable, and this could be just game here. Like every install advance could be totally just game.
Yeah, needing 2 tools, one for the Hydra and one for the toll booth at this point is definitely a big ask.
Yeah, just going after HQ, hoping to find the necessary tools. But there is 10 cards left in the deck, so it's not unreasonable that Runner has just both tools in HQ. So
this could also be like a second Polona. This deck, actually, seeing Matryoshka, Mesnichesva, sorry. Seeing Mesnichesva makes me wonder if this is actually 6 of Mari with a scoring plan instead of a Neurospike.
Yeah, Class Act just protecting.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't 6 as Mari, because the wraparounds make me think Neurospike. But Toll Booth, Hydra, and Mesnichesva is like a lot.
Yeah, those feel like a
big.
And 27 credits. I think like 6 Mari probably is pushing out a bit more heavily before. And 29 credits after you raise like 20 credits worth of ice already. So
yeah, this is a very, very rich corp.
Yeah, just find hedge fund.
Yeah, there's also a subliminal messaging in the bin, which is not a card I would expect to see in Neurospike most of the time.
You're happy to see the boomerang before you get hit by a toll booth here, and just getting these single accesses, just trying to add up value, trying to find those agendas.
The Airblade coming in with some nice value there, saving you 3 on that. And
maybe on Asmari, you sometimes just don't find the Neurospikes early enough, so you have to basically glacier up.
1 second, I have a judge call.
Oh, and Joyride actually getting discarded here. Using 3 influence, just get those extra draws. Boomerang getting in. So just getting those pokes in. Oh yeah, also Airblade's getting that huge value against Toll Booth, just saving up everything. Draw for a click. And discarding another Joyride. I don't think you're probably going to be too happy with it. But it's going to be scary here to be the runner, because Asmari on 6 points, I think everybody in the entire Netrunner community knows how this game is probably going to end. You just spam out single installs that runner needs to check on server 2, and then one thing you don't check ends up being the echo chamber, so you just lose. All Though there is 8 cards left in the deck, or kind of like 10 with the Spinator still shuffling something in. But 4 cards left in the decks, I think you basically can get through Server 2 there. But if the last 4 cards are your actual breakers, it's going to be pretty not fun to be the runner here. You cannot afford to do something like draw, install, run. Like even anything that stops the run, like border control something, hurts you so bad. And yeah, just getting this boomerang runs in, but then Quad just doesn't add up. Like the single pokes are not just adding up. Especially if HQ is pretty safe, probably with agendas getting discarded to archives. And there is just 3 agendas left in the game, so it could be 2 in archives. And there's Carmen. We just need 1 more tool. And there's the Echo Chamber. That's game. Yeah. Instantly when we joined, it looks like Neurospike deck, but actually turning out to be some like Sigmar Glacier, which kind of makes sense. Like if you expect stuff like Loop, you just get huge amounts of value, and if you ice stuff up, the running with Audrey actually starts to become pretty expensive. So I think we could get table 2. Maybe if that game is online still. Doesn't look like it. So maybe table 14 could be good.
All right, I'm back. Sounds good.
Are okay. And
ooh, that's exciting. I like seeing timely public release. Such a cool
building the ice pyramid on the table with HQ having 3 and
symmetrical.
Yeah, like everything wants to be, and we see double, and again I've like Concordium on HQ, just such a huge ice, but kind of starts to pay off if you actually expect to see those like Audreys and Aumakuas more.
I heard somebody talking about that recently. It's a pretty chunky ice with how much AI is going around.
Yeah,
especially when you
it's pretty chunky to also res, and if opponent just has like any like Ice Carver Basso, and you just cry so badly.
No, for sure. I mean, here Leech Buzzsaw is going to be doing a lot of work.
Yeah,
but I wonder if the ice has prevented Audrey from being installed, just like altogether.
Yeah,
which is a decent amount of value.
Yeah, that totally would make sense. Like we see really interesting includes stuff like consume, stuff like simulchip is more like normal. So consume and Friday chip make it look like a really different deck compared to like normal loop decks that we see.
For sure. I also
double
see
advance. Is this just push out 2 agendas on the same turn and hope that the runner can deal with both?
It also would make a lot of sense for one of them to be an NGO. NGO is a really good card in Atea to basically install it clicklessly, and then you get to click for 5 credits. So.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the corporation presenting so many different threats here. Adrian says also making server 7 kind of challenging to get through, especially with runner not having the barrier breaker online yet. Which server are you choosing? Do you check server 6 or server 7? What's the call here?
I mean, you have an interesting choice, right? The Adrian is protecting server 7, but the bigger ice is protecting server 6. Plus there's an unrest ice. So it's a tricky choice.
Yeah, there's and you see replanting in the archives, so you're going in full in on the interesting tools.
I think if I was to run like interact with the sports state, I might run server 7.
Yeah, although you have to find a tool to actually get through server 7 or through the tattoo bola on there.
Well, I was thinking I would potentially run server 7 and then sorry, yeah, I'm not even looking at the runner's rig.
But yeah, you probably can get cleaver down with the simul chip. And I think the runner just might be okay to check both here.
Potentially, especially because you can put your counter on like fermenter, trash the, or maybe not fermenter. You probably want an imp or not.
Yeah, there's so many multiple options that it could be.
Well, I guess if you put the counter on the fermenter and you imp the Tranquility home grid, then you can you can pop fermenter and then use simul chip on the next run.
Yeah, that could be an interesting line. Then you have 2 clicks to go through Adrian twice, so that's a Fuji. So
I wonder if this gets imped.
Oh, that could be an option. Although, yeah, depends really on what cards you have in hand. And you really can't afford getting too many damage anymore with...
There might be... Okay, it was imped. I was wondering if there are like both the labor rights in hand or something.
Yeah, like then you probably cannot afford to get those hit out of your hand. You just basically lose all of your steam at that point. And now the question is, do you go after server 7 as well? You can do like click the fermenter and run, but how few cards do you end up in hand after that?
Yeah, that does give you 2 runs on the remote, but you don't know what the second ice might be, like what Tattoo Bola might turn into. And this also lets the corp, this kind of forces you to run server 6 again too, which sucks because the corp can just install an agenda in server 6 here with Atea.
Oh yeah, that's messed up. Tattoo Bola paying off huge, but you have to have another ice on the hand. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
I would be install just Fuji back instantly?
Or even something like another timely public release. If you have a seamless, that's just so powerful.
Card from hand, yeah. And now there's NGO. And Adrian guess is going to be pretty uneventful after the NGO getting rest.
Yeah, especially because I think you just pay 0 here.
Yeah, and then you cannot even access the Adrian now.
Yeah, because you want to access the Adrian.
Yeah,
that's so funny. You just like click consume or...
Can you get through server 6? I don't believe so. So you kind of have to just get some money up.
Yeah.
And it just might be the game on server 6. If you have like install maybe timely public release, not timely...
2 seamlesses potentially, but with the amount of...
It could also be the like 4-3 agenda.
Yeah, I've seen that in Atea. That's really interesting.
Yeah, because you can
use that agenda.
You can get it out with timely public release with seamless launch. Really interesting. Like really fast, but
it's a wild ice.
Last click really hard here.
Yeah. The vulnerability audit is such an interesting card, and the fact that Atea can like fast advance the timely public, or the fast advance the vulnerability audit.
Yeah, turning seamless launch into a fast advanced tool, basically.
Yeah, So cool.
Yeah, like last click is really hard here. Just going after the chain down archives. Yeah, this could also be like Spin Doctor on server 6. If you have that in hand as well.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
not doesn't look like a Spin Doctor, so.
Okay, so we didn't lose 2 labor rights, so we're probably okay.
Yeah, and 0 labor rights in the bin as well. So could also be that you don't have your typical labor right Audrey strike fund buffer drive engine, but like just play like reg loop with consume and other
I
options.
mean, with the simul chips, I would still expect to see labor rights in the deck. We have 1, 6.
Yeah, I think we have just 2 simul chips.
Oh, we
so
have 50.
Could be 1.
Yeah. That would make sense. We have seen all the influence, right? It's 2 wake, 2 simul chip, and consume.
Oh yeah, totally. And server 6 not getting scored out yet. No, just setting up even more. Yeah, does ADM move? Yeah.
We got purged on the archives run. That feels bad. It makes me think that there was something that the corp really, really wanted to save in HQ, because why imp the agenda and then run archives and get purged? We could have just stolen it.
Yeah, I guess you kind of... If you see the server 6 install, you kind of are scared of Spin Doctor maybe, but even then it is kind of a scary line to check archives. I'm not sure if my virus was face up there, so losing 6 credits on the consume is going to hurt you quite a bit here.
Yeah, it must have been. I mean, there were only 3 cards in hand, and all that I can think of is that there was either 1 really important card or 2 really important cards, like 2 labor rights.
Yeah, could be.
Otherwise, I can't really get the justification of not stealing it and then having only 1 more card in your hand when you do choose to steal it later. They also opted not to trash the Tranquility home grid in that interaction.
And is this just death here? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Basso having to pay 8 credits to get through that, so...
Oof.
Yeah, just trying to check a teeny. And trying to close out game on server 6, so...
Wild game. That was exciting to watch.
Yeah, like runner just running out of tools, basically. And 0 labor right that we see. Maybe last card could be 1.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
There are like really different take on these Lu builds that have been showing up.
This seems a bit more like a large engine, right? You get your consume, you get your other tools, and try to build like kind of a more of like a Doom Rig freedom style.
Totally. Can you jump into server 1 and ask if they're okay when playing on stream?
Yes, I can. Nope, that game. Wait, okay.
Is it one of those that just ended?
It didn't just end.
All right.
It was the JNet was lagging for a moment, and it showed me the previous game, and then I was like, wait, that's not wrong. Okay, they said they're just about done. So maybe not. It looks like there's only 2 clicks left.
All right, so then could be table 11 maybe?
This it looks like that game had a... Okay, let's go.
11 or 3. I think both of those look fine.
We've seen Comrade and we've seen Santa. Let's join. Let me see about table.
No, there is also table 31 or table
Let's
8
try.
as well. I think all of these look
I'm
fine.
gonna try table. Let's see. We only have a few minutes left.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check table 3. Okay, there. Table 3 is fine. Fine with the stream. It's an interesting board state.
And just
Another very tagged runner.
I think a couple of these R plus matches probably are going to be when we jump into them. And just 4 points on table though.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like it has been going slower than like other games that we have seen. And 2 opposed to Rashid already gone, so all that value. But Charlie just needs to find the one below, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got 5 credits and a dream.
Yeah, it's one of those where you just access central servers with just 5 credits every time. If you go under that, it's going to be pretty sad when you hit the below.
I wonder what's going on in server 5.
I think that looks like just an Bellona that's going to be scored out. But with something that stops Charlie from actually challenging it. Maybe a Starlit Knight could be, or Mesny Chest War.
For sure.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. If you're the runner, you probably just commit to your central access here. And
I think that makes sense.
Hit centrals and hope.
There goes banker R&D. We'll just see the top card at least.
Just free checks. And Eklund actually getting discarded, so it's like if there's a Starlit Night rest somewhere, it could turn up quite bad here. Yes, being that shuffling back double oppose, yeah. Complete
interesting, sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Although, that makes sense.
The runner is on 6 tags already, so I don't think you are going to think that they're clearing right here, but could be that you just want non-trashables in your deck right now.
For sure. I mean, I feel like I'd rather draw the B1001, but it is a card that like the runner could.
If you have ablative barrier, it actually might be a really good tool to have in your archives.
That's totally true. That's totally true if you're on more than one.
Yeah, it turns your ablative barriers into basically a border control, and that takes 2 clicks.
Yeah, for sure.
And just drawing up, install something so your rat is happy, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I assume you want to install something because of the paladin. Nope, you don't.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
Pratt just dies. I don't see you feeding banker or your breakers to it.
Yeah, you could feed the banker, but I don't think it makes sense. Just because all the ice is 1 credit anyways, but you might as well turn a 1 card in your hand to 1 credit.
And we see the other companion like Fencer Fueno as well here. So it could just be like have everything. And is that game? Yes, just shipment out. And just winning with the Beal also.
Or the Beal, yeah.
Beal actually turning into a real threat with shipment from Vladimir, allowing to close out games earlier than the runner can.
Yeah, that's a cool choice. Sure. All right.
And I think round should be closing down. There's one more table left.
Okay.
So So I guess it's all the same if we spectate that.
All right, let me hop over and there's just only 34 seconds in the round, so why don't you wait? I'll jump in. Oh, that game is over.
All right, so every round being completed already.
Cool. I'll hop back on in a minute. I'm gonna
totally
work on the next round.
So again, looking quite balanced on the which side is winning front. Low, yeah, corporation getting like after the half point, corporation getting a bit of an advantage. But so if we start looking at the results, there are quite a few players on 6 points already. Like 64 players is so many, so you have to play a couple of rounds to actually find out who is in the top cut contention here. Yeah, some names that we probably expect to do quite well here. White played absolutely great player. Tuno just been really consistent on AMTs, and like so many good players joining up today. And I think round pairing should be up at some point. And oh yeah, they changing a bit on the ID front, stuff like PD falling up, down, Reality Plus not being as favored as well anymore. Oh, 6-2 is going to be pretty rough. It's like 6-2 is extremely rough to make it into the top cut, especially when you cannot cheat your last points with IDs and 2-for-1s. You cannot just like sweep, ID. Or yeah, sweep, buy sweep ID. That's the classic. That's the absolute classic. Like yeah. I'm so happy with single-sided Swiss getting played. Sometimes it takes a bit longer, but it's so nice to not have to deal with your 2-for-1s and IDs. Also, it makes it so much easier to run the tournaments for the organizers when you don't have to deal with everybody trying to ask them and not getting requests in, and somebody not actually calling you and just deciding by themselves. And it just adds up so much of your thinking time. Although one of the problems of single Swiss, of course, is that it takes a bit longer to run the tournament. And round still not getting paired, but we see the score line at least. Yeah, 7 players and 9 points, so 3-0. And couple of players falling, not getting that win on the last round, staying at 6. Makes complete sense. And then getting a mixture of those for the rest of the players. And round 4 should be paired. I don't think we have seen any of the players on table 1, so that could be interesting. Table 1. Just getting this table set up. Table 2 almost. And we are almost halfway for the round, so... There, I'll jump in and ask if it's okay to stream. Alright, so another PD against Sable Classic coming right up. I'm so happy with the current meta, so we can get these PDs, criminal games, back in my Black Life. And stuff like Hoshiko PD, Hoshiko Ob, just really great matchups. Yeah, you have your reality plus loops, but you take what you can. And yeah, just getting into the match. I think in the first round we saw easy against Augustus Caesar in exactly the same matchup, so I think we might see something similar again. PD trying to get that early start, but maybe not just quite catching up with the quickness enough. Going to be really interesting, this matchup. I think typically your regular Grim are like... Reg Grim is bit favored in this matchup, I would assume. Like classically at least. But it is really hard to say. Install credit draw, just like the mirror morph start, basically. And yeah, just getting that free check here. You could just like check HQ, but with the current ability for corps to bounce back up on credits pretty fast, I don't think you want to get random checks in too much. But at least Carmen gets found, so you are not too scared to do stuff right now. Server 1 install looks like a tranquility grid there, just a freebie for the runner to go and check. Although if you start like reading your opponent, you can push out stuff like Rashida a bit more favorably, like make your opponent respect you. Oh, and there's the classic R&D check randomly and find an agenda. And yeah, oh, just Managarm there is probably staying safe. I don't think you pay here to get rid of that. Yeah, and Mavirus hitting on R&D again. Oh, is R&D just to get rid of those Sable actions? So Sable may be going after server 1 here. Do you just click through there? Could be an option. Although if you hit into another Monogram, that could be, you start to be pretty not happy about that. Yeah, there's Dirt Laundry going archives just to get like free check. Alright. So I think I'm on table 1 currently.
Mm-hmm. I'm here. Things are getting streamlined.
Alright, getting set up with all of the TO stuff. Oh, and Rashida getting just cleared out. It looks like bit of a rough start for Lifeline.
Yeah. It's interesting. Playing against Sable, you want to prioritize icing HQ and often R&D really early, which slows the PD down like a surprising amount.
Yeah, totally. If you miss your like 2 eyes on remote, it starts to be pretty hard to actually push out there.
Yeah, you
Especially
like
with
want
like
to.
criminals tools to get through singular eyes pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. You want like an ice on HQ and ice on R&D often before you want to make a remote, which really hurts the plan of like install ice, install Rashida. Like just go for it with leaving your centrals open. So.
Yeah, like often against stuff like Shaper, you just don't ice HQ ever. You just like put 3 eyes on remote and just start pushing stuff out. But here actually double icing R&D before actually building a remote at all.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm surprised to see the R&D ice when nothing has been rezzed, right?
Yeah, it could be that the innermost ice on R&D is not secure enough for you to actually start pushing out, especially if we see a Hermes getting on table.
For sure.
Like Hermes starts to make your life pretty miserable at some point.
For sure.
Yeah, like with the first game on the stream we saw, Augustus versus Easy, like Hermes bounces are so huge in this matchup.
For sure. It definitely makes things difficult.
But do we actually see a remote getting built this turn?
We have a click draw, but no immediate snap click YDL.
Yeah, like YDL, it's nice in PD when you get the added consistency of at least getting a hedge fund pretty easily after just one click for draw. But even then you probably want your digital lives to hit after Rashida's hit after Gatekeeper fires. You want like the max value. Oh, and the wheels coming down, just getting even more free checks. Yeah, looks like pretty ice light draw here. Yeah, maybe getting punished for actually placing the ice on R&D here. And a big deal on archives. So is this like I believe it was Doomrat that was playing like Midnight 3 Archaeology at Worlds. I believe it was like Texas group.
Yeah, I know that I ran into NetDad, I think, was played against me and won with a big deal.
Yeah, actually,
Nightmare Oncology. Yeah, that was really cool.
Turning those Midnight 3 cards into actual credits with YDL, which is interesting. Yeah, now we actually see the remote getting built, but there are already 2 breakers online, so. And like the zero in the credit pool for Zaya is a bit deceiving, with the bankroll just being like click for 7 credits.
Yeah, for sure.
Aumakua coming down. Bit of a scary run here. If you hit a Hagen, it's super rough for you, but maybe you don't expect Hagen to be in the meta currently. Oh, and Midnight getting stolen. No res on server 3 ice, so I'm wondering if it's something like just a magnet or a gatekeeper that you cannot really afford to rest there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm surprised. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, magnet would make sense.
Yeah, just hoping that runner doesn't check there, basically. I think you're quite a bit behind here as the corporation, so you have to maybe take those bit more aggressive lines. Oh, and it also could be something like border control, because Aumakua on one counter is enough to stop you.
Yeah, it's true. There's no world that you'd want to as long as the runner had enough clicks to run back, that you'd want to just use it like a border control.
turns into so low value at that point. Server 3 getting and runner here rolling archives twice in a row, just getting those free virus counters. Oh, not at least there's more virus at least.
A clickless dirty laundry.
Yeah,
so
it's still free 3 credits.
Oh, and wheels. There's just like so many clicks available for this deck.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see like the first big deal that we might see with wheels typically being reserved for like the deep dive decks.
Yeah. Deep dive versus big deal. Like really these epic power cards.
Yeah, totally.
Putting it out. That's interesting. And now that the shibboleth is on 1 strength, there's not that many cards ice that I wouldn't res. Like Magnet might not res if it's broken for 1, but if it's broken for 3,
yeah, it starts to add up at some point. I could see like a border control or even like drafter I res because it costs 4. So
I mean, it wouldn't make sense unless the runner was really desperate to have like a ablative on the room, right?
Yeah,
I mean the corp, unless the corp was really desperate. So
I think ablative is one of those eyes that you preferably put on central servers though.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like you want that on the central so that you can res it to put the void in the remote or the Rashida in the remote.
It might have been just like a desperation play that I don't have a remote, I have to push something now. So put like a ablative there, just hoping that the runner doesn't have like the turtle in their turn.
Yeah. I wonder.
Oh, and just getting the boomerang in. And I don't see the innermost eyes getting rest here even.
There is. If the outer ice does stop the runner, then you could res them both. And if it was that border control we were talking about, then you could use it here to...
That could be interesting. It also eats the boomerang, so you don't have to deal with that in future. But
yeah, but if we res the outermost ice, right, and the boomerang gets used, then that situation. But
and another midnight just getting stolen. It's like 0 ice rest currently.
Yeah. And now that ice is boomeranged, if you didn't res it this time with your 15 credits, I don't know when you're going to res it. I feel like that server 1 is like basically uniced.
Yeah, it feels like it at least. And like the runner can basically just sit back here and fish for accesses on central servers.
Yeah. Interesting run on archives there.
Basically clicking for a credit, but with style, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
I guess if you play in a meta with market forces or something, that could be an option where you offload your credit, but I don't think PD is going to import those.
Yeah. I mean, they might have forgot about them a virus or something and thought they would get a credit and a counter.
Oh, yeah, that also could be an option.
Yeah. But if the ice on server 3 isn't going to get rezzed, we can just start using wheels for a credit every turn on the bankroll.
Yeah, that's true.
And if at that point, like, you just start feeling really bad for not rezzing that ice a long time ago.
Yeah, even if it's like costs 1 for the runner, it still adds up to being something.
Yeah.
And you have your There's seems launch getting discarded. So what could be in HQ that's more important than a seamless launch for a PD? Maybe you have 2 seamless launches already in your hand, so you don't need the third one.
I wonder if this PD is deciding to give up completely on scoring out of the remote and is just going to try to big deal everything. Because, like,
if you're not going to res your remote ice... I would bet money against that. Like,
I know, right? But like, at what point do you just not res your remote ice, right? Like, if you're not gonna, you have no agenda scored. You've got to make the remote taxing.
How in which life you're going to score 3 big deals? That's some like
I
infinite
mean,
credit runner corporations type beat.
no, for sure. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Eternal's
Theoretically, you
infinite
could, I
credit
mean,
CI combo deck.
yeah, for sure. I mean, you could potentially
Mm.
like biotic something. I don't know. I'm just surprised.
Yeah,
It could be that the remote.
it might be that the ice is just so porous that it doesn't make sense for you to res
Yeah.
stuff like maybe a magnet into a border control, where it's kind of like the illusion of runner being having problems to run through there is better. Like if you install one more and then just like install card there, it might deter the runner from checking it, but I think at like these top tables, I think the runner has probably a pretty good idea that the ice doesn't do too much on server 3 here. If you get
Yeah, for
through
sure.
there for too many times. I think like at some lower levels of play, you look at like unrest dice and think that's pretty scary. It could be anything. And again, going through archives just for fun. At least you get one card that was face down to flip here. And we see 2 big deals in the bin already.
Wow, that's a lot of big deals. You have to be pretty committed. Yeah. It makes me think that there's a third big deal in the hand, right? Like if you are planning that much, like really planning on building your deck around big deal, and you've discarded 2 of them already, there's a decent chance you have another one in your hands.
Yeah, that's true. And do we see it just like third run on server 2 where nothing is rest? Oh, at least now there's MIC getting rest, so could be something else also. But now corporation rests 2 eyes and is pretty poor already. Like 7 credits is not enough to rest 2 eyes, especially when one is boomeranged already.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. It was Gatekeeper.
Yeah, and looks like looks like this is a border control here. I would assume so.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean,
border control into an agenda on server 3 would make sense to me. No. Just a manager.
Okay, that's funny. The Gatekeeper, being able to blind boomerang a Gatekeeper is so helpful.
Yeah, now Gatekeeper turns into a pretty weak piece of ice. Yeah, I guess that makes sense why you don't want to res it.
Yeah. It feels bad, but it still costs 2, right? So
yeah,
it prevents the wheels like just farming the remote. And if you're gonna force them to run through the remote a bunch of times, like if this deck does have a void, making it cost anything is really helpful.
Yeah, sometimes you just have these situations where you have Anoetic Void Monogram, or just Anoetic Void where running doesn't actually cost you anything and you don't have enough cards in HQ to keep up with the runner just checking it.
The math works out for the runner to just like completely like run you out of cards and credits if they run it every turn and click through. But if it costs them like anything, then they like slowly kind of, well, it costs them anything more than 1, they can like slowly bleed out.
Yeah, just like getting those free checks and like getting Anoetic, using Anoetic multiple times starts to cost quite a bit.
For sure.
And this looks like the deep dive turn, right? Just an Ika one from HQ.
Okay.
Always happens when you try to set up for a deep dive. Just snipe the agenda.
For sure.
Cannot do your cool plays. Yeah, and corporation
just
getting
flooded.
Oh yes, 5 agendas in hand. Then you cannot actually do too much.
That's rough. It looks like the PD just kind of like got what they needed in the wrong order. So like a lot of agendas early, and then
scoring
like,
tools and something later on.
Yeah, not the ice that they needed for the remote, and yeah, just rough draw.
Yeah, I think this is a second game for PD that like the consistency machine doesn't has just hasn't started.
Mm-hmm.
And so what tables haven't we seen yet? Or what players? I think we haven't seen.
Have we seen Janktivist? I know that I know we've seen
We
Ash.
haven't, and we
Ash
haven't seen
Ku.
Loop from like early on already yet. So
Okay.
I think
You know
table 2 or table 3. You can choose.
I know that we've seen table. Let's ask table 2. Let's see if they
All right.
play. Oh, no, we're not.
Getting the same Janet lag or
Yeah. I was like, this is a PD game that's already over. Okay, yep, they're fine with the stream.
Yep. And this looks like a classic Loop versus R plus deck.
Yeah.
At least
Like,
there is 5 points already scored, so it is not that bad though.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting matchup for sure, because like often the R plus can get ahead, and you just like as Loop, you kind of like need to stabilize and lock them down before they like run away with the game. And this will be interesting to see. Like the R plus could win if they can like pull this off, but the Loop,
I think
is in a pretty good position here.
I think the corporation needs Runner to like misplay once, and then it's kind of over. So Runner probably has this, but needs to play solidly for the entire game.
Yeah, I think that's how I would.
Yeah, you cannot just like trash something, hit oppo, and float a tag or something like that. You just have to play like clean.
It is also it's hard in the it's difficult as the runner because Loop is generally like a really poor runner. Like Loop doesn't make very much money. And so Oppo for 4 tags can be really rough to like, especially if you've had to deal with some things, bouncing back from that or like dealing with that can be really hard.
Yeah. At least you have stuff like Solidarity Badge clearing down to 3, so you have time to actually click Fermenter and then just clear the tags. So you kind of have ways to clear out the tags. So,
but I wouldn't be surprised to see like a situation where the corp like installs either like a wage workers in an agenda and then plays Oppo for 8, or like installs and advances a Bologna with a seamless in hand and then Oppos for the 4 tags. So like those type of forks I think are like one of the few things. But then like as the corp you also need like probably to have shipment from Flabirsk like ready to follow up if they get into your
I think it comes down that Loop can deal with any situation but cannot deal with multiple situations continuously like really fast.
Yeah,
Fermenter takes time to actually roll up. You can clear just one tag with Solidarity Badge. So
yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated. I mean, it's gonna be like a hard game for the Loop, but I like don't think I'd want to sit down as the core player.
Yeah, I think it's like Loop player needs to play really solidly, but it's still a runner favorite matchup in the end.
Yeah, for sure. Hitting interesting. Yeah, and you just imp that. That makes sense.
Yeah,
I was like hitting a virus like in that situation would be like devastating.
Oh yeah, just like I really love the line of just install my virus raw, and opponent like uses the Nopkuri to feed imp and just everything gets cleared out. But actually, like Audrey staying up or getting the one virus from clearing the tag is pretty huge. Or trashing the virus.
My virus. Yeah, it can be really, really so interesting. I think you just leave that.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so. You don't really mind that being there.
It's like filling up a remote. I guess that remote only costs you 1 to run, right? So it's not. It's
Yeah,
barely anything of a remote.
Yeah, and I think you need your money for other things more.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't start seeing the Lou just running HQ here. I mean, we'll see what gets installed, right? Like the play pattern is trash the things on the board. If there's no things on the board, trash the things from HQ. There's no things on the board or in HQ. You're pretty fine.
Yeah, and then you can just set up, or if you have conduit, you can activate that win condition as well. But yeah, I think if there's nothing on HQ or table, I think you just click for credits at that point.
I gotta hop off and I go.
So I would assume corporation's goal here is just to do something on remote server 11 to get something going on. But it's really pretty hard at this point to see what would happen. Yeah, just running server 11, getting that free check. And if it's a card you don't like seeing there, you just imp it instantly. Yeah, just free imp counters basically. And now you already have also set up the buffer drive loop for the strike funds that you basically use for free and just loop them eternally. So it's really hard to get runner's credits down at this point. And Audrey on 4 credits feels like some of the like dire boat meta times where your ice basically doesn't matter at all anymore, with Audrey boss so basically clearing everything for free or at least for 1 credit. And the situation looks pretty dire, even though corporate runner hasn't scored actually any points yet. There is 2 points in archives with the spin doctor, so now runner basically has to just keep table clear, check central servers, and then you just win at some point. Probably with 1 run, I would assume. Drawing a second card as well. I think these are the games where corporation actually might also end up milling themselves. You just don't have enough tools to actually challenge the corporate runner here. I would assume at least. But still you have to take, like in tournament games, you have to take every out you can. There is still like really solid time to actually play it out, so there's no need to get hasty with it. And of course, Netrunner is such a like difficult game sometimes that it is totally reasonable for the runner to just mistake 1 time. Like 1 time forget to clear a tag, miss something, hit Funhouse on HQ, run through, hit Behold or something. And then you float 3 and lose the game due to that, but yeah, just icing R&D, getting a credit up. It's going to be pretty tough here. Yeah, trashing still skills carrying for two free credits and buffer driving it back. which is just like, 10 minutes in time. Yeah, and Jankto is just like calling out that there is a time during these games. It's not like you want to rush anybody, but it's good to be mindful that there is a timer. Like sometimes you are really stuck on some lines that you have to think about stuff. You really have to think about your outs, especially in these really hard to read board states. But like it would be a really sad ending if the runner just doesn't hit any agendas from HQ. HQ or any like remote server, it could like turn up pretty ugly for you. And Mesnit just actually paying 2 credits to use, so there goes a strike fund. And a steel skin scarring to get that last strike fund back to hand. And getting through means that you hit an Oppo research as well, that you just imp as well. I believe shipment from Vladisberg was not imped. Oh, it was also, so... Oh yeah, you just charged the other imp as well. Labor rights coming back down, meaning that you get back labor rights, strike fund, DJ fenders, yeah, just allowing you to farm the corporation even more. And here just at some point you have to do something. You might as well just install and hope runner misplays. I think that's one of your better lines. Or install Oppo for tags. And hope the runner doesn't like clear everything. Yeah, but no, not enough money for the Oppo here. Could be a checkist giant. Clearing out Botulus means... Yeah, I don't think that Botulus is ever getting installed here. Hits server 12. Yeah, that's a crypto that you probably just hit with Audrey. Oh, imp it away just because you can. There's no reason to actually steal it. It just basically opens up yourself for some really difficult lines. Getting free checks on central servers here. And you basically have to just find one Bellona in the last part of the game. Drawing back up. Yeah, there's strike fund getting used. Just like, yep. The runner is going to use it anyway at some point here. So why not just do it now? Install on server 2 or 12. I guess you just install like agenda or like a agenda something and hope that you can manage. But runner going through server going to hit server 1, paying the 1 credit to actually go through, and then just paying 0 credit to go through server 12 here. Yeah, Pink, I think the biggest botulus on it ever. Just like no Marine campaign. Yeah, I guess you leave it. Just it stays for a table so long that it doesn't even kind of help against the milling strategy. Although timer could be coming up pretty quickly. So if you can manage to hold on without runner actually finding any more agendas, you kind of like win at some point. Now you probably do go just HQ. So 4 points in archives currently. So Cronin needs to find at least one agenda point to be able to tie the game, and any more is probably a timed win at least. Or if Cronin has already done the last action. Missed trigger. And I think there is some like 5 minutes left in the game. So it's oh yeah, misses the Marilyn race. But yeah, I don't think it matters too much here. Even one agenda point is kind enough. So this probably is not an agenda. I think if you try to play like the timed win game, you just hold on HQ. This could be a ping, so if you hit ping and a card from R&D that tags you, might be ending up pretty badly for you. But I guess there's not enough cards that actually tag you for enough. Simul chipping back the other imp, just yeah, free imp value. There goes a ping. Yeah, giant runner of getting huge amount of credits just farming the like strike fund. Yeah, install drawing up. I think that should be game, I believe. Because the runner can just check R&D once and imp the card from there. Yep, there goes PSA. And server 1 just for good measure to make sure that you don't lose the game for some shenanigans. Federal fine rating goes, and that is game right there, I believe. Yeah, there's the deck out. 39 minutes, just like 3 minutes left in the round. And Chengdu is, even with time pressure, staying really calm and collected, not trying to rush the opponent at all, just like allowing even the take back on Marlin campaign was really nice. Do we still have games left? I think server 29 could be an option. I'll go ask. And yeah, I believe it was. I think it was the Gendown server 1. So just basically run here. Really interesting eavesdrop deck though. Do you eavesdrop? There's no symbol drop here, but yep, looks like we got here just to see the end. End of a really floating 3 tags, but yeah, I think this setup is just so good. I think the round is coming to an end right now, and I believe we should have almost everyone paired already, and I believe in the chat, so we have 40-minute lunch break right now, so we should be starting back up on bit past 30 or 10:30. So I'll change the screen and let everybody go get lunch. All right, we're back a bit earlier than expected. Oh.
Are we live?
Yeah, I just have some issues with Discord. It's looping voice on stream, I think. Couple of seconds. Oh, it might be that it's looping from your mic, I think.
You're picking up what? Sorry.
It's looping my voice through your mic.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll get something.
Yep, no worries. So looking at the matchups, I think table 3 could be really nice to watch. First lot we see, and we get to see what Tuno has been cooking with the Asa. So I'll go ask. I think we're repairing the rounds. Do you want to introduce yourself? It's not looping anymore.
Oh yeah, I went and grabbed my headphones. Hey everybody, this is Radiant, aka Sam. I'm Seattle area TO regular player. I'm on Team Montalboss, and I volunteer for NSG on the organized play team. And Abraham, Man in the Moon, good friend of mine. So here to support him as a judge and commentator, since this started a bit early for me to want to compete.
Yeah, I think it's starting a bit early for you and a bit late for me.
Oh yeah. Are you Finland? Am I remembering that right?
Finland, yeah. So
yeah.
UTC +2, so it's almost 11 already here. So.
Oh wow. Yeah.
We'll see how long it goes.
Yeah. Well, there's a whole cut too, so.
Yeah, I hope I can manage. So.
Did you have your eye on any matches in particular? I haven't checked the matchup chart yet.
I really want to see Tuno's Asa group deck, and.
Oh, I love Asa.
Yeah, so I think table 10 could be cool if you can jump in there and ask Vovarlock how. Is he okay with being on stream? I think Tuno said already that it is okay with being on stream.
All right, I'm asking.
Yep. So it's Asa against what is probably going to be like the standard glue deck that we have seen for all evening already.
They both said sure.
Yep.
All right, yeah.
It's going to be interesting what the Asa deck is going to do. There have been a couple of different versions that have been seeing play. Stuff like Suns and City Grid Asa, or something like CTC, the Worm, I think was the list name.
Oh yeah. The incredibly rushy wage workers MIT lit. Well, I guess all awesome lists are wage workers. So
yeah, I think wage workers. Card, it's basically faction defining card, I think. And then there's also like the list that Sokka played that is like just PD but from Asa.
Yeah, using the fully operational to get a significantly more gas than PD can provide a lot of the time, and then using wage workers as a fourth click for setting up your board, and then also a de facto seamless launch since you're not PD.
Yeah, and you can also do really interesting stuff with Tatubola and Ablative Barrier, for example, just getting back those defensive upgrades and getting those clicklessly, which is really nice.
Yeah. Another fun thing you can do with Tatu and Asa is if the runner checks the remote and let's say you thought they didn't have the tool to get into the server and it turns out that they installed on that turn, you can use the Tatubola to overwrite the agenda with a spin doctor and then be safe.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
All right, but have we seen this Asa yet? Do we
not
actually
at all.
have any idea
I don't
what
think we have seen it at all. So it's going to be interesting what deck it is going to be. And I really wonder what the matchup is going to be into like this really popular loop deck.
Pretty typical Asa start. I'd have to imagine that's probably a Rashida behind a hard ETR, or at least they're pretending it is. Oh, guess not.
So, just a Bregolet. Makes kind of sense.
Feels a bit worse without the wage workers, but
you really like to see the one extra click after those turns.
Yeah. I haven't played against as Asa against this Lu deck in particular, but I played Asa against Freedom quite a bit, and it can be pretty rough, especially with the imps and your fully operationals aren't safe, which Asa group tends to lean kind of hard on having that ability to just gain 7 credits or draw 6 cards off a single click.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Here, I'm responding. You can use Spin Doctor. You can use Spin Doctor to shuffle 0 cards back in.
Yeah, it's one of the interaction that comes up so rarely, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's no change in game state is so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's one.
Sorry, you were saying?
It shuffles the deck. That's the change in game state, right?
Yeah. The no change in game state would consider the remove from game as a cost. If it didn't shuffle the deck, you wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, one of those rules that you kind of have to just learn the hard way sometimes.
Yeah, wow, really wanting to hamper this Lu's ability to... I mean, that single trash would have cost 1 credit and gained the Lu 2 cards, so I can see why they did that. This definitely looks like I'm not sure if Tuno just has a subpar draw, or if this is like a much slower Glacier type of Asa. It's such a versatile ID that it's really hard to say this early.
Yeah, I think it looks like something new and different to me. Like Double Ice HQ, it may be because Blue just kind of pressure HQ pretty heavily. If Warlock gets like the imp going and then HQ just starts bleeding.
Yep. I have a feeling that's exactly what would have happened had HQ not been Double Ice.
Yeah.
So good call there.
Having there as a brand on R&D can't be really happy with that, but at least it's some protection on R&D, so you're not dying there. Right.
Every other turn you can run it for a click. It's just not too bad. Good purge.
Yeah, so many counters of Fermented and Imp. Warlock really needing the Nopcurry at some point. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you keep speaking things into existence. There's the flop.
Yeah, just...
I got to imagine that the Corp just maybe has a handful of operations or something, or they're not very interested in expanding wide.
Yeah, it sometimes like A-size is going to build like 2 remotes only, but even if you have consistently 2 remotes, full operational still is a really great card. So I don't think think you need to build ASA as like full of 3-5 servers deep.
When but the temptation's there.
Yeah. And Ansel getting rest as well. Like Tuno got really good econ start with the regulated mining license.
Maybe trying.
Yeah, the money is drying up pretty fast.
Just an eco, not bad. That explains. That explains the res. Yeah. Okay. All right. We figured it out, chat.
At least Vorok had the clicks remaining.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to wonder if he was playing around that or just kind of got lucky and it's like, shit, glad I had the 2 clicks left.
Yeah, like even 1 click is almost enough there, but like you want really to have the 2. Otherwise your Nob Craig gets blown out or...
Now this alpha is building up quite a bit of ice, starting to build up their board, but with the slow development, they're not really trying to push any points or make any aggressive plays. This Lou deck, when it's fully set up and just infinitely cycling the strike funds at the end, dripping 4 credits a turn, like the Lou deck can be quite fierce in the end game. So we'll see if it pans out. Having to also take it slow.
Is just so sick. You basically can get everywhere at the end game, and you just start recurring your most important pieces with labor rights. You just get those fermenters, those simul chips back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to imagine this Lou is also on buffer drive, which lets you do the infinite Audrey cycling, which is also quite potent.
Yeah,
you have all that money and you barely spend it to break things.
The only issue in that game plan I can see is like you need to get consistent order counters, but like everything seems to be iced up in the later stages of the game. You can even get the single ice servers, which make it really tough to actually get more than 1 order counter to actually get through stuff from HQ and R&D.
Yeah, well, they, through a combination of imp and knob carry and simul chips to refresh the imp, they might be able to pull it off. But yeah, even more ice coming out, and the ice that we've seen is chunky, so it could be difficult for Audrey. We'll see.
Yeah, but
just charging the Audrey here, I assume. Yeah,
it definitely has enough money to resp like really scary ice here. If you hit something like a Tira or Ansel here, it's going to be pretty rough, I would assume.
Big think coming from Tuno.
I can totally understand it.
There's also in this type of situation is the Lou having to be conscious of Mavericks is spooky. If you run a Hagen, or like in this case, you're running with no clicks left. If they res an Ansel and then pop a Mavericks and purge, that's pretty terrible for you.
Oh yeah, totally. Or if you res Ansel and then opponent commits to access, you just virus. Oh, there's yeah, that's it.
All right. This deck is spicy.
Yeah, there goes something.
I
believe.
I mean, there's definitely going to be at least 1 trash. You wonder if they're going to install the ganks on HQ from archives.
Yeah, but at least here runner can just stop accessing, stop the runner. So you might just take 2 trashes, I think.
Yeah, but the runner can jack out, but that would mean if you put the gank on HQ, then HQ is pretty much safe for a while, and not getting that. Yeah, not getting the imp trash, not getting the Audrey counter back, it would definitely it would slow Lou's roll quite a bit.
Definitely. Oh yeah, Bran actually.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's one of those rulings that you remember just when it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, surprised they just ended the run there instead of taking the ganked, which you would have to think would have also effectively just ended the run. Oh, oh, that's a good,
Oh yeah.
good score. Sorry, you were saying?
I wonder, like, you get ganked, then you cannot threaten it out from any other server.
Oh,
which
yeah, fair
might
point.
be an option. Like if I have a second Ravana somewhere and.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Hippo here is really good.
Yeah, yeah, that's big.
Yeah.
Now this Trees is just useless.
And you now you want to see the ganked. Oh, offered office. I think you're happy with that also.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now it has a really like big choice. Do you ice up HQ or do you actually score out on server 1 if it's an agenda?
I think server 1's looking pretty safe right now. The Knobkiri is gone. This Audrey is only going to have one more counter, I think, at most, unless the Lu goes and trashes the. Oh, or they're just going to score it. Never mind.
Oh yeah. Second install on server 1 as well. Leaving HQ.
Yeah, they do just leave HQ open. That's surprising.
Can Overlock go in and just like imp on HQ and Elders with Rubies?
Oh, wow.
Going back.
I mean, game could be over in one more run.
I guess so.
It's possible that Tuno just doesn't have more ice too.
Yeah, totally. And
they have installed quite a bit.
It probably cannot like score out anything actually. Like I would not assume it can score out the Ikawa project here.
Yeah, I'd assume not.
Warlock probably can even close that angle out completely if he just runs HQ here.
Yeah. Oh, losing that wage workers kind of sucks. I think that was probably going in server 3 if Tuno found the time.
Yeah, I would assume so. So server 1 feels like a Rashido now? You think?
Or an upgrade. I'd have to imagine this is on Skunkworks, given that it's on ganked. I mean, it could also be a ganked. A lot of mind games with this deck.
Yeah, totally. Like every upgrade is going to be pretty scary here.
Yeah. Could even be just a Triest so that if the Lu runs it to check, they get blown out by something.
Yeah. You basically have to run server 1 HQ first click every time.
Mm-hmm.
If you end it on last click, you kind of get blown out easily.
Yeah. No, this is an immensely click taxing deck. I'd be very surprised if Skunkworks wasn't in here.
Yeah, that would make complete sense.
I wonder if Tuno is considering whether they should draw more. Hopefully, like coming into some ice or something, but then being concerned about drawing more agendas, or having agendas in hand already and not wanting to flood further. Oh, looks like that Spin Doctor likely drew them in ice.
Yeah, I would assume so. And we have seen already 2 hippos, so it's going.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about this naked install. This looks like it's just giving Lu the chance to charge Audrey.
Yeah, it looks.
That seems really questionable.
Especially like wage workers, which like is the thing that threatens out scoring on server 1.
Yeah, you definitely wanted that wage workers in 3 and the Spin Doctor naked.
I guess it probably did not have any more ice in HQ, so you kind of have to choose: do you ice up HQ or do you ice up the wage workers? And then it ends up being exactly the same case at the end.
All right, Lu getting rebuilt after that initial onsell blowout. I mean, it is a bit spooky because Asa can theoretically never advance in Ikawa.
Yeah. You also have tools like Big Deal that we have seen in Ace decks that can generate huge amounts of money.
Oh, that's true. Oh, all right. Looks like Tuno's pushing.
Looks like the Ikawa project to me.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a very crackable server. This poor Lu is either holding their simul chips or just not finding them because I mean, this 2 simul chips would go a long way with being able to move Botulus around. Oof, this you might just have to go for game on centrals here.
Can you just go click one, send it to HQ, or send it server 1, and click through click through a Biroid, and then just order the 2 eyes.
Oh yeah, because you can just imp the Ikoa. You don't need the last click. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Yeah, although it is pretty feels pretty bad because of the Spin Doctor on server 3 just keeping that Eco unstealable at that point. So you kind of would want to click for a credit first, and then you don't struggle actually like having the extra click to steal the Eco project. So.
Oh, there's a simul chip. Wow,
and that's not an ice you want to see there.
So many chunkers.
So
I think here though you could move the Botulus pretty safely and let the first sub fire because even if the Corp installs an ice back there, like they're not going to be able to res all 3 of these ice.
Yeah, I assume so. Like and you get a free Ravana or free Drafter, so
yeah.
I think Ravana is pretty rough for you because it actually takes 2 cards out of your hand from Audrey. And have we seen any strike ones yet? We have seen 1, or we have seen 2 strike ones, so it's a bit unlikely that there's 1 in hand. I think that sometimes opens up lines where you can steal the Igwa project kind of out of nowhere. Oh, there's the strike fund.
Yeah. Actually, Ravana's not too bad because Botulus breaks it perfectly.
Oh yeah, that's totally true.
If they move it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think on this turn though, like as Warlock, you're playing to buy yourself another turn or 2. You're not too concerned with the fact that this Ikoa is likely to just get recurred by the spin.
Yeah, I would assume so that you'd want the game to continue.
Big thing from Tuno.
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
I don't know. Is this Portuguese?
I think both players are from Italy, so it's probably Italian.
Oh, Italian.
Yeah, both players were at Italian nationals at least.
Makes sense. I don't read it, do you? Obviously, I thought it was Portuguese.
I see a couple of different words here and there. Like you see,
I know
you see install there at some point. And
oh, yeah. No, okay, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, see?
Oh, that's sick.
There's the trick, yeah. It's like tattoo at home. Hello, Abraham.
Hello. I just hopped in my game. I'm busy. It's fun to commentate.
Yeah.
You're running a 64-person tournament. Takes some time.
Crazy turnout. Nice job.
Yeah, it's going mostly really smoothly. Only few things putting hiccups in the way.
All right, yeah. That definitely was the Ikoa.
Yeah, I
wonder
what's
in server 1.
Only thing you might do is like advance something else just to bluff that it's an Ikoa and force interaction, but that seems...
It's too big to fail.
Oh, right.
What?
Whoa.
What
That's
exciting. They're showing a lot of influence.
I think you could expect something like a big deal right now.
I played against Too Big to Fail PD in Worlds, and they were on big deal as their part of
also with Rubish.
Oh.
Warlock just needing 1 point more, and it would feel like HQ is kind of flooded, and you probably want to go back in there just to get the imp counter. Use imp to trash something at least.
I'm not sure if HQ is flooded at this point with 5 agendas and the Ikawa being shuffled back in.
HQ was flooded, but everything got stolen out of it.
Yeah, if anything, I think it looks like they're drawing for an agenda. I don't know if that 5th ice was necessary. Nope. Yep. All right. Tuno agrees. Yeah.
And can you do something like is there like seamless launch or something? Like biggest threat I think here is going to be a Rashida probably. One seamless launch is already gone, and I wonder if this kind of deck plays more than one seamless launch.
I mean the double icing HQ could be protecting 2 seamless launches in hand potentially.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So is it fair to do something like run HQ and see if 2 Noras has an ice there, and then go server 1 with all of your like although yeah, going through brand sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's an argument to be made that that Warlock potentially wanted to move that Botulus over to Braun before his turn started. If he plans on running that server.
Yeah, that would make total sense. But then, like, you run there and hit another Bran, or even in worst case, it's like the next Ansel or something.
Yikes! Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is seeing the Trieste and ganked. It just adds a level of fear to any HP deck.
Yeah. I remember at Worlds 2022, I played Asa, and I just put 1 Trieste in the deck, which I almost never used, but my opponents would see it in R&D, and then they'd be scared to run for the whole game, which was all it was supposed to do. I don't think I ever used it, but it did its job. And add in the ganked, that's another level of just feel like you can't make any kind of prediction about what's going to happen.
Yeah, and ganked, when ganked hit, it really hits. Like,
Oh, that's exciting.
21 credits, I think there is some ice that's going to be rest on server 1.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if this was another Rashida in the remote into a big deal for a close. If Rashida's in the bank.
Is Lou showing Clot?
No close red card.
They're not. Yeah.
Yeah,
but you're in the position where you could Clot from hand with Audrey.
That's true.
Oh yeah. So
I've seen some of these Lou decks aren't playing Clot, which just pure hubris in my opinion. But
you are imping like all of the fast advance pieces out of hand, like optimally.
Sure.
Trashes imp from hand. All right.
Yeah. This is credit perfect to score Ika off of Rashida with big deal.
Oh yeah.
All right.
But
let's see.
Res? Yeah.
Oh, not a Rashida.
Okay.
Oh, I would just love to see what's in Tuno's hand. I feel like I have no idea what's going on their end.
It's hands. Yeah, I wonder if there's. Yeah, I was looking at this. I was like, you could also see like a hedge fund advance big deal in Iqua that's already installed in server 1 or something.
Yeah.
I just want somebody to win with a big deal on stream. I don't think has it happened yet?
Not today, but I think there must have been some stream where it happened.
Oh, certainly. I was just talking about.
Oh yeah, Italian Nationals Grand Finals at least. Big deal is such an like explosive card that can sometimes just happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, for sure. Seeing these lists playing too big to fail makes me definitely think that big deal is too big to fail is an interesting choice too when your runner's rig doesn't really require money.
Yeah.
Like this loop deck is built kind of around the fact that it doesn't need money to trash things. It doesn't need money to break ice. It just kind of like uses the cards and gets money just for installing a few things. You're like, okay, you're not going to use the money. The bad pub doesn't do anything bad for me. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I think
You gotta.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I insist.
Like sometimes Ace has trouble bouncing back up from using those low credit totals. Like you have fully operational, but that's kind of it sometimes. So getting the like quick bounce back with big deal might be huge, or too big to fail.
All right, Lou's going for it. You gotta feel that if you're a Warlock, you probably feel like you've bought 4-ish extra turns at this point. Just like every turn is potentially the last, and yet it hasn't quite lined up for Tuno yet.
Yeah, and
we'll see if the server's assailable.
Can you get blown out by something like ganked Trieste on this remote? Like,
I
don't think you can spend your clicks.
I don't think you
around.
care. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if you have an ablative here, and the inner ice is gonna. So this will get back Trieste, and then if we get an inner ice, that's a Byroid.
Oh yeah.
Ick.
So this could be like this could easily be like Ravanna and ganked on the inside, right? So interesting.
On HQ. Ooh.
That makes me think there might
be... understand that.
There probably is some like cards Tuno want to hold in HQ, I would assume.
There might not. If the inner ice isn't a Byroid, or potentially if the card in server 1
no, yeah, just a magnet.
It's already a Trieste. Okay. This could be a Trieste gank situation.
Yeah, at least Warlock has those clicks left, so it wouldn't end the game here. Right on the spot.
No, yeah, it wouldn't. Though I wouldn't be surprised by Rashida. Running this server again is going to be very hard.
And hitting Ravana here.
Is this a world where there's two ganks?
Oh, that would be sick, though. Simulchip is here to save the day.
Yeah. Makes sense. Is that another gank? It is a Trieste. That's...
Yeah. But Warlock having those extra clicks, meaning that he can just like clear it out and Tuno loses too many resources, maybe.
This big deal is looking a lot less likely.
Yeah.
That's true.
But running server 1 is not going to be fun in this match.
No.
No, for sure. If you res the Trieste on the Ravanna, like it costs the clicks, but the runner doesn't complete the run then. But I guess there's a world where you want that, because like the botchless and but I guess the magnet was pretty high value, right? Resing the magnet.
It's Simulchip which is really nice here.
Yeah,
it ate up the Simulchip and... Oh, sorry, Abraham.
Oh yeah, it took the botchless off the Braun, which having the botchless on the Ravanna seems better for the corp. But yeah, it ate the Simulchip and it moved the botchless to what I think would be a less ice.
That's what I was gonna say anyway.
Yeah, okay. Though gank looping on Ravanna is just the most rude things that you can do.
I would really want to see Tuno do the like raindrops cut stone looping between two Ravanas. That's another like all-timer. I just really wonder what server Warlock can actually like attack here to get that last point. Everything seems kind of heavily iced, and I would not want to go HQ with that gank there.
It's definitely a very discouraging board state, and you don't even know what the inner ice is on R&D, so you have to like break a brawn just to find out what that ice is.
I don't think the Corp can realistically res that ice though. If they plan to, I mean, they're going to need 4 to 5 credits to score. I don't know. That seems like a stress point you can push
For sure.
as Lou.
Yeah, and Lou is probably going to start the Strike Fund engine up here in just a moment. So
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the inner ice on R&D be a botch, be a magnet.
yeah, could make
Based on
total
the
sense.
fact that, yeah. So that's also that's an ice that I could imagine seeing resed.
Tuna
Math
maybe
time.
thinking about like just install advance on server 1 right now.
Mhm.
I think.
Yeah, the clock's ticking for them. 6 cards in R&D.
Yeah, it's going to end quite quickly here. It like drew really fast at some point in the game when it probably did not have anything to do, just like blacking ice or something. But if you go install advance, I think runner can get a single of R&D, even if, or maybe like 2 access of R&D, even if it can protect server 1 enough. And with these amounts of agendas on the table versus cards in R&D, I think the odds are quite decent for the runner here.
I wonder if Tuno drew most of them, most of the agendas, hence the ganked on HQ, just to further deter the runner.
And there,
All right.
there it is.
After about a minute of math, looks like Tuno figured, no, this is doable.
Yeah, I think
Mm-hmm.
it does make sense here. You still have to click through multiple things and you don't have enough order counters yet.
I think if you run archives, install simulchip, run the remote. I haven't fully mathed that out, but I think that works.
And that's aligned to imp the echo, right?
Even imping the echo is probably enough here.
Yeah, for sure.
There is still one more Spin Doctor still in the deck, but I think again Overlock is happy with game not ending next turn.
You have to eat a Ravana, right?
No, you click through it. Yeah.
Wait, but you have to deal with the Brawn and the Ravana. So do you simul chip the run?
Yeah, I think you move the Onsol Botulus to Brawn, and then you click Ravana once, and then you break a Magnet Ablative with Audrey, and then you imp the Ikawa, and Tuno can't install advance, and still score out the next turn.
Yeah. That would be like...
So get the imp counter from the archives?
Yeah. We know they have the symbol chip.
You don't get that. You need the imp counter for that line,
and
the Audrey counter is what you.
Oh, get. You're right. Yeah,
that's a good catch.
Okay, shoot. Yeah. Also, they might not. Warlock might not have another symbol chip. These lists typically are not playing Carmen, so that might be where 2 influence went. I can't imagine. I can't imagine they would cut symbol chip, which is like one of the best cards in the deck for that, but maybe.
It could. We haven't seen Conduit or Tranquilizer, so that's where the influence could have come from.
Yeah, so I think this math is just going to end up being that you cannot steal server 1, so you just go R&D and then HQ, or 2 times R&D, depending on if Tuno resists the ice on R&D.
Is there a world? Oh, I've got a line that would work. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts. but you actually steal the Ikoa. So it's install simulchip, run the remote, and that lets one of the Braun subroutines fire. So the idea was you break Braun with Audrey, trashing 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Then you click through the Ravana, and then you simulchip the Audrey to get 2 more Audrey counters. No, that only gets you 1
it's
Audrey
just
counter.
one.
Ugh.
I like every way to get in there is so close, but still no. Yeah,
Incel
I
simulchip,
don't think
ship
that is
is-
just enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
A single wheels being installed makes all the difference.
Although, can you just let the brand subroutine for installing fire? I don't. Yeah, no, because ablative barrier is still in the bin.
Yeah.
Then you just get ablative barrier and the Bravana gets triested.
Yeah, I mean the ablative. Yeah.
That they can't afford to do that and score next turn though. That costs 4 credits.
Mm-hmm. They could use the
So it would buy
ablative
you.
to.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
could use the ablative to.
Oh yeah, time might. I really hope time is not a factor in this game. It always feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
This seems like the game-winning turn, right? Like
Yeah, I
This
would assume
seems
so.
like either Warlock can get this agenda, or they can't. If they get it, they probably win. If they don't, it's probably 2-0 game. But I don't know if this is not an Ikoa. That's
Yeah.
like you could just be
but
advancing it an extra time to make it look like an Ikoa, going for I don't know. Because we know that the runner, if they have simulchip in their hand, they could get in, I think, with, I don't even know.
yeah, I think it just is an R&D line here. I don't see anything else working out. But yeah, you still have to math it out as the runner here. Yeah, looks like Warlock is going R&D.
They can't res this ice, so this seems like a pretty fair run.
Mm-hmm.
It could be an ablative barrier, I guess. And then it can res it.
Yeah, but yeah, if they get an ablative out, yeah, I don't know that does that much. I don't think it makes it any worse for Lou if they. Oh, it's a wake implant. That's where the influence is.
No,
what?
Getting through.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm gonna dip out and make sure the round
Spin
concludes.
Doctor. And
because we're just about
can Warlock get back in there? Yeah, you click once and...
Yeah.
You have to click once and then clear the brand with Audrey, I think. And I think if Tuno can stop the runs, it probably would have rest the ice already, so I think you're kind of safe getting in there.
Oh, I just noticed in the log that Warlock clicked the first sub. Yeah, I guess no, I'm pretty surprised by that.
No, you cannot get in R&D anymore if Tuno reses the ablative barrier there. You had one order counter at the start of turn.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm surprised they're not installing a simulchip, which is I guess influence-wise it might not be in hand. 3, 5, 5. Oh yeah, there is a simulchip in hand. Yeah. That seemed okay. I'm very surprised that Warlock didn't want to use that.
I wonder what the math is like.
Yeah.
And again, no.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't even think
that really matter
just insult to injury. Yeah.
Yeah, gang is just like feel bad in there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh wow. Crazy game. Oh, great. Great choice, Oxer. 40 minutes exactly.
I really wonder where the agendas are. Where left in the day.
Yeah, because you'd have to imagine it's 3 Vitruvius, 3 Office, a Luminal, and 2 Ikoa.
Yeah,
So there were
would
still
make sense.
several unaccounted for.
Yeah, so there's 3 eyes somewhere, I believe. But you can actually steal 2 of them. So I think
that
Bruno is saying that there's probably, I think that means 2 in HQ. Somebody actually Italian
I
can
left the
correct
match.
me.
I missed the chat. Yeah. It seems like a good pick against how many lose that there are, given that they, like Abraham was saying, they trash for free, they break ice for free, they draw cards for free, but they still only have 4 clicks. So if you tax them that way,
and if you
it looks pretty tough.
If you get hit by the answer loop, you're the game is kind of over. All agendas were apparently in HQ.
Oh wow, yeah, that explains the ganked going there.
Oh yeah, totally. I guess that you kind of could read some way into it that there's probably something that it wants to protect in HQ if the ganked goes there. So I wonder if you can do something like run R&D first click, run R&D HQ second click, where it doesn't matter if you get ganked looped.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Like you can just eat like Ansel's up, the drafter firing.
Yeah, well, I mean, true. All it does is dilute your access, but if there are that many agendas in HQ, it probably doesn't make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's like you get one of HQ, and then you can also put the imp counter on Audrey, or the Vars counter on Audrey that you get from the Gnobkery. Although, it doesn't really matter because you just imp the card anyway. Yeah.
One fun thing that I've seen from gank loops is actually something that Abraham did, which was he caught them in a drafter ganked loop and then played your digital life to gain 27 credits because it just adds every card in archives to your hand.
It was like last turn score out or something.
Yeah. That's why I imagine that they were on your digital life just in the off chance that happened. Or I mean, it works with Asa too, but you can be hopeful.
Yeah, that is pretty like. So if it hits, it's really like you just get infinite money basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably just win the game on the spot.
Yeah, so one game still not reported.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me pull up the listings. Ganked is an interesting card because it's like if you're aware that it's in a list, or if you see it coming, there's plenty of lines to get around it. It's far from very, very far from unbeatable, but just the sheer level of punishment if you mess up on it is catastrophic, like almost nothing else. Really, I don't know, really unique in that sense, I think.
Yeah, but ganked is really interesting when you know it's coming, but sometimes it creates these blowout games.
Yeah. All right. Looks like just the one game left. And it's a Built to Last versus Shaper. It doesn't surprise me that that's the one still going.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Do you have any fellow Finns competing, or
not
teammates
Finnish,
or anything
not
like
Finnish
that?
players, but multiple people from my testing group are playing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like Warlock and Augustus Caesar, and like tiebreakers.
What group is that? Sorry if I'm uninformed.
Yeah, tiebreakers, so like mainly online, like Europe, APAC.
Makes sense. Yeah, I personally I end up not playing in a lot of online tournaments, so I was unaware.
Yeah, I think it's like AMT is basically tiebreakers versus
Hmm.
QTM sometimes.
Yeah, so I'm the TO for the circuit breaker, and I
Mm.
went through and validated like all the registrations a couple weeks ago, and yeah, I did notice Augustus Caesar is having quite a few like it was very noticeable how many like top three online placements he had, uh, or they had.
Yeah, the fam is
Yeah.
cracked. So looks like the round should be paired pretty soon. Looks like we just have one player with who has gone 5-0, and all of the rest of them have at least one loss. And looks like it's has been ending up pretty balanced, like sidewise. Which
Uh,
it's really nice to see, even in like corp meta people, there is like this balanced at least, that there's somewhat
mhm.
like the same amount of losses and wins on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's less that Corp is um like it's more the sheer diversity of corps, I
Mm-hmm.
think, than anything. That runners have to prepare for so many different angles of attack, more so than that like any individual corp is oppressive or just like dominating the meta.
Yeah,
So I totally think it's fair to say that it's a corp meta, but it is interesting how that can still play out in the results being relatively even, depending on how the matchups line up.
mm-hmm. And I think round 6 is paired. I think we haven't seen either player in table 4 yet, so if you can jump in there and ask if they're okay
Yeah,
on
sure.
being stream.
Looking for it.
So table 4 is Motion Blur versus Source. I remember Source from the Ocarina tournament that was a couple of weeks ago, where they built this like a really toxic salvo testing deck.
Oh God. All right, they said we're good to stream it.
All right.
Um, what were the stats on salvo testing again? Wasn't it? It was like a was it a really high deck size and really low influence,
I
or am
think
I
it was
imagining
actually
that?
like a 45-8 or something. So you
Okay,
kind
I
of
mean
get like
that's not the
you just get surveyors and build two like hell remotes on both centrals and fast advance everything out.
oh interesting. I mean I enjoy hearing about that and the creativity behind it. I'm glad I didn't have to play against it.
Yeah, I'm happy I was commentating the tournament, I can say.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we have 55 card Hoshiko. Unclear whether that's Mulch or the Mari, the
I really
large
hope
like
we get to
value
see at
Hoshiko
least
list.
one real Hoshiko match this tournament.
What do
I'm
you mean by
tired of
real
these fake
Hoshiko?
shapers playing.
What? Okay, I'm the complete opposite.
No.
Yeah, I Geist was my favorite deck, and then he died, and then Hive Mind Max was my favorite deck, and then that died. So I'm very glad this exists.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
full reg brained, so I just farmed that only.
uh, well, we got PD for your red brain, so
Yeah, I'm
no
really happy
worries.
with PD actually being good again. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, me too. It's probably my most played corp by sheer number of games,
Yeah,
like over the whole history of the game. All right, naked install, interesting. Probably a tranquility
yeah,
that you just
Tranquility
kind of
Grid would make
you're.
total sense here. Raindropsing HQ instantly. I wonder if you
Oh,
res here.
spin doctor. Yeah,
Oh, res here.
yeah. Draft
Interesting.
her. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
After wasn't
getting
that
the
spooky is
hedge
probably
fund
what I
back is
felt.
huge here.
And maybe get a Trank install. I don't know.
Yeah, or a free ice also is really good.
Mhm.
Just basic like saving a click
Oh,
because
and
you're either
there's the
anyways
hedge
going to
fund.
reserve.
Yeah.
Although it kind of gives 2 cards away, or 2 cards to the runner for free, but I think you're kind of happy with that either way. Especially
Yeah.
early when you just need
Definitely, I
the
think so.
credits so badly.
Hmm. You save the click, and now Tranquility will trigger on the on your next Never mind.
Yeah, I think runner just goes and kicks that down. Yes, it's Mori!
Yeah.
Yes! I
Yeah,
have not been this
55
happy
I
to
thought
see
was
case.
kind of a...
I have not been this happy to see Turbine in a long while.
I think 55 is like the most recent canonical list for that archetype. It was probably optimistic of me to think that it was mulch, but the mulch version I ended up on is also 55, so I
I
had my
think that
fingers crossed.
like the original mulch was on 52, I think, so it's totally like feasible.
It was 48, but yeah, still above minimum for sure.
Yeah, totally. It's the modern Hoshiko where you can just put any cards in your deck and say it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, DreamNet left, and then we realized, oh, like the price strike fund steel skin moshing is just as stupid
Yeah,
in
it's
terms of
so
like raw
much. Yes.
value. It's pretty crazy how little banning a card that was in every single Hoshiko list did. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's gone. She'd be completely messed up without it.
Yeah,
Or with it, excuse me.
yeah, definitely. And like it's good that now we see like real competition for the top runners, but stuff like Plat and stuff like Sable are really contesting that like spot that Hoshiko used to have.
Oh yeah, the gap is definitely smaller.
Yeah,
Totally agree
and
with that.
I'm
So good change.
installing my virus raw on R&D, just like getting those
Yeah.
counters of fermenter for free basically. And
Hmm.
really,
I think
more here is kind of nice when PD just doesn't afford to get eyes on R&D or doesn't like draw the card.
yeah, Maw can be pretty spooky for PD because a lot of them run really lean on ice, like 13 ice. So you can't guarantee you have two. Never mind. You can't guarantee you have two or even three
Yeah,
that early, and then it also makes it harder to rely on rushing your agendas out with seamless because you could just lose the seamless randomly.
yeah, you can't really afford to
It's
get those lines where you just seamless launch, advance, advance.
Yeah, I played this matchup in a CO with Jai recently, and both times it went very poorly for me. And yeah, just between Ma and how quickly the Hoshiko deck sets up, and then you throw in Banhar to beat you trying to rush behind an ice, and it seemed pretty difficult. We'll see what
Yeah,
Motion Blur can pull out.
but 2 fermenters also here, just like full gas basically. And if Source doesn't find a tool to actually get through server 3 here, Motion Blur could just like score a windmill agendas out here. But I would assume there's just going to be one bunker placed down at some point, and that kind of nullifies your thing. Oh, and Magnet here protecting, holding the line. Yeah, and now Source actually has to find an agenda, icebreaker to get those more hits, get those like Hoshiko flips even, because you are not running R&D or archives here.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, this deck finds the icebreakers very quickly.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm sure they won't. Obviously, they can't contest it this turn, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if within 2 turns they can contest any server.
Yeah, I think one problem that Mori might have is actually contesting those upgrades. Stuff like if you don't have Light the Fire or something, contesting Monogram Skunkboy is going to be pretty like tough.
Oh, and that's
and
the score
Luminol
you
is so
don't
good
want to
here.
see. Yeah.
Oh, and you install
That's
here to
huge.
get like the hedge fund also.
Yeah. No, what a great. Yeah, that is a great turn for Motion Blur.
Yeah,
That's huge.
Oh, it doesn't have the hedge fund at least.
Oh,
I think it was shuffled back by Spin Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So get some virus back.
Right, how
but
good
even
is this
virus
box?
is really good because it forces the like at some point there's going to be a free purge on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So Source probably has to clear out one of the fermenters before actually going to HQ or server 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to think once Motion Blur has a bit more money that they'll let that virus rip to stop any 4 counter fermenters. That moshing for sure, Gamble Cleaver DJ, not like the ideal moshing. Definitely have to think that they're digging for breakers with throwing away some of those cards. Oh, and here's another score. Office. Yeah.
Needs to find one more.
Don't need the hedge fund. Yeah.
But Source is going to be rolling on credits right now. 2 fermenters and then you just go HQ a couple of times. Oh,
yeah.
Echelon actually costing 5 credits here, so you cannot really get those free access on HQ yet.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, you need this buzzsaw for 2 reasons.
Yeah, totally. Other option is just to install like a random breaker, like second cleaver or something.
Mm-hmm.
And
they did just mosh one away.
Yeah, I wonder if you pre-pop Gachapon here just to try to find some breaker.
I definitely thought they were going to, yeah. Looks like Mod did not hit the seamless. Or at least not that one.
Yeah. And install advance instantly.
Oh. I mean, if this Gachapon hits a buzzsaw and then you click the fermenter, you're looking pretty...
Yeah, and I think Motion Blur is just making double sure that it's not going to hit the seamless launch.
Yeah. Not using the Gachapon. That's surprising.
Yeah, I guess you kind of don't have to pre-pop it here. But yeah, just
probably forgot. You don't have to, but you don't want to draw the card that you could have just installed with Gachapon.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it's just, you just lose out on value.
Or yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's kind of...
Okay. No hit. There's the Banar, but too late.
Yeah, you cannot get the bunker with Gachapon at least.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, what turn even is this? This is turn 7? Yeah.
Yeah, turn 7. PD going pretty fast here.
You have literally 1 click to draw Buzzsaw.
Yeah.
Or you lose. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, like and even then you just lose into MIC or... Actually, do you have even 1 click because you cannot actually install it and get enough credits to run here?
Oh, you're right, because you have to click the fermenter.
Yeah.
Okay, moshing. That helps.
Yeah,
if you draw Buzzsaw now, you install it for 2 credits.
Yeah,
and then it just depends on that server 3 ice.
Well, even then, I don't... Yeah, 5 credits.
I mean, you'd even rather draw... You'd rather draw Gachapon than the actual Buzzsaw at this point, right? Yeah.
Oh, there's Gachapon?
Oh, there it is. It's
Buzzsaw.
Right.
Okay.
Huge.
All right, going to server 3 and really hope it's not a second gatekeeper.
Yeah, or even like a Brawn. Like you're screwed if it's Brawn.
Yeah, like most ice, you just lose
screwed
here.
If it's MIC.
MIC,
yeah, it has to be Drafter or Magnet. It literally has to be Drafter or Magnet. That's it.
Hagen would be fine.
I think Hagen got mod. Oh no, it didn't. Never mind. Hagen would be fine, you're right.
Hagen would be okay, and like a random ablative or something, but those are on the central.
Oh, that's a gatekeeper. You don't have 10 credits
right.
to pay for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
GG. I mean, but it's possible Motion Blur double advanced in Office or something to force
just to
Sauce to play for the
bluff
short
it
term.
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
It also, yeah, no, totally.
Probably not, but maybe.
Yeah, you kind of have to hope.
Forces a kind of reckless moment, but
And there's the preemptive GG against PD.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's never,
Quick game, 8 turns.
every time you say GG before it's Ikawa, it's never Ikawa then.
I know. That's a proactive move.
I hate how true that is. I don't know how many times people.
Yeah, that's the Chained classic.
As the person who's always playing Ikawa, I hate how true it is. They say GG, I'm like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going for a random card R&D just because you can. But there it is, turn 8.
Yep. Makes sense.
Oof. Turn 8, 13 minutes. That's
How big was that Hoshiko deck? There's only
55 cards.
55 and
Yep.
didn't connect with the buzzsaw until 7.
Yeah, I think you kind of just have to take
Happens.
those if you're playing like a bigger deck with some variance in it.
Yeah, 55
Definitely
is
a
still
bit
not that
unlikely,
big.
but not terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you really hope that you find it before, but sometimes you just miss it.
One click short too. If there was a ability,
it's one click. Like
click fermenter and run, then it would have been fine.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been still been like a ton of credits to break, but they would have made it. And it would have been 10 credits to get through the gatekeeper.
So, what table do you want to jump in next?
We could go to table 2. I know that we've seen Charlie, Santa, and Tuno before, but it will be Tuno's other deck, and
you want to see the tool deck, I guess. I'm fine with.
I'm kind of curious to
Charlie
see.
Corping?
I think table
Charlie's
2 is
corping.
fine. If somebody
We
can
watched
go and ask.
I can ask.
Yeah.
I know we've watched some of the Thule, but I'm curious how it's able to. No stream.
All right, so
they're both yes stream.
all right.
So I went in and Duno says no. And then I say stream. He's like, oh, and it was like yes stream. I was like,
and that's a board state, like just
wow, that's
5 different installs. Yeah. And 4 points in Charlie's scorer actually.
Yeah.
With Charlie having the false lead also scored, so you can get pretty nasty turns with Oppo and.
Yeah, this is complicated looking for sure.
Yeah. Or riot suppression.
Riot suppression. Let's go.
And takes first core. I wonder how like sustainable just going ham on conduit here is for the R&D like runner.
If you plan to just win, perfectly sustainable. You just take all the core. Who cares?
Yeah.
I feel like I mean there is a false lead scored too, right? So if you start going for that, if Charlie has an out, then the false lead gets popped, but you can only have like 1 or 2 clicks to do.
Oh yeah, that's totally possible. Yeah.
Still quite a few accesses, but yeah, you'd have to steal an Ikawa almost certainly, and there's only one Ikawa on the deck, isn't there?
I think that this deck plays 2, but I'm not positive. So there would be only one in the deck because one is scored.
Oh, okay.
But I don't.
Yeah, and I wouldn't really want to be fishing for those access on R&D.
Oh, server 4, what a choice.
Heck.
Yeah. That's a good way to sum that up.
Yeah, at least there's no Oppo this turn, so you're kind of safe from that.
Reprint APOC.
Yes, please. Anything not to deal with these asset decks. Yeah, I just playing moshing on undo.
But Abraham,
Yeah.
despite Charlie playing this deck quite often and us practicing together quite often, I've somehow managed to never play against this deck. What do you do? How do you beat this deck?
It is not easy, and it's interesting because I know most of them. Charlie's built this deck a while ago, and most of the members of Bust have not wanted to play against it because it's horrifying. And that's part of why I want to watch this, because I know Tuno is a very competent player and playing a deck that has will have imps and Knobkerry in it, which is really powerful. And I was curious if it was able to navigate this board state, like the complexity of this board state. So that's part of why I want to watch the game. And the main thing that you can do is imp agendas, right? Like if you have imp and you have knob, then you have to start keeping the board down and you have to imp the agendas that you find until there's enough in archives. You don't want to score them usually, because you can get, if you score them, you can get distributed tracing, and then you just kind of lose.
All right, I forgot that distinction's actually relevant here, because normally against NVN, if you imp or steal, it doesn't matter. The oppo's online.
Yep.
Well, it matters for money, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but it matters.
Trace, like not stress, threat, of course.
Yeah. So keeping the core damage down, like trying to prevent any core damage, making sure that like if Tuna is also able to get if Tuna is able to get Audrey down and actually still had cards in the deck, it would get a lot safer, and that would be worth like thinking about when you're playing, right? Because if you can get increased hand size against the Thule, it's the Thule's win con is really that you have 5 cards, or you have specifically you have 3 cards in hand, and then the Thule plays end of the line. So being able to keep more cards in your hand is really valuable.
Yeah, the action question mark call is really interesting here. I think that's mainly because Ikawa taking the extra click to steal, so you can basically stop that. But
well, and seeing 4 cards, and if they sap both, or Charlie saps both clicks, and Tuno sees 4 cards, then yeah, that's 4 core damage, unavoidable.
Yeah.
Well, there's one.
So like that would have been a core damage, an unavoidable core damage, if the falsehood was pumped.
It would have been 2 core damage.
Yeah.
And the game looking pretty like way more balanced than it was last time.
That's a wild choice.
What is a wild choice?
Oh, no, never mind. Tuna was just discarding cards. I thought Tuna played
played the prize. Yeah.
Like, what?
The power move prize.
Yeah.
Well, so also, like you were saying, you don't want to steal the agendas mostly. You want to imp them, but does that mean off centrals? Like, should Tuno be checking random remotes, keeping Charlie honest, or checking every remote or checking no
Mhm.
remotes or
We don't know how many remotes Tuno knows what are in them right now. I know that it ran a server
generally
on
speaking.
Yeah, server
Somalia.
4 at least is 2 upgrades, and
hmm So I think that if you don't want there to be gaslights on the table, right? Like if there's gaslights on the table, then all the operations that are in the deck are also like in the corpse hand. So you don't want gaslights on the table, and I'm being called. 1 second. I think I've got to go deal with judge stuff or something.
yeah.
Good luck, have fun.
So
All
Charlie
right, we
just
lost our expert.
yeah, the person who actually knows the deck.
Yeah. I me and Charlie and Abraham live in the same area and end up playing each other at tournaments a lot. And at the most recent time I played Charlie, he was playing this, and I ID'd because I just didn't want to do it. It like wasn't even a good ID to do. I was just tired, and it was like
Yeah,
round 5, and I didn't want to deal with it.
yeah, I think that makes complete sense. Like, this is one of the those decks that feels just completely miserable to play against when you don't like
Yeah.
are not completely sure about the lines, and you can just get got so easily sometimes. And it feels like
Yeah, I
such a
mean this.
meme deck, like really, like no
Oh yeah,
eyes, no, just
there's
do core damage tricks, but like actually it's pretty scary.
like literally almost every single card in the deck is just a card that does a bad thing to the runner. Like I'm trying to think. I don't even think it plays hedge funds. So like I don't know. Okay, wage workers
Yeah,
technically does good things for you. There's one card. And Rashida. Those might be the only two. Yeah, it's immensely punishing, it looks like.
yeah. And I wonder what Charlie is thinking about here. Is it like what's your line to actually key or
Oh,
distribute
yeah.
tracing
Okay,
hypoxia?
so
Yeah, makes complete sense.
and then
I'm back.
yeah, still just one tag. So I don't think Charlie has any way of like using false lead to convert this to a kill this turn.
Can Tuno, if Tuno clears the tag and Charlie has like the ontological in hand, that could be a line when it just like opposes.
That would. Is there a clot in the bit?
Yeah.
Not no. Oh yeah, there
Yes,
is a
there is.
clot. So yep. And is there
I wonder
action
if
here?
like as Tuno, do you just slam the conduit and try to win? Like
I
as
think
soon
there
as
is
you
a
spend
good
the first
chance
click.
here when if Charlie
Yeah.
doesn't use the action here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Charlie said no action. So
Yeah, I think you just go R&D here.
yeah, well I think he must have oh, okay. He must have the ontological in hand because otherwise you'd use the
Oh,
fault.
there it is.
All right. Wow.
Yeah, just sniping
Okay.
it.
Unexpected. Okay, I guess that's why we're not at the top tables.
Yeah.
We
We don't have those sick creeps.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, I mean, I
interesting.
was thinking Charlie must have the ontological in hand because otherwise you'd totally spend the false lead, but then you wouldn't go to game with the ontological. So, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How much time do we have left in the round?
We got to. I think we have 15 minutes. We'll enough time to
I
catch
think we can
somebody.
get some a good game in that time.
Is there anyone not playing HB? I love HB, not throwing shade at HB, but I've only seen HB so far.
I think table 8 is still playing, apparently. That would
Let me go
be
for just a minute.
Jinteki versus
Oh,
Anarch.
yeah. Yeah, they're actually both Washington. That's interesting. Oh, where'd it go?
Table 8 would be the
gonna
second
hop
from
in.
bottom.
I'll ask.
Yep. I'm not sure if we saw Kablushi already with the Atea.
They're both okay with it.
Alright. Yeah, I think we saw this deck already with Concordium on table. And what is this runner tape board?
It's yeah. So Abraham and I know both these guys pretty well. Jay Foley is a very unique deck builder.
Yeah.
He plays with a lot of cards that a lot of people like either don't play with at all or don't splash out a faction or he's also always on Mirror Morph, which in every meta for every occasion, just diehard Mirror Morph lover. So even though this is like objectively the weirdest runner board state I've seen in a week, it feels completely in character for him.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll
I
find a
don't
way
think
to
I
make
have
it work.
ever seen Utah actually installed. Like,
Yeah.
ever, never.
Like I don't want to call out Jay Foley, but I think Utah is pretty bad. So I'll just say I'm questioning that inclusion, but let's see what he does with it.
Which one is that? The
Table
Utah,
8.
the code gate breaker, yeah.
Oh,
Because it has the same numbers as Odyssey, but without the ability that's okay. And then Odyssey is also pretty bad. So
Odyssey is one more strength, right? I think.
No, it's one strength,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the boost ratio is different.
I'm sorry that I don't remember
Yeah.
Abasi correctly.
You don't have to.
I mean-
Probably not. I shouldn't. That's useless space in my brain is knowing what that card does.
If you have the 3 virtuals, it is better than Abacy.
If you have the 3 virtuals, it's worse than Cat's Cradle, and Cat's Cradle sucks.
Sure, but it is better than Abacy.
All right, what's Kabloosh doing?
Looks like that's
I'm
the
really
winning
liking-
score next turn.
I'm excited about this.
Did anyone notice Conundrum?
Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up. I was gonna say that's quite an ice if you, and it's interesting with how much AI is going around. It's an interesting include for sure.
With Audrey, yeah, Audrey breaks that for 3 cards and 2 counters.
Well, it also like is gonna be, even if there are a lot of decks that like play Buzzsaw and Audrey to like kind of cover the field, especially I mean, Jinteki doesn't have a lot of strong beefy ice, and this is actually an ice that says end the run. And if this is a 7 strength code gate that says end the run, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like subroutines are not completely useless. Stuff like program
subroutines are good.
Yeah,
those are good subroutines.
Yeah.
If it breaks, it still breaks for 5 with Buzzsaw, but it
without
breaks
any support.
2.
It's just when
like
opponent installs a turbine, and every single one of your code gates is bad after that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to have an AI then it's still hard to break with Buzzsaw.
No, that's still 8.
All right, the numbers match up well. We can admit that, but it's still 8 to res.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd only play it in Jinteki because like Jinteki is struggling a lot to have ice that like actually feel like they hurt the run.
Yeah, Jinteki lost so much good ice from the rotation, and Athene just doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, if you want to play, it's
that's an Gen. Sick Rips just sniping out the score.
Oh, and a bound. Oh, the Hermes.
Oh,
it's
and
also
deny it.
Yeah, just built different with that hit.
Yeah, Hermes is the sickest card. I love that card.
It feels so bad when your stuff gets bounced down. Especially from a single axis.
I love that it opens that line though of
Mhm.
like completely locked out of the remote. What can I do? Go somewhere else. Try to get lucky. uh,
Yeah,
lucky whips. That's
and in
pure skill,
combination with
baby.
like real multi-access, it starts to be pretty scary when you start
Hmm
getting those like 2 twinning charges and 2 counters on wake implant in criminal. You just
Yeah.
like get free bounces.
I mean, this deck has to be on wake or on twinning, right? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
there's one in the trash. I was gonna
it has
say
to
if you
be.
see mantle, it means twinning. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for players who might not be following along, it's because you can use mantle on the corpse turn to get it twinning counters twice as fast.
I don't think unless you're trying to do some very all-in on twinning type of plan, I don't think you'd see Mantle
Or just
in
play
a
Stealth.
out of fashion.
I think there was the MT with the after image Stealth
Yeah,
Hoshiko deck, right? That has
that
probably
was
mental.
that was quite cool. I think that deck actually just played Trickster Taka into Kobe,
Oh, really?
which
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess. If you, oh, yeah, it was on Turbine, so it doesn't really matter what, like.
yeah. Because the after image gets the bypass ability from stealth and the boost, I think, is on stealth. So if you're breaking two Sentry Subroutines for 1 credit and just boosting with Takobi, it's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, Takobi as well. Yeah, that's. Yeah, no, not just install advancing again, creating that scoring opportunity.
That's interesting.
Maybe it was an NGO.
Yeah, good. If it was an NGO, don't you just install advance again, though? Or install advanced again, just making it so runner has to deal with it again, basically.
Probably, but I'm trying to think of why you also wouldn't do that if it was an agenda. I don't know.
No,
It
yeah.
seems like you would do it in either case. I'm just
Just
spitballing.
I guess you kind of might be afraid of R&D leaking again, so just eyes up R&D and move stuff up to HQ as well. Installing Tranquility Grid, meaning there's something going to server 3.
Tranquility is so powerful. Oh, it's in the other server.
I would
Behind
assume
just
that's
a
an
symbol
NGO
rig.
from...
I mean, this
Why is Sace going
server
there?
4 ice needs to be doing a lot of lifting. If that's not an NGO front, this ice needs to be like
But like,
Pharaohs that gains counters on res or something. Like that, you can't guarantee they'll stay out.
It's the
just
Chiasu
going
cheat
for
back into the game somehow.
yeah. All right, this has to be an NGO front, which raises the question: do they res the NGO front here and just give away the game? Why?
What like? Okay, I mean you could put. I guess it looks a lot like an NGO front.
It
They can
does.
run.
There's just no way that server holds up.
Divide and Conquer actually doing work here with the twinning. I think you get to use those in the accesses, right?
Yeah, that's really cool. I think
the counters don't count. The counters don't. How do I phrase this? If you spend 1 counter, it doesn't apply to both.
Yeah, you
it
have
gives
to
you an
still
opportunity to
spend
use
them
both at one
individually.
time.
Ooh, shuffling back in snare.
That's the classic.
Discouraging R&D accesses there.
I guess you can like die to a double snare here.
It is interesting though because like by playing this divide and conquer, is that the last NGO front? No, it's not. That's only the second one. By playing this divide and conquer, you're kind of just accepting as Jay Foley that you're not going to run that remote.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm They must be hard calling that NGO.
I mean, you get in and you win the trace. I mean, like if the eggs cost you a decent amount, not that there's anything that would really cost you all that much. I mean, like how many influence have we seen here? Seen Seamless.
Tranquility
Trank.
Grid is some
Yeah.
2.
Trank is 2, Seamless. Another thing that
They've got to be on 3 Tranks, so at least 8. Oh, and
Yeah.
3 Spinnies, so
This deck-
11.
This deck could be on Brawn. Brawn is a very powerful, easily importable ice into Jinteki as well.
Yeah. Alright, so we are going for the
What's
Adrian say, but
Just play
Corp
Criminal.
can just pay.
This is interesting
Yeah,
because
Corp just
you
pays
can't
2,
win.
I think.
You Corp pays 2 if they want. You can't win that side game.
Oh, ugh.
And you die here. Oh, yeah, you don't. You have
Wait.
boomerang at least.
Wait, couldn't you
Yeah.
just do on the Adrian and win the game if that? Oh, it's just an NGO. It's just an NGO. Okay.
Well, also, if you pay 2 on the Adrian and it is an agenda, then you can't score it. Oh wait,
Not
no,
if
it's a
you
4-2.
just don't res this.
Yeah.
I'm saying just don't res this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's a wheel run and you can go back there though.
Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
you can't really go back. You can't break
Yeah.
anything. You're
I
definitely
feel like-
screwed.
Oh,
So
wait, what
is
did
it
they
the
break
NGO
it?
front?
How did they break it for? Mantle. Mantle.
Oh,
Mantle.
yeah.
Okay, so it's a
So
real
actually
game. Okay.
can win the Psy game.
Oh, God.
Wild.
Wait, is this?
Is this an agenda?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
So is server 3 ice just like 3 tattoo bolas or something?
I don't know.
It could be that server 3 ice is just so bad that you just install behind the one at teeny though.
I mean, at the start of the turn, it wasn't Oh no, but I guess they advanced in server 4. Wait, what? Oh, I thought they jacked out. All right, that's like, well, they can't score it. Oh, they can.
Yeah, it's an.
All right, GG. Wow. All right.
Oh,
Oh, they win by flatline, even simpler.
and it was a Fuji, so it was actually coming down to that Psy game.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
All right, never mind. We don't know anything about
Don't
it. Yeah, that was. I feel like we picked 3 good games.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I shouldn't say we. I had no input in that. But yeah, good picks, everyone.
Cool. We just got like 5 minutes left in the round, so my guess is that everything I'm gonna check. It looks like I think the Tuna and Charlie's game is over. Dear. It looks like table 18 is already over. I'm just gonna check to see if that game is over.
Lifeline against Deer should be.
Oh wait, it might actually be.
Is this 8 rounds?
Yeah,
It is 8 rounds.
Single
2 more rounds.
And top 4 cut?
Top 8 cut.
Is it
Wow.
single elimination or double elimination?
We'll do double. Just.
All right.
Hopefully it won't
I
take
think
long.
I'm staying awake there.
Sorry.
It's good. It's good as netrunner, so I can't really complain.
Yeah.
Just can't get
I
too
wanna-
hype at the end.
Part of the point is to help people practice.
Yeah, definitely.
CBR.
I think double side Swiss. Oh, double elimination for 64 players is quite fair.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't. If I was. I think if I was playing and I was playing in a 64-person tournament that either cut to 4 or had a single elimination, I would be pretty frustrated.
Just do the cut to 3. That's the cut to 3 and just single-sided Swiss or single elimination. So is table 6 still? Oh, DR just left the game, so that's probably not going on anymore.
I think the other game I like jumped in and jumped out. I didn't say anything. I was just checking if the game was up. Oh wait, is our timer? We have like 33 seconds.
No, yeah. I think we don't have to jump into the game just to see.
Oh no, the round has finished. What am I doing?
No, it has.
Great. I'm just distracted. Let me make sure
probably.
that everyone knows that that one is over. That one is round.
Alright, so oh yeah, standings haven't yet updated, but looks like there are a couple of players towards. Oh, nobody's unbeaten anymore, so multiple people on 15 points though. And the top seeds looks really PD favored.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like PD all the way until until 13th place almost. And interestingly, couple of R pluses doing really well against even like so many Lou decks here. I wonder if they have been just dodging the matchup, or is there some new tech in Browdy Plus that could be working here?
That'd be cool.
And yeah.
We have an Asmari in first. I didn't even. Sorry if that was said. I was distracted reading through.
It's just I think it's also like Sixmore. It's not like the Neurospike version.
And I have a couple people to drop. Wait.
Source was on really slow build to last, right? I think we saw a small portion of that game against Tuno, I believe.
Sauce is on built to last,
Yeah.
but I think that was before I joined.
Yeah, so then couple of obs, more PD, more reality plus. Yeah, there's no like huge innovation in terms of IDs, but I think people are probably saving all of the really spicy stuff for CBI, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
It's more just about getting your games really well and just being able to grind out those games.
Yeah, there are definitely more weird ID picks on the runner side than the corp. I'm surprised there's more than one Mercury, which unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Mercury really needs something in the new set to help them do something.
I think their ability is quite good. It's just difficult because they're really card hungry, because you have all these one-off events and cards that get you past ice without breaking subs once. But then Crim already struggles hugely with draw. So you have to be constantly clicking to draw cards and then playing these cards that get you past ice once. And
there's not like consistent games to get in.
Yeah, you don't have like this permanent rig, so you're just constantly having to replenish cards to make runs, and it's extremely click taxing. I found that when I was trying them out, most of the corps will just outpace you because you're spending half your clicks drawing.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. Round 7 is paired up. Is
Oh,
there anything
awesome.
we haven't seen yet? I don't think we have
Uh,
seen Table 5. So we haven't seen any obs yet.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
All the sick. Definitely down to watch that.
Yeah. So Table 5.
Do you have a table in mind?
Table 5, we're thinking, is Ob versus Zaya. Zaya's
Cool.
also dope.
That sounds fun.
All right, I'll go ask.
And Ob is also one of those ideas that you can play like 15 different decks out of. You can do like Brush, you can do like Ob Prison.
All right, both give you okay.
All
And
right.
first turn has not even started yet, so.
Yep. You got 30 seconds more.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains.
I think like Zaya is also interesting here. I think sometimes against Ob you are just playing like you just have to play around Stavka combo for the whole game, which is quite frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of crims play 1 to 2 flip switch,
Yeah, flip switch
depending on
does
how
so much.
Ob's placed in the meta. Yeah. You can also, if you have turtles strong enough, or you correctly call out the Stavka with a boomerang.
Yeah, there is definitely counterplay there, but
It's tough, yeah, and it's spooky because Crim notoriously playing one-up breakers, no recursion in faction.
Yeah, it's sometimes just
don't
so
talk to
easy
me
to
about
lose.
Rip
You
Heal,
just
that's
lose
not real.
sometimes when you hit the wrong things.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Even SDS is like kind of.
Oh
can
yeah,
be
SDS is
brutal.
miserable. You kind of
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
hold your bankrolls or chess vest to feed to SDS.
Or I mean, if they double advance something in the remote, that's scary. You're like, well, I'm
Yeah, you
just
just
about
cannot
to
do anything
not have a
sometimes.
fracture. I'll give. Sandstone. All right, you don't
Yeah,
care about that at all.
Doubleizing both
Maybe.
centrals on first turn is quite interesting. Maybe means it's a slower kind of op deck, could be.
Oh.
No, just dressing both eyes. Like
Seems like a perfectly fine turn for Zaya.
Yeah, I think like you kind of want your eyes rest with orb because it like ice wall turns into your fast advance piece basically when you slash and burn agriculture and
Well,
hit the
and
SF.
a huge enemy of rush decks being Hermes. If you can get your ice res now, that
Yeah, totally.
it means you don't have to save a click to ice HQ later too.
Well, I'm not sure how much ice wall is going to do anymore. Although if you can advance ice wall to do and pitch him a virus into archives, so runner just cannot get through there for free, which is actually like a sometimes an interesting play pattern. Oh, and
Yep,
yep,
there it is. And it's free with the bad pub. Let's go.
Yeah, bad
Are
bubble
we
is the
gonna get
earliest
the?
going to give
Yeah.
runner so much money.
Are we gonna get the double doof?
Oh,
Can we
that
get
would
a
be so
double?
nasty.
Yeah, it'd be pretty. Okay, no, they
No,
would
I
have.
think you. Oh yeah,
Tag
it's
me.
yeah. I think we
Oh,
saw
that's hype.
Lovelace play before, and I'm not sure if there is like any tag me cards here. You kind of can just
Oh, it's
float a
just
tag
pure
against the
value.
op though.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I don't doubt this Ob is playing tag punishment. As
yeah,
soon
it
as I
just
see Ice Wall, this this has gotta this is probably like the Kalikana tech decks with mostly fast advance that use slash and burn.
yeah.
I'm
If
sure
you don't
there's
play
not.
any like resources, you just like float tags and play a really good run event for free, basically.
Yeah.
So
I mean, credit kiting, rogue trading, hot pursuit are all pretty crazy value if you don't have to
yeah,
deal with the downside at all.
yeah, your runners just lost all of the tools to allow them to clear the tags clicklessly, which is quite sad.
I mean, the Lovelace, I'm sure, is on counter surveillance. So I'm sure they're doing something with the
Yeah, it
tags.
could be. Yeah, counter surveillance is actually interesting in this meta. Like you just close out against PD if you can float those tags.
Mm.
I wonder how you are supposed to live and how you are supposed to deal into R+. It's my issue.
Yeah. Yeah, Obelisk being gone, I assumed had just killed the archetype, but
Yeah, I guess there's not too
props
many
to
kill
Lovelace.
decks floating around.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I was actually considering counter surveillance back, I think, around Continentals as an R+ tech card, where once you get oppoed, you like intentionally run through a Starlight, install counter surveillance, like run R&D. And just like hope that they don't have like B1001.
Yeah.
And that you have like 20 credits.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I
like they
didn't
hit
end up
one
doing
market
it,
force
but
and it's GG.
yeah. I mean, I didn't end up doing it, but it could be
Yeah. If
an
R+,
option where it's
if people are scared of bringing R+ because you lose to Lou so
Embezzle?
badly. Embezzle? Alright, what are you calling here? Operation?
I mean, these decks play 17 ice. I feel like I would say ice.
But doesn't matter if you trash ice though.
Yeah.
that is true.
Or Operation for Audacity, but yep, all right, there we go.
Yeah, hitting
Yeah.
Audacity is great here.
Better to hit the
Well, no,
Audacity than the magnet.
he named ice though.
Oh,
Or
that's
she named ice.
yeah, rough.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, rip.
Yeah.
That's why you call out
Well,
the operation.
what are you doing, Lovelace? Why'd you listen to me? That was a bad idea.
Yeah, Embezzle actually hitting something for the first time ever, I believe.
This is the second game I've seen Airblade
Yeah,
in, I think. Which is notable.
I believe it's just a tech card here to maybe stop some.
It's got to.
You stop.
It's got to be
Starlet,
for
basically.
Starlit.
Yes.
It's got to be Starlit. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
playing
makes
Tag
sense.
Me and trying to run through R&D with Starlit Knight does not sound fun.
Yeah.
I don't know why they installed it here. Or what it's going to do in this matchup. I guess they're just being careful.
I'm trying to think of anything that Abba plays that does net damage.
Yeah, or has encounter
During a
effect.
run.
Encounter effect is like Anvil, maybe.
And
Res Maverus. Prevent that damage.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen because
No,
they want the trigger. Yeah.
Facetious.
No,
It's definitely
no.
not going to happen.
Op can also do the like border control into Anemone sometimes. But probably not in this deck.
Yeah.
I think that
That doesn't work, right? Because the run ends.
No, because it's a cost that happens first, then you do the damage and then the run ends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's really silly, the op interaction sometimes.
Yeah.
For sure. I think that
all right.
I think that Airblade the only reason to install it in this matchup is if you expect Anvil, and Anvil can be
Yeah,
I think
frustrating.
it is kind of like you just put it down for 1 credit though, so it doesn't really do too much, or it doesn't cost you too much, and it might do something at some point. So
yeah, I feel like I would just never install it unless the Anvil is like rezzed somewhere and keep it.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm really concerned about it, I keep it in my hand, right? If I hit an Anvil, I can trash my class act as long as I have more. It's like probably fine.
It is interesting that she's playing what seems like a tag deck and then has Mamie. Maybe it's not a tag me deck. Maybe you just ignore it sometimes for tempo. I mean, the corp trashing Mamie is not fun for them either.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to get rid of pad campaigns.
Or pad taps.
Oh yeah, pad taps. Too long since that card got banned.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar to getting rid of ad campaigns. You don't really want to have to do that.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I got it correct multiple different types.
We getting a jailbreak? No, a joyride.
Joyride, just
Whoa.
getting those
This
cards.
guy has
I like
got a
Joyride.
lot of creative stuff.
Hmm?
I'm down with this.
I think it's cool.
Hope it's not a border control.
Oh yeah,
It would
that would
definitely be
pretty
rezzed
sad.
already if it was a border control.
I love Joyride. It's
Or-
like a shocking amount of value.
I wonder
If
if
you
it has
can
border
do it.
control.
Oh, if it's border control, definitely,
No,
because
you
you
save it
get
for
a
the
new
counter
ice.
surveillance if you expect that at all.
Mm.
I think this is way too much value. They'll lose the boomerang and the draw 5 cards. I would pop this border control in a heartbeat. You got 2 more.
Interesting.
Is that?
Oh, we're going for a magnet res, maybe.
It's half run.
Oh.
You have
Oh.
run. Get half
Yeah.
run.
Oh, so we get
yeah,
half run here?
Well, you don't even need Stavka.
Oh,
Oh
but
no,
you
because
want
the
to
boomerang.
trash
Yeah.
Oh, but we got boomerang and we have. Oh, so this purges the turtle.
Yeah, but-
Interesting.
I mean, the turtle can't.
Yeah.
The turtle's not strong enough to break it anyway.
Yeah, I think.
Once it's purged.
Oh, and it's
No, but I mean, it's
to
7.
strength.
It's 7 strength. Yeah.
No, but you have to use the Mavris to install the. No, it's not going to be 7
No, you
strength.
trash them
because-
Avaras with Stavka.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter then. I was thinking you can
Yeah.
use. You can trash nothing with Stavka and you can pop the Mavris to install Hafram, purging
Yeah. So that's
Oh, that hurts.
GG.
That hurts a lot.
Or-
I mean, I'm sure that's not GG, but that really sucks.
yeah, it hurts
Yeah.
pretty bad.
We'll see if she's playing
There might be another Amakua that
another
could be
turtle.
doing something.
Yeah.
Or like Criminal can import something like Katorga Breakout just to get some recursion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Although she's showing a lot of interesting influence, it seems like she would struggle to import Katorga.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Losing the Kurapira there's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
You-
Yeah. Now, what you were saying before about the single advance ice wall, if they get another turtle down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you just have to like get some form of multi-access and hit twinning, like try to dig for 3-access twinnings.
There are still border control, or there are still boomerangs, right? So that's one way that the runner
Yeah.
can.
Yeah,
but they probably have to give up on the one on R&D, which is sad. But I wouldn't be surprised to see like the remote challenged with a boomerang at some point.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see like Simulchip or just 2x breakers or I don't know. This Zaya keeps surprising me. I don't think anything would surprise me. or I don't. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anything could happen.
Ooh, that's not good. That's not good for the runner.
Well, there was something about boomerang on getting to remotes.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you
just
lose
border
your
control
boomerang.
for Sandstone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this OP matchup sometimes just feels like runner makes one mistake into a stuff can. It's just so hard to come back from this.
Oh, the turtle.
Oof.
All right. All is not lost.
The second turtle is here.
Yeah. Although I think you're right. Now you just advance the ice wall.
Yeah. It's not on.
You can run server 2.
Yeah, but then they pop the border control for a Sandstone.
Yeah. And then you can run the Sandstone 5 times.
I mean, you can't. I think at that point the Ob is gonna win.
No, I agree. But like,
yeah,
it is funny. I've definitely played Fractureless against a Amakua, and a Fractureless with an Amakua, and just like ran into Sandstone multiple times to try to get accesses places.
Yeah, you can sometimes like close out games with just an Amakua, but finding 3 agendas basically it's going to be hard.
For sure.
It's certainly much easier to close out games with only turtle on Hermes. It makes it a lot easier to open up servers for counters, but on having this run-based engine without a way to reliably make runs looks tough. Even with all this money, it looks tough to get 5 more points.
Yeah, definitely. But getting access at least here, I think. What would the defensive agenda there be? Something like yeah, really hard to say what server 2 actually is going to be here. Could just be an agenda that Xo is trying to push out.
Could be, these decks also play a fair number of upgrades between Mavericks, there's Malapert, Tucana.
Oh yeah, Tucana would make
not-
complete sense. Oh, inside job?
Inside job.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's fun.
Spicy.
So what's it going to be?
Use the air blades to prevent the virus.
That's the new meta. There's my virus. Oh, and the Rashida. Yeah,
oh,
no,
that kind
no
of sucks
agenda.
loot. You got to imagine you only have maybe 2 of those. And using it just to hit a Rashida doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Yeah, now
Getting rid of the Mavericks is nice though, because if you start whittling away at the sandstone as your turn is just like run sandstone, run sandstone, run sandstone, and then you start getting to the point where you can break it and they just purge you is so getting rid of the Mavericks is almost it'll only take like a couple more ice and this game will probably be over if there's not if there's no fractor recursion.
Yeah, and these decks play a lot of ice. I'm sure they won't have trouble finding it.
Yeah, I think you just double ice more like all of your servers with some like barriers. I think you can even do that, and it's going to be rough.
Yeah. The decks.
Yeah, so that's going. Yeah, challenge the server with 2 again makes complete sense.
There's a decent number of tricks in this side deck. What would be okay? Never mind. There's the half run's already installed. It's like what would be wild is like a Mav for half run here to prevent the boomerang.
That would be wild.
Is fizzling another boomerang. It wouldn't even matter. You just run backwards. Well, I guess it would. Yeah.
Yeah, there are fun, like really interesting lines where corporation just gets more wires on like normal ice races. Stuff like if you bunker an envelopment, and then opponent just half runs you and you lose.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
So getting a 2-coster, is it the half run here?
It might be overinstalling an agenda, right? Like,
oh yeah,
if this is an agenda, there's a spin doctor on the board, so we can overinstall it to prevent it from being stolen. That's interesting. Okay.
Never mind. Yeah, I wonder. I guess just to get the trigger before it gets trashed.
I mean, in every world, you want to do that after the ice has been encountered too.
Yeah.
But interesting. Wow, there's a lot of barriers to this deck.
Yeah, I think it's the list that I'm familiar with is the one Ice Wall, the 2 Sandstones, the 3 Border Controls, the Tattoo, the Hofrun, and an Envelopment. So
Mhm. The Heffron isn't exactly
no, I'm just throwing it in there. As someone in
Sure,
chat
sure.
would say, don't forget Hoffer. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Having Tattoo and having Ice Wall, it's like that's a lot. It's like I expect 2, but usually 3 Sandstone. Um, oh,
No, it's
interesting.
that second or third
Oh,
boomerang.
Katorga, you were
Oh,
Yeah, we're getting back. We're back here.
what
I called
what a
it. I
legend!
called it.
I bet.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know how you say their name. Zhao.
Mm.
I bet they were feeling like they could take this as slow as they wanted and just start icing up.
yeah.
That probably doesn't feel very good from their perspective.
Yeah, I like.
Things just got a lot harder for the court. Oof.
They're
Yeah.
actually having to play this out.
Yeah, and they're not exactly like on game point or anything either.
Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
it turns into a real game again.
Oh, what if this is SDS drone with a seamless
Oh,
I would have kept but
That would
I
have
guess it
that would have
passive
just
too.
been funny.
Yeah,
That would have been
even
hilarious.
like not installing the Kurupira there, then dressing or scoring an ASF protocol would have been really.
It could have been it could have been as if for sure.
This also could be just the second Stavka Hafron combo here.
Oh,
I think these decks
Yeah.
typically only play the one.
Yeah,
Hoffer,
typically,
so I'd be
yeah,
pretty
but some.
surprised. But I've been wrong about everything so far, so that's fine.
I think playing two Hafron is kind of fair because you just sometimes draw it first and then you can do anything.
Mm. I wonder if they're considering a border control or not. Oh, I guess. Oh, I hadn't looked at their credit total in a while. They're less than I thought. Oh, it is a border control.
This is a good border control.
Yeah, getting
For
rid
sure.
of the
Yeah, definitely.
boomerang is so good here.
You can go get a magnet potentially, or like even like a Afshar would, I guess. Well, Afshar's. It depends what choices you have and what you spent your influence on, but I would probably.
Could also be calibration testing on server 2, maybe.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just making the runner interact.
Did they
with
shuffle it
server 2.
back? Oh, they did, yeah.
Not
I think
not using the
definitely
border control here.
Oh, that's interesting.
definitely a misplay to not break the border control with Kurupira.
Oh
You
yeah,
have to
that would've
pay
been
2
another
credits
counter.
then.
You have to pay 2 credits with Turtle anyway.
You boomerang the border
Oh, it was
boomerang.
boomeranged.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. You're right. For some reason, I thought that they used Turtle instead. Okay.
and the second
Oh,
hot pursuit.
Yeah.
this is a game.
Now do you pop it? Yeah.
Yeah, now you get hit by boom.
Boom.
Yeah, just,
Yeah.
why is your game labeled casual?
Yeah.
All right. We got this Kurupira charged for the Sandstones. That looks good.
Yeah. I was like, I almost want to use this border control just to stop the Kirapura from being charged.
Yeah.
I would probably use it.
Cali testing, good call.
now.
I mean, free runs on HQ doesn't look great, but Corp's also threatening game very soon
Yeah,
with
I
that
think you
token
just
and the
score
Cali
out
testing.
here, and then it's basically game everywhere.
You know they have that audacity too. So
Yeah.
as soon as they get a 3-2, any 3-2, they're golden.
I feel like you only do the Cali testing line if you have a 3-2 in your
I would
hand.
assume there's a 3-2
Otherwise,
in
it's just
hand.
trash.
And even if you do like install advance, then you get a free Tucana, and again can get a second ice on HQ as well. So your HQ is actually not bleeding too badly. But Xo is actually taking time here to think about it. So it might be that he just placed calibration testing there to be safe for next turn.
Yeah, but that, I mean, between archives and HQ, just pinholing the Cali looks bad.
This
okay,
feels hard.
there we go.
This feels rough because using your Atlas counter, I guess you can still just wait and draw into your 3-2.
Yeah,
You
R&D is
definitely want
kind of safe. And you maybe hit a breaker here, which could be nice.
Yeah, but there are 3 3-2s left in the deck, right? No, 4 3-2s left in the deck and 19 cards. So the odds seem pretty good that, and all they have to do is top deck it, and then they can use Audacity. So it still looks pretty good for them.
And trashing the ice wall for Asaf. Oh, like taking out legwork actually is pretty good here.
I think trashing the ice wall is interesting. I would think you would trash the remote because your next score is just going to be game.
I guess your ice wall doesn't really do anything right now, so just might as well rest that. Just so you can push Rashidas or something on server 2. And has the runner really not found her breaker for... Oh yeah, you have turtle, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if she gets in here and doesn't steal anything, then can break anything that's showing.
Oh, there's the spin.
I don't even think you care about this. I think you care about the turtle counter. Oh no, but you can break Hoffern with Kuda Piedra. Never mind. Yeah. Leaves the spin doctor makes sense. All right.
Yeah, I wonder where the rest of the breakers are though. So 2 access here, hoping that Xo doesn't have agenda in hand, which is reasonable after the Atlas counter getting used.
Yeah. I mean, they could have Slash and Burns in hand, potentially, but I agree.
Sandstone getting bypassed. Oh, there's an Atlas.
It grips.
Yeah,
all right.
Two
3-3-2s left. Remain. I mean, they just stop the corp from winning next turn, so that's huge.
Yeah, totally.
Oh wait, no, that was the second card. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Still huge.
Yeah, just getting anything before any agendas before they end up in runner's hand is so huge.
Yeah, I think at this point you'd even score a hostile just to get it out of the game. Even though it adds a bad pub, you just don't want the runner to be able to get it.
And you just have 3 credits left, so it's kind of harsh.
Yeah. Only need the 1 to win.
Yeah, that's true.
But also interesting, well, I suppose they're not R&D locked anyway, but scoring a hostile out of the Tucana server would break R&D lock if you do get locked. But the runner can just check it every turn, so I don't even know if that... Yeah, suddenly this turned around.
I don't know how much you can check R&D actually. Like, border control and Sandstone cost so much to break at some point. Because Kurupira is kind of a whack breaker.
Yeah. I mean, Hoffren's 1, Savka's 2. If you,
Yeah, and Sandstone
you could also
like 5. I guess that's same as it's for Cleavers, though.
It's 5, and then it's 4, and then it's free. I mean, you could also break the Hoffren with Kurupira to to get the counters, or run archives for a counter for 0 credits.
Oh yeah, I guess
I
there's a
don't know,
couple
this-
of lines, but those seem kinda not worth it, I think.
Yeah. Well, it did just get 2 credits cheaper.
Yeah, that's true. Now you just can go in there and farm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Loveless probably has enough credits to get those free checks everywhere.
Is Jailbreak their only multi-access? That would be very strange.
Yeah, especially with MITM table.
Oh, they had a legwork that they lost.
Oh yeah, I guess legwork and you. Does embezzle count as multi-access?
Does what count?
Embezzle.
No, because you can't pick agenda on embezzle either. So
Oh, you can't?
it's just no, you can't. You can only pick ice asset upgrade up.
FFG really having fun there.
Yeah.
It would be actually interesting tech card sometimes if you can call agenda. And just going through R&D, just hoping for those accesses basically.
Yeah, makes sense. Now does Zhu, Zhao, dilute R&D is what I was
think
gonna
that makes
wonder.
complete sense.
Ob tends to be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think the stuff Sandstone on page Q kind of means that there could be an agenda there.
Potentially, yeah. I think your odds are better on R&D though because no, maybe not. Okay, now you go HQ for sure. But because Ob is constantly pulling non-agenda cards out of R&D in the end game, it tends to be pretty saturated.
Yeah, but like running HQ actually stops them from scoring out.
Yeah, if you can hit it though.
Yeah, it's kind of better if you hit a HQ, but it's lower chances.
On the doof. Oh, I don't agree with this doof at all.
Me neither. I think you just need the checks right now.
They can score off 1 credit. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, that might be a throw.
Yeah, it's super easy to like feel like I need to do fair. I need to make the credits lower, but it doesn't actually matter here. It's kind of easy to railroad yourself to thinking like I need to hit this doof.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I understand the temptation.
Yeah, totally.
Nothing feels better than taking the corpse money.
And like
yeah,
doof turns so bad so fast. Like basically two clicks to steal 5 or take 5 credits away because you pay 5 credits yourself just getting in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it slows the game down, but that's really I mean, it looks like they didn't win, so. Eating my words a bit, but I think that was a huge risk to take.
Yeah, totally.
That they didn't have the agenda in hand. Yeah, I think as Corp, I think you just mash the draw button.
Yeah, you just draw 3 times.
You're not going to be able to lock Lovelace out anymore, so I think you just have to race them to the 3-2 and hope that they don't hit it in HQ. Yeah. I don't know.
I guess one reason I could see that doof is if Lovelace has the third one in hand. If you can hit like a third doof, you can basically slow down the game for a turn again.
Yeah, but I think you're right. You're still betting the whole game on them not having the 3-2 in hand that turn, which it's obviously it paid off, but that was a pretty big gamble.
Yeah, I think the access is still more valuable. And even then, you can get the access now, and next turn just go doof if you want to. Or
I'd have to imagine they have the last doof in hand.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Pretty likely. Yeah.
It could be on 2,000 funds though. I think that's a legit thing to do.
Yeah. It would be rare, but a lot of stuff that a lot of rare stuff in the side deck. So, all right, never mind the doof thing.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
bit too much money going out.
Oh,
And
it sucks that there's. Oh, sorry.
I'm wondering what the one coster you bring out is. I think you just don't fetch anything here. Oh yeah, declines to use.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if, yeah, like having an ice wall there to fetch a Rashida would have been really nice. Actually, it would have only cost the runner a click. The money is not an object, so I'll
Yeah,
take it back. I
and
don't know that would have mattered at all.
it undilutes your R&D access as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, makes sense. You just got to go check, keep them locked.
Yeah, you just take those accesses. You
Not
basically run
having
R&D
access
twice
to,
and
yeah, yeah, not having access to an instant speed like ability to shuffle with Ob during these runs, or not during these runs, but when the corpse turn starts, so that you can hopefully get lucky and top deck it. Nope. Okay. Well, it's pretty safe to assume it's not in hand.
yeah, it's not in hand basically.
Yeah, it's definitely not in hand.
That's
I
the
should
second.
say. I was.
Doof.
It was a very soft claim, but yeah, no, it's definitely not.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
again,
this could be
Doof
risky because
doing too much.
I mean, if that's a border control, this is risky because then they pop it,
yeah, you
shuffle the deck.
get a free shuffle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was also a very risky dude.
Mm.
And Carmen, why not? Man, a spin doctor would be big.
Yeah, totally.
Just to have the two shuffle or a draw and a shuffle.
Well, I think at that point the run just goes like,
Oh,
oh, there it is.
wait. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Double slash and burn audacity.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
So just
well played.
camping it out for that, I think.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, makes complete sense. So HQ just kind of flooded, but those doof accesses
Yeah.
not being accessed are really hurting here.
Yeah, those. Yeah, that only costs 3 credits to score.
Yeah.
2 credits to score. Yeah. So yeah, you got to wonder. I think those doofs being accesses had a pretty high likelihood to swing the outcome of that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you need actually both of those to actually do anything there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting that legwork nicked.
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
unfortunate. I think that
well, that was
wasn't
also
big.
the turn that could have costed the game with the just getting that audacity counter out of the game.
Mm. How much time do we have left in the round?
I think we have 4 rounds, and we have a couple of games left.
Okay, yeah, looks like there's only about 3 minutes left.
Yeah. I think we can either check like table 11, like the last couple of minutes, or
sure, why not?
yeah, just
It's going long. I mean, it'll probably go slightly past time too. Oh, never mind, it ended.
or
Oh no, it didn't. Sorry, I had a JNet.
oh yeah,
Man
and the Moon had done the same thing.
Oh, they get an 11-minute. There was a judge call, so they have an 11-minute extension.
That's cool.
Is it okay if we? All right, they're both fine with it.
Yep.
Another Atea. Cool. I think this is a very cool idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
A couple of different includes this time stuff like digital rights management.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's unusual. Even La Costa is a bit unusual. I mean, very solid card, but just doesn't see a lot of play.
It competes so much with Tranquility Grid that this your typical include, I think.
Yeah. That quality is so good.
Yeah,
Um,
especially in ID where you just install so many cards.
yeah. Install 2 cards, gain 4 credits for a click. Seems
Yeah,
good.
that sounds sick. And
Do you think this is the timely public release version?
I would assume not with
Oh yeah,
saying
biovaults
bacterial
and
and
border
off-world.
controls.
Yeah, I think you just glacier up here.
Oh, I thought the TPR version was on 1 bacterial, but I might be misremembering.
It
But
totally
yeah, you're
could
right.
be.
There's
I'm not sure about my Atea lore.
there are too many like defensive upgrades and such. I think that you're probably right. It's not that. Yeah, lots of powerful defensive upgrades in Archives and Server 4, but this ice just doesn't look like it's doing much.
Yeah, Tithe really not paying off.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about it, Tithe maybe sometimes it's like pay to pass it, but it just doesn't add up that much.
Yeah. I mean, it's appropriately named, right? It's just like a minor tax. It's a little bit annoying, but it's never going to stop you from doing what you want to do.
Yeah. And I wonder, like, how the corporation is trying to score out here. There's nothing really that allows. Maybe you can do stuff with Anansi and just grind the runner out of cards.
0 spin doctors used or in the bin, so I wonder if they just want to recur these biovaults and start slow rolling it again.
Oh yeah, just like. Although I don't know if you can grind a loop out of cards because of the like strike fund engine.
Yeah, you have to do it in. You have to do more than 1 damage per turn.
Yeah.
Is the only way.
So installing there again, and even then, like, runner can just win out of random single access on central servers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just run R&D every turn. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Navris.
Action, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I was typing, but
Yeah.
or maybe they're just thinking.
Yeah, I think it's a virus pop here. At least it looks like it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, ouch indeed. You can't even just run archives for the knob carry token. It'll get purged immediately. Separate from the turtle interaction.
Yeah, and that's like the timing structures there being.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes perfect sense if you read both cards, but it's definitely something that can catch you if you're not familiar with playing both decks.
Yeah, especially with turtle being with the old wording on paper, like the breach and access cards is kind of hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the change to breach actually functionally eroded it with pinhole too, because as the card is printed, it would get a counter on pinhole, but with the breach wording, it actually doesn't get a counter from pinhole.
Mechanically, I guess not, because pinhole throwing would be instead of accessing cards, access card. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, so yeah,
I guess
the
so.
old wording, you still access the card, but now instead of accessing a card, it's off breach and you don't breach. But anyway, I digress. All right, looks.
Going after server 4 here, I wonder if you can get through.
Put up. Yeah, and now suddenly that server that at start of turn had 3 nasty cards in it only has 1, presumably an agenda. Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh, this. Yeah, I guess you just sack the Botchos now.
Yeah, you
are they on Buzzsaw?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
you need to have Basso on your decks. I think like you just don't have game against the Reality Plus if you don't have a Basso, basically, I think.
How do you break this Anansi?
Audrey?
I mean, you can't. Yeah, but
You
you
can eat the
can't.
damage, I think.
Yeah, you're gonna take 4
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah,
Man, this better.
strike fun into Echelon works here, apparently.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
missed
strike
that.
fun
Yep.
just. Oh, yeah, and there it is.
Oh, good game. Yeah.
Yeah, both decks actually
Well
floating
done.
pretty low on credits, like 43 and
Yeah.
46 on turn 14 is not too much.
No, not at all. Don't see a lot of influence out of the Atea. Oh no, they're definitely not on Trank, like you said, because of La Costa.
Yeah, La Costa.
So
I think there's going to be a couple of border controls and
yeah, 2 border controls, a DRM, and a magnet, and then presumably we didn't see any spin doctors, but I assume they're in there. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if this game went long, if the deck runs really low to the ground, or if Kevin TH wasn't able to draw the cards that they needed when they needed them, and it just kind of didn't come together for them. But yeah, I think that's the last game in the round,
yeah,
and we have one more round before the cut. Okay, looks like table 8 is still playing and also had an extension.
Alright, yeah.
I'm just gonna join as judge and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's BTL versus Sable, so of course it's still going.
I think if it's going that long, I think Sable often can just concede.
Yeah. Well, it's tied on points. It's 6-6.
Really?
I don't know what the exact state is, and I maybe don't want to join and ask to stream and distract the players. If it's but
I can talk about the Fight Club happening again.
Oh yeah, please plug it. Game just ended. Sorry.
Right.
Still plug it. The BTL managed to score out.
Yeah, so it's happening. Registration closing day after CBI. Basically 3 vs 3 asynchronous team tournament with no prizes, but just like it's for the glory and to find out which is the best testing team. But this time we opened it up for people that are not in testing teams, maybe forming ones, like everybody can join. I think there are going to be a couple of really good teams, and it's just really nice to get together with your friends and compete in a team environment. Like Team Netrunner is so wildly more fun without actually changing the game at all.
I completely agree. Having played in Crown of Servers at the last 2 Worlds, super fun, easily the highlight for me. Monoboss is going to have 2 teams in Fight Night, so I know we haven't registered yet.
Yeah,
we're figuring out.
Don't worry,
we're
even my team hasn't registered yet.
Oh, okay. Well, don't worry, we'll be there.
It's one of
we're just figuring out
I think it's
to...
just a Netrunner curse that nobody registers on time.
Yeah, well, it's specifically because I normally register super timely, but we're trying to figure out how we're dividing the players among the 2 teams, and
that's also
people have been too busy prepping for CBI, so it hasn't happened yet. But
yeah, I think
we're looking forward to it.
Even if people get like late joinings, I think we can set it up. Not as an encouragement to have anybody just to join late.
Yeah, don't rely on that. There will be a hard cutoff. Sign up now. No, I know all too well the frustration with because I run a lot of the tournaments in the Seattle area, and I always encourage people, like, if you know you're going, just please sign up on ABR. It helps me to have like a
Yeah,
head
it's so
count
much nicer to
approximation.
actually get like feeling that
Yeah.
people are actually joining up.
Yeah. And then it also begets like attendance begets attendance. So, if 15 people are registered, people will look and be like, wow, this tournament has a lot of people going.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's totally
I'm
true.
going to go too. Yeah. So it always, one of my pet peeves is like, come on, you're coming. Just help out the community. It takes 10 seconds. Just go click the button.
Yeah, and even if you're not,
Oh,
even if you're not sure, you can just register and
yeah.
it
No, so
doesn't
I
cost anything.
empathize with your frustration. There's one player in this region who will remain nameless, but he knows who he is, who refuses to register on principle just to bother me.
Looks like the game ended. That was
Yeah,
still
yeah.
going on. Yeah.
The court managed to score out.
All right.
They scored an above the law off the table the turn after I joined.
Oh yeah, makes complete sense. So I think we're going into our last Swiss round for the tournament. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There are
8 rounds and then a top 8 cut.
Yeah, I really want to see the score after that round, like how many people actually have a chance to get in. I think White played one, right? Yeah, White played and Jank Twist won on most points. So I think.
And Zenteki also. Oh, did Zenteki lose last round? They might have. No, Zenteki won, so they're all tied on points.
Yeah, I think some of them
3 of
might
them.
be okay to. Oh yeah, there's no IDs. So
You can ID.
I think
Yeah.
like White played and somebody else on 18 is okay to ID here.
Yeah. No, Whiteblade. I think anyone at 18 points can.
Yeah, I think so.
Can ID safely. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, there's no way anyone could catch up.
The single
Yeah. What am I
ID,
saying?
It's almost like a statement piece.
I think it's a concession because like you can't prevent it. Like if you ban them, people can just refuse to play cards. So
yeah, like it's so hard to actually ban and police those things. That,
looks like all right. The round is paired.
All right.
We have
So yeah, I think Whiteblade and Jank Twist are getting the ID, and Sentage actually has to play out the match.
Have we seen? Did you say Zenteki has to play the match?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Because Charlie won't ID, right? Yeah. Sorry, Charlie is Santa. My bad.
Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah, should we? I know that we had Charlie on stream already, but it's the other side. And have we seen him as Mari yet?
We saw part of the game, but I think that is totally fine. We have seen most of the players in the top cut contention already, so it's not like.
We also have a kit on table 4, which is pretty surprising. Have we seen any Shaper? Because there's also
we saw one lat game at some point, but I think it was pretty short. Oh, we actually haven't seen any Shaper today, so.
Okay. Do you want to hop on table 4, which is Kit versus PD?
Yeah, I think that would be nice.
All right.
Get something for the Shaper enjoyers.
What do you mean? We had mulch.
This is such an eye roll.
Your silence spoke volumes.
Also, I might do biased commentary for Augustus.
Totally fine.
Just popping off from scores. And.
Once the round gets starts, I have to probably leave for about 15 or 20 minutes to eat lunch. It's 3 here, and I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, fine. They said we're good to stream on table 4. But I'll hang out till the match gets started. Not leave you hanging.
So I think this might be a a really tough matchup for Augustus. Because
Yeah,
Kit just like brawls over PD sometimes.
Yeah, I mean she's like fundamentally a gear check beating ID.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to pay a bit in tech cards with that disastrously low 10 influence. But this is honestly probably like close to one of her ideal matchups. If not like fast advanced sports, with cheap gear checks, just gets the Angolo down, threatens the clock, gets going.
Yeah, then just multi-access, hit deep dive and win, basically. I think Augustus needs a really good start here.
Yeah.
And
it
clicking
doesn't
correctly
quite
doesn't
look
seem
like he got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they mulligan? No, they both kept. Interesting. That was a keep.
I guess it could be something like you have an agenda that you can set up for next turn, and you can mulligan into so much worse hands.
Yeah, it's the second thing is exactly what I was going to say. As the corp, you can really screw yourself with an aggressive mulligan.
And that actually, Anikam actually draws there.
Because the event is still in the play. It's still in the play area at the time that it gets installed. Yeah, that is cool.
Never actually thought about that. It's a bit similar like to getting more down during the turn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Zero's going down to 0 crit, so I think if Augustus has a chance to push out an agenda, I think this is it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, rushing out an office or an architect or something here would be
architect place eyes on server 1 maybe, and then just try to keep pushing out. Or just like offload office would be great here. And even like smaller things, Rashida is really sick.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that, like, I guess a skunk or a void is probably the only thing in server 1 that you wish was something else. Anything else that went down there is just gas for PD.
Yeah, totally. And I wonder what Zeros is actually going to do in this situation. Is it just like a second setup turn? Basically draw up, install something, hit creative commission could be an option.
Sorry, 1 sec. I'm dealing with a judge question. Not trying to ignore you.
And
I was making sure they weren't a judge that I was unaware of.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, then
I don't
just
have the power to
getting
pick
it
them. Oh well. Yeah, no, good. I mean, once Kit gets Angolo down, she's rolling. Like, this is not bad at all.
It's either Angolo or one of the two really bad code get breakers that do something in Kit. Like the one where you switch eyes around, or Investigator?
Inversificator.
Yeah.
Yeah, Inversificator. And even Euler, not so bad in Kit.
Oh, yeah, that's I was thinking about this one that breaks the next eyes after you break, like, code get.
Oh, Mass Driver?
Yeah, something like that.
That's all right. I don't know if we're going that far. I have an excellent card memory, and I don't have all the numbers on that card memorized.
I just remember that the numbers are bad.
Yeah, it's something like 8 to install, 2 MU is wild.
Yeah, I think the only reason I know that card is because my team has just like Shaper Sickos playing Kit.
Oh, I feel like every team has their
like mandatory
pet card that someone's working on. Yeah, I think ours is Persephone. We have 2 players that just absolutely love Persephone. Like, they know it's not good. They're not putting it in their tournament decks, but like they're just always
make it work.
Yeah, every time there's a new set release, they're just that meme of the guy looking at a butterfly like, is this a new way to make Persephone? All right. I do have to go eat lunch, but I should be back soon.
Right. I think see you in the cut.
See y'all soon. Yep. Take care.
see, Offworld Office getting scored. Next, so Augustus is starting to get pushing out, but I don't know if it's fast enough. Zeros has gotten that credit base online already, so it's going to be rough trying to score out from here, I believe. Telework contract hit Nuka and just get so many draw hits and bouncing up to 12 credits already. I think she needs just like a breaker down anymore, and it's going to be wild on central servers. Augustus really needs to be pushing out next turn and maybe even turn after that. If Augustus can clear this out in like turn 7, I think he might be fast enough, but also depends of course on what ice is on servers. And the pinhole actually getting used early to hit the Offworld Office makes it so much easier for Augustus. Augustus might actually be able to depend on defensive upgrade. Stuff like Anoitic Void or Managarm is just like so much help trying to close this out. Zero's discarding 2 draw cards, so maybe it just has enough draw set up already, like Anikam is so huge. Install, yep. Looks like we're setting up a second scorer, and if this is a defensive upgrade, it makes it so much harder for Zeros to actually get in. Oh, but Engelo, dropping it for 5 without having anywhere to cheat it out it's not fun, but probably has to do it. And yeah, server 1 is going to cost quite a bit actually, like, now that I think about it. It, like, if you hit code get into drafter, I think it's just like over then. Although, yeah, drafter doesn't actually do too much currently. Oh, Magnet is really good here. Paying 3 with Engolo. Engolo just really bad numbers into that ice specifically. Yeah, paying 3. Oh, and Seamless hits the Seamless launch, the classic PD, like recur Seamless launch, and opponent just hits those for the entire game. So kit ability already getting used. If Augustus is pushing out, this might be actually huge. Telework contract and DJ Fenris for Sable, trying to set up for that deep dive already. Is this an agenda score? Oh, Luminal is so sick here. Yeah, Luminal is so much forward tempo, and Augustus might be setting up for the second score already, or the last score of the game. Yeah, I guess Augustus could be actually winning the game on turn 7 already. Oh, and set up for anti-deep dive here. Archives Mark is... Augustus might have a chance in this, like, kind of miserable matchup. Just being able to go so fast here. We kind of doubted on the first couple of clicks. Ansel, but 4 credits left. I don't know if that's enough. Paying 5 here hurts though so bad. Paying 5 here hit a drafter or anything. Oh yeah, I think server 1 is going to be the... Server 1 is probably the... What's the name of the card? Rashida, I would assume, with archives getting cleared out by the Luminal score. But this is a really important decision for Zeros. Can she actually pay 5 here? Yeah, it has to pay 5. Cannot get anything to let through. I would assume no res here. Yeah, no res. So gets to see a card. Doesn't look like anything, yeah. These are the scary access, like any agenda here is so scary. But Augustus defending central servers from Kit actually being able to deep dive 1 turn more. Like central servers holding up, although credit total is hurting here. Server 1, I'm not sure if server 1 can be protected anymore. If Zeros just goes server 1, it kills the Rashida, it might be... Oh, Creative Commission? Is it Rashida? Yeah, Rashida makes sense. could have been a cheeky eco score, but Augustus playing it safe, I guess. Also, the likelihood of having that agenda also is quite a bit lower. And I'm not sure about how much influence the kit actually has. Like, do we have just one pinhole threading? We have seen already 2 Baha'i bands and everything, so... Oh, install one more ice. So 3 ice here. But how many of those can we actually res to stop the interaction on server 1? And how many can we res with actually being able to score out? We saw Augustus playing earlier in the tournament with the... And I think Augustus had the escape net included. It probably doesn't do anything in this matchup specifically. Like hitting virtual resources is just not enough. Although there might be a simul chip coming at some point. Simul chip, or I think DCMC optimizer is also a chip. So it could be something, but who in the world would put DCMC optimizer or like never mind, I messed up the joke. I was going to talk trash on including T4000 memory diamonds and ghost dung into a lat deck. Overclock? Are we going to remote? Oh, overclocking central server. HQ. Can this be like this is basically clicking for 2 credits here. I think you might need the overclock to be more. Turbine coming down? Is the score? Just a regolith. And installing once more, just trying to make those central servers holding up. Yeah, central servers. If central servers start bleeding, I think we will notice instantly. But the regolith is so much good money here. Augustus is going to need all of that money to actually be able to defend server 1, basically. Like your first hit of Brand doesn't do anything. Your first hit of border control doesn't do anything. Going to HQ. What ice will we see? Or just a draft gatekeeper. It's not one that you specifically want to see, but I think it's you have to take what you can here. And just probably going to bet 2 and 5 here. The server setup here is not optimal, but you just have to take it here, I guess. Like PD, you don't have enough ice anyway, and you kind of want your real stuff to be on the remote. Oh, wraparound included? Maybe some tech for something? I guess there is enough eye breakers going around. But I don't think Zeros can actually go after R&D. The tons of like trying to hit those deep dives takes just too long. Like R&D is already 3 credits, I guess. 5 credits this turn, and then you pay 3 plus something for R&D. And Zeros' econ base is not currently the most solid one around. She probably needs a second telework contract to get something online, and 1 is already being played, and we have seen 2 creative commissions already with 2 or 1 daily casts. And I think you kind of have to take Sable as your Gmod for DJ Fenris, but imagine how much value you get out of the DJ Fenris getting back those creative commissions. Just the econ base not holding up here, I don't believe. Maybe being forced to interact too early, and using those accesses to get those like single accesses that you kind of sometimes need. But I think you kind of need something like a legwork, Maker's Eye, and just get those deep dives online and hit those. It's the only way you clear out the game. And even on deep dive, it's going to be tough if you see an Ikawa project and like normal agenda. Sometimes you just cannot do anything in that situation. So, and Augustus next turn maybe taking 2 regolith credits and is take 6 from regolith to install agenda there. I'm not sure. Like, every install could be game, basically. At some point, the runner has to run server 1, or you just win out of like... Although random checks on server 1 don't end up... Are we going on for deep dive? Clicking 1? Or do we click something? This is pretty scary here. There's so many eyes that you just don't get through. Maybe, clicking through 1? Do we just go for a single access here? Yeah, it's... I'm really interested to see what eyes R&D actually is. Gets to fire rest of the cards. So we're install Rashid on server 1, I believe. That would be my guess instantly. But August was actually thinking about it for a second. And yeah, looks so much like the deep dive turn. There's no, like, runner can't steal or trash any corp cards is one of the subroutines on Ansel. So that probably just means that we're going to deep dive this turn. But it will be deep dive for 1 access only. Unseen card. Oh, we have an ice to place on R&D archives. That's so massive. And a drafter that costs so much here. Yeah, it's all of Zero's credit, and I'm not sure if you can let that fire. Maybe it's really difficult. Can Augustus like install an agenda here on server 1? That could be an option. But especially like this run is not doing anything for Zeros. She cannot access and steal an agenda during the run. And this is just not paying off currently. Drafter is Zeros is thinking about it. This is a real hard decision for the runner. Can you let drafter fire? Apparently, yeah, has to let the drafter fire. Installs Rashida on server 1. So many cards drawn, and if she finds an agenda here, it must sting. Raising Rashida just because it's correct. And what is this ice? Wrap around, but has a breaker at least, so yeah, I think we're seeing 8. We can steal 1. And yeah, wrap around, not doing too much here, but at least siphons a credit kind of out. Going for the access. And 0 agenda seen. No agenda in the pile. Oh, that might be just game there. Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah. So unfortunate here. Like, deep dive missing it never feels great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless you're the corp player here taking them one by one from the deck, then it feels excellent. Yeah.
Wow, that looks like it was expensive.
Yeah, it cost so much. Alright, it was 8 credits, 9 credits plus a drafter fire. Yeah, so Augustus probably setting up for some sort of score next turn. Hedge fund install, and do we just see an advance? That would seal it, I guess. Yeah, there's the advance. I think that's probably game.
Probably.
Yes, Zeros needs to find something, and really quick. I guess something like Creative Commission Overclock, maybe? Depending on what ice is there. Because if it could be something like Bran and just Bran Magnet Bran, which costs you not too much, I guess. No, she's just running archives. Seeing the one of ScapeNet.
That's interesting.
Yeah, in the first game we saw ScapeNet just shooting down the twinning like no mercy.
Wow. Yeah, it hits twinning. It also hits Simulchip. That seems like a decent one of in HB right now.
And there it is. Augustus just rolling that. Yeah, Zero's economy just not keeping up with central servers. And even then it might, like, there are so many players that top cut might be still out of reach for Augustus.
All right, we've got 19 more minutes.
Yeah,
enough time for something else.
I think there was something else Radiant wanted to watch. I think it was... Oh, Charlie and Senju actually IDing, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Charlie was on 15 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
he
enough?
Must be rolling the dice with the pair up boost from SOS. Like he's kind of low on the SOS, but
yeah, that's
with
interesting.
Boost, it's a dice roll.
Yeah, makes sense. Sometimes you probably just have to take those.
Especially if you like expect the match to be hard.
Yeah,
then
I
it's
think
like, oh, well.
maybe table 12. I think Code Marvelous is playing Quetzal. That match is still going
table
on.
12. That sounds cool. I'll ask. This one looks a little dicey though. But this one doesn't look... It looks like it might be over soon.
If that doesn't pan out, I think table 6 could be interesting. Table 6 or table 7, depending on if we want to see the rest we have seen already.
I'll go check. Check something else. Table 6.
I think both of the players have been on stream already, but it's always nice to ask first.
Yeah, sometimes people are getting like...
Yeah, and like later on in the tournament, I think it's probably getting a bit late for most EU players, so not wanting to be on stream at that point is totally understandable. If table 6
Okay.
is...
I think.
Hmm?
Okay, I think it's fine. They've been okay with streaming. Oh yeah, okay, we're fine.
All right, yeah. So, typical R+.
This game looks like it still has a decent amount of game left in it, which is good.
There could be just one Bellona score though. You never sometimes know. But actually not too many like assets built on the table. Like often you see it's just going super wide, but I think Joe's doing a good work clearing those up, not letting any Amani-Senais or any wage workers just stick on the table, generating so much extra value.
Mm-hmm. Sure. It's quite impressive if you can keep the R+'s assets like locked down. That's
some of them
not
cost
easy
so
to
much.
do.
And just advance. I think that might be signaling something like Bellona score.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like Source can just get in there. So could be that, come and steal my Bellona, I will oppo you in return. That would make total sense for me.
Sorry, I was replying to some pings.
Yeah, no worries. I think tournament organizing takes the front seat in this one.
This is an interesting moment.
Yeah.
I was playing a R+ deck that was trying to jam things in the remote and score for a while, and I played
undoing the click.
They must be in.
I guess that's fine. Bit borderline, but I think it's the opponent.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the opponent's thing to call out.
You shouldn't undo a click after you and change it to wheels after you run the remote and you don't res the other ice. But it would be on the opponent.
It's one of those things where you really cannot say anything from the commentators.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here as a commentator right now, not as a judge. So
yeah, it's also I think COs are like casual level tournaments, so like stuff like that, small stuff like that is totally understandable. It's super easy always to get stuck on every small little minute detail, but it doesn't actually matter too much.
For sure. I mean, it's the type of thing that I would still expect, like the runner player to ask, like, "Hey, can I undo this?" In my head, I was like thinking this was a wheels run type of thing.
Yeah. And just going after HQ.
It's possible too that they are in a voice channel and that they did ask.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
A second Bellona though.
Wow.
Might be over earlier than you expected.
Yeah, I know. I came into this game. I was like, it looks like...
Yeah, some game left, and then next turn just steal all the Bellonas. I think this is a kind of hard decision to make. Do you steal here? If you steal and get oppoed, you are the situation could end up quite tough. But you probably have enough stuff to clear out with wheels and the fermenter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so deciding not to steal. I guess there's nothing that Aspo can actually push out here, so it's just wastes up the runner steal here. Yeah, runner would end up on 6 credits with wheels and fermenter ticking down.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
But yeah, it's totally understandable to wanting to play it safe and not steal there.
like I love stealing a Bolognas because I don't know when I'm going to get the chance to steal them again.
Yeah.
But right now, there's not all that much that the Corp can do with a Bologna, besides maybe shuffle it back with Spin Doctor, right? It can't score it.
Yeah.
So at least I don't think they can score it.
Like like even with wheels, you don't get that freebie. Like worst thing you can do is force the runner to transfer a ping again.
For sure. And Ma here helps a lot, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is...
But Wage
gonna
Worker
put a
actually
lot of
being
pressure.
kind of hard to trash without the imp on the table that all of the mulch decks have.
For sure. I think it makes sense, though, if you want to put pressure on the hand, you don't steal the Bologna, you install the Ma.
Yeah, it's totally
I mean,
workable.
at this point, like, as long as you check everything for crypto crashes, Wage Workers is not going to do that much more than help you if you want to go credit.
Yeah, it's kind
Do
of
something.
a smaller thing. Like worst is something like, well, not anymore. I was thinking about install 3 cards advanced message just for, but that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah. We might see something like draw, install, but
Yeah,
the Corp is
but
really
then it's
poor.
just like 1 card worth of value, so it's not that bad.
This is still a very like a tense game.
Yeah, like getting it through here actually costs quite a bit. Oh, but Ores is such a good hit.
And you know there's a Bologna in
Yeah,
hand.
do you just crack
How tempting
Fermenter on
is
HQ?
It's tempting, but if like
Yeah.
HQ is ping, you don't want to float a tag. But yeah, it's very tempting.
Yeah, it's one of those like you want to so bad to do it, but you just might end up losing the game at that point. So
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that
yeah, so it's just playing it safe here.
what an interesting board state. You can't really, I mean, you can only really afford to reset Wage Workers if you like reset Wage Workers, click 3 times, and then install something in the amount, right?
Yeah, and then even then it's just like -1 credit though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you really need some more econ floor to actually use that Wedge Worker effectively.
For sure.
That's
why I think it was right to leave it.
Yeah, totally. Like the more hit also is quite important at this stage.
Yeah, R Plus really hates being mod because they usually have stuff they want in their hand, right? It's often going to be agendas, maybe seamless, tag punishment, oppos.
Yeah.
All of this stuff that they have, and also the maw puts pressure on your digital lives, right? You get less cards in your hand, you just get a little bit suffocated by maw. So I like am not surprised at all to like see the runner wanting to leave the Wage Workers.
Could this, if Source has like all of the tools in hand, this might be like trying to force Source not to be able to run the server 3 this turn. It could be like seamless advance score out.
That would be
Oh, but we have seen Anoetic Void, so I don't think it can be the 2 seamless version anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so oh, but we know not enough money after Wage Workers though.
Yep.
So it kind of just
running here for a maw trigger and then clearing the tags. Maybe crack fermenter, clear tags or something. I maybe even crack fermenter. If I was thinking about this, I might crack fermenter, run HQ in case there's Bologna. But there, I guess it might.
Or it could be
and then
Arcos as
then
well.
clear the tags.
Not just a crypto crash.
Ooh. Oh my. Like I like crack fermenter, run HQ,
Yeah, crack
clear
fermenter.
tag. Oh, but you have a paladin as well to deal with now.
I guess, but it's 1 in 2 to actually win from HQ, or it could be on server 3 as well.
It could be in server 3, but you can also use wheels here.
Yeah, pop
So you
wheels,
could, like,
hit fermenter and just
interesting.
no deciding to wait.
Interesting
Do you
choice.
feed
Do you have
rat
to
here?
choose? You have to use the paladin, probably. Oh, what? That's not the glass click I would take.
Oh,
What?
guess through there hits.
What?
If that's a ping, you are kind of messed up there. Hit ping,
Yeah, like
hit like then opponent just go maybe self-growth
if
programs you.
that would be
Yeah,
if they self-growth program your fermenter and your maw, like you're really sad.
yeah, pretty like
I mean, or your
brave
other
last
stuff.
click.
I'm really surprised to not see the fermenter clicked there. Like as corp here, like I don't think you almost purge. I
It
don't know.
really
It
depends on
purging
what's on
feels so
server
bad.
3.
That's true.
But yeah, purging it seems totally worth.
So that's how the Bologna is gonna get stolen. That fermenter.
Yeah, I think I purge her if I have a ping or anything like VSA ping or something on R&D HQ.
There are only 4 minutes left in the round, so it's possible that the runner is trying to play for like time as a backup at this point. I still don't see running HQ there. But
Yeah, I think now you just click fermenter and run HQ, basically.
that seems like
No, that's the guard moshing.
nice. Well played moshing. I guess maybe they're trying to bait the fermenter trap for the purge, right? Like, come on, purge me. You know you want to.
That just bounced to 7 credits.
Super fun. Yeah.
Totally could be. But So's actually playing this pretty slow here. And
At this
just
point,
say the
like you
ping
just
again.
keep... Oh.
Still keeping the fermenter money not taken.
If the corp had one more credit, they could potentially score Bologna out of the round.
Yeah, like this is pretty scary here. And even you can just score, or no, you can't score out with seamless launch. A singular seamless launch. And So's actually not doing the wheels on last click or last turn. Maybe just still getting the value though, so it doesn't do too much. But yeah, it again feels really bad to purge here, and especially now after the brother has some money set up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just click for 3. Yeah, 12 credits out of the fermenter, I guess. Oh. Yeah, Steve value as well. I think this just might be Source pushing his luck a bit. If it's on server 3 and there is a seamless launch in hand, it just could be game here.
Yeah, it does have enough money to run server 3. Next click, even wheels run it, right? And still see steel blown
There
up.
goes more.
But I can't imagine not running server 3.
Just playing strike when there's an econ card.
Okay.
Is this the punish?
This could also just be a 4-2, and we could see a times tie.
Oh yeah, that could be an option. And we see one shipment from Vladivostok already gone, but that doesn't end up doing too much. Triple install, or just 2 installs and advance. So it is the Bellona probably on server 3. I think you probably had to do something earlier though. Looks like it would be too late here.
Yeah, I don't see how the runner does it. Just run server 3 and win. Like, I don't think they play like NGOs or anything.
Yeah, it could be something like Cyan, but yeah, especially with Turban, this just costs 2 credit to run here.
That's time in the round.
Time in the round though, it's could be something here. Oh, it's a Bellona, yeah. Just sitting there. Yeah, I guess Ashbo had to do something with it. Cannot just sit around and hope to draw the Siemens launch. Although I think Sauce was pushing it a bit there, but... Yeah, time on round. I think that might mean that Sauce could be also in. We still have... We don't have any matches left.
Yeah, we're done with the rounds. We're gonna take like a 20-minute break while I set up the cut, and then I'll have players pick which sides they want to play, and we'll probably be trying to start in about 25 minutes.
All right, I'll put up the break screen on and go eat something.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for all the work you're putting in. Really appreciate it.
So, be back in 25 minutes, everyone.
Thank you so much. This has been really, really wonderful. Yeah. Oops, I keep messing. There we go. Yeah, I really having the event streamed is like super great. Really, thank you so much for. Yeah, I mean, we can take a little break and then we can. I haven't gotten to it yet. We can let's take a break, eat some food. We'll pop on and we can if we pop on about while they're like doing the deck list review. Okay, I have to check to make sure everything is in. Oh, they can still hear me? I'll
drives to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmitting signal now.
controlling the master.
Alright. So we have the cut coming straight up, cutting from top 64 or 64 players into just 8 players left. Couple of really sad things happening. I think Charlie was thinking about IDing, and I did, and ended up actually not getting enough points to make it into the cut. And then Source getting just strength of scheduled out by 0.05 points. So Source missing the cut, but then we have Easy making it a cut with HP, PD, Sable, Warlock with PD and Lou, Augustus, just again PD all around, and Hoshiko. I think Augustus is on mulch version, so basically 3 mulch decks. Off 15-15, Neroth Hub, I don't think we have seen them play yet. And also on Lou, Tuno on the interesting ganked Ace list, and Hoshiko, that's probably mulch as well. Janktivist, PD, Lou, Asmari Edtech, and again Lou. And then Senchi on Asmari and Sable, and White played just playing Zaya. So 3 criminals and 5 anoraks, like it's meant to be. I think pairings are also up. I think they're running the top cut in Cobra. So first round pairing would be White Plus versus Easy, and Tuno versus off 15-15, Senche versus Warlock, Jankti versus Augustus Caesar. I think we're probably going to jump into Tuno versus off 15-15 because we haven't seen any of their matches yet. And tables are not yet up, at least. Yeah, probably taking a couple of moments, but we can think about some of the matchups. I think it's that people get to the higher seed, also player on the left side in Cobra, I believe, gets to decide which side to play first. So I would assume it's going to be Zaya versus PD. This I have no idea. I have no idea actually what this matchup between Tuno and O15-15 is going to be. I kinda think Tuno probably is past tried the ace against Bloop more, and like Hoshiko Mulch is might be pretty scary into nearest hub, depending on what kind of version it is. I would assume percentage being going okay into Warlock. Like Asmari into Lu is good. Sable into Haspieroid, like PD is really good. And I think this is basically a mirror matchup. I probably would pick Loop into PD, though it's kind of fair. Both work. And I believe they're still deciding it. Or they might be trying to share the deck list through Cobra in a way that I have not understood, but at least we have this real better like picture of all the IDs. 17 PD decks. Maybe people just like figuring out PD is pretty good against these two options. R plus taking the second spot, then Ob, then Atea. Making complete sense. Outfit kind of fallen out of favor. Asmari fallen out of favor. And runner side is a bit more split. It's like 8 lat, and then Zaya, interestingly, like 6 Zayas and 6 Sables, which is really interesting. 2 Soul makes sense. Yeah, people still deciding. I think Tuno is going to run, so it would be the nearest hub deck that we haven't seen yet. If off 15 is okay to be on stream, I'll go ask. And both players seem to be okay with it. Yeah, I think, are we starting the round already?
Hello. Just in time.
Yeah, hello. Just in time to check out the nearest hub deck that we actually haven't seen yet at all.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the Reaper function CU archetype, but this seems to have fallen off quite a bit since Mulch came onto the scene.
It is kind of interesting that it feels like Mulch is probably better against it, and of course you can play like the original Canhel style of like the R plus from Nearest Hub as well.
Yeah. Do you know which one this is? If this is the Canhel one?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're sharing deck lists, but I don't think we have access to those at all. So,
let me DM Abraham. I'm sure I can get them. Oh, actually, I'll just do it in the commentary channel. That makes more sense.
Mm-hmm. And the rules have changed, so it's just legal to watch your opponent deck lists during the matches, right?
Yeah. No, I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, totally. It created some really like silly situations in real life games where I just like scribble down your opponent deck list and after the round starts.
Yeah. No, that change was implemented maybe I want to say a few months back. Yeah, it just felt kind of like a holdover of like doing a tradition without re-examining why we were doing it that way.
Yeah.
I'm personally quite happy for it to be gone. Oh, I'm gonna confirm in the chat.
The judge stamp of approval.
Yeah. Just so Tuna doesn't have to take their word for it. Not that they would lie about it, but
Do that and try to call a judge after. I would have a hard time finding out a way you can call a judge on that though.
What do you mean?
Like how would you call a judge on online tournament where opponent is reading the deck list if it's not allowed?
Oh, in the middle of reading. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like tournament
yeah,
match.
I guess
My opponent checked the deck list. You
yeah.
need some like
I
webcam
guess
setup
it's
with eye
unenforceable.
trackers and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good point. I hadn't thought of that. All right, it looks like Man on the Moon is getting us those lists. It'll just be a minute or two.
Yeah, we can see which kind of nearest hub it is. I think one of those IDs that can support so many multiple different type of decks. Mostly asset focused, of course, though.
Yeah, I mean, 17 influence and draw a card. It's hard to go wrong.
Yeah, it seems like a good combination.
Yeah.
Like historically, I think nearest hub used to be a really dominant ID at like most of the history of the game. Kind of falling down after stuff like CTM got introduced, if I don't know incorrectly.
Yeah. No, I've only been playing since about 2018, so I wasn't playing during that time. But from my understanding of the history, that's definitely the case. There's a pretty infamous deck archetype called Butcher Shop, which was just really, really fast kill out of NEH. And then there's also Railgun, which I don't actually know how long it survived for, but it could combo out and kill you on, I think, as early as turn 3. Yeah, it was like 24/7.
Oh yeah,
you
breaking news combo.
Yeah. 24/7 breaking news, power shutdown, yada yada, play boom, GG. Stupid.
Yeah, sounds really fun and interactive.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the newer NEH archetype is definitely more interactive, but it's similar. I guess hopefully I'm not giving this explanation pointlessly, and that OF15 is on the Reaper version. But basically, what the NEH is trying to do is spam assets out on the board, getting tempo from your ID and from wage workers. There are traps like check a Scion and Behold to punish the runner for checking servers. There's also false leads, so if they run into a Behold at a poor time, you can stick them with the tags. But ultimately, you're trying to get a Reaper function down, then you use that to do 2 damage, and then use SIU and win the trace, and then play end of the line. So the runner has to go on this hunt for all these uniced, unresed servers, try to find the Reaper function in the SIU without hitting the Beholds, try to find the false lead. It's like a shell game, but kill combo, but also rush. It seems difficult to play against.
Yeah, sometimes you just lose because you check the wrong servers.
Oh, and this looks like mulch.
Yeah, I think we have seen 2 known mulch already. One of the innovators of mulch, completely just bringing it to Worlds and playing really well there, and just building the whole deck ID basically. There have been some evolutions from Science Worlds, stuff like getting a second imp in there for the asset matchups and other kind of small innovations, but
yeah, it's stayed pretty consistent.
Yeah, the same idea still stays.
it's quite unfortunate for OF15 if that's the case. Did who was the higher seed? Oh, it was
I think
Tuno.
2-0, yeah.
Yeah. So the reason mulch does so well into the never mind. This
No,
isn't the
rip.
Reaper version. Oh yeah. Um, I mean, having against an asset deck though, having your Knob Carry Imp and just having infinite trashes
Yeah, just
for 0 credits is pretty excellent.
yeah, getting those free clears just pays so much in the long run.
Mhm. Yeah, and then even if you're forced to go tag me, just go Imp the Punishment.
Yeah, totally. Like you have to
Yeah.
increase your amount of punishment so much if you want to actually be able to do something with it.
Can definitely see why Tuno picked this side.
Yeah, I think the other side would have been some like the A-side loop, which we kind of saw at some point, but that seemed like much more tougher matchup than this could be if Tuno gets the right opening, and opening Imp is one of the key parts.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this list is on 2 Imp. So still pretty fortunate for Tuno, but yeah, I bet OF15 is still at least somewhat grateful to not be staring down Lou. This
Yeah,
the
I think
smallest of consolations.
Blue just
Okay,
getting that extra value in addition to getting those Imp clears, just making the matchup so much harder. And
we
Tuno
got
just
the deck
drawing
list
up
in.
here.
It looks like this is Connell, although I'm sure we figured it out by now. But
Yeah, I
it
think the
looks
amount
pretty,
of ice already says something.
yeah, pretty on brand for Connell NEH. Nothing too crazy that I'm seeing in the list.
I think the most like non-standard part is something like the bladder warts.
Yeah, and there's one tiered subscription, which I mean is a little odd, but it's just money.
Yeah, it's zero cost thing that just generates you money basically for free.
Yeah. The only tag punishment seems to be self-growth and shipment from Vlad. And an early Amani crypto crash, fire to bounce a loaded fermenter or a knob curie can be quite devastating for mulch, as can the self-growth program to do the same thing. But the shipment from Vlad, you're pretty not worried about being on clot. If you can manage to weather the initial storm and get rid of the Amanis and hold down your knob curie, it's kind of hard to punish mulch for just saying, you know what, I don't care about these tags. The tempo's not worth it.
Yeah, like the deck can operate on so
second imp.
low. Oh, that's huge. Deck can operate on so low credits that like installing a second knob crystal might be problematic at some point. Like your basically whole lifeline here is getting these fermenters rolling and getting them back with simul chips.
Yeah, Tuno seems to have had a pretty great start.
Yeah, 2 imps and turn 6, and we're already more than halfway through the deck.
2 imps, 2 fermenters, the paladin, some raindrops, like very, very smooth draw. There's definitely the potential with mulch where you just draw a bunch of your breakers or like late game engine pieces like conduit that you just don't have the money or the desire to install right now, and it can get a bit awkward, but it definitely looks like it's not having that issue. There was another one. This has got to be the crypto Amani.
Oh, that hurts.
And bounce.
That hurts so bad.
Yeah. Bounce that fermenter.
Yeah, I would assume fermenter goes.
Yeah.
Although Tuno can bait the increases this one, so Tuno can't actually even pay. Yeah, that is so harsh.
Yeah. That combo is just so mean. It's
Yeah,
I
at
don't know
least
what else to say.
it's not like Nobkere or something like Mo, where you just are so miserable when it gets bounced. And
Yeah.
Fermenter coming back with 2 tokens on it already, and installing the
Yeah.
Nobkere this turn, so
I think you put the counter on the ferment. Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
just straight
Wow,
back
and,
where we started.
Yeah. It's almost like nothing happened.
Just missing couple of credits.
Yeah. I think once Tuno gets an Audrey down, this is looking extremely good.
Yeah, like off 15-15 has to find like oppos to start hitting, and preferably
Yeah.
get that like large oppo at some point. Without it,
Yeah.
I don't
There's the
think.
baby Oppo.
Yeah, I don't think Tuno is on the solidarity patch though. Yeah, no solidarity
I
patch, I believe.
don't think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
That's
actually has to clear
pretty
these tags
uncommon in the
manually.
version. Yeah, there goes the last wage workers.
Yeah.
That's huge. You don't have to be scared that any card on the board is potentially a crypto crash, which is very nice. Or a tomorrow's headline into tag punishment with the wage workers click. Getting that out of there, definitely the right priority.
Yeah, totally. And now you can start focusing on actually clearing out the server 1 behind ice, and maybe even get that Amanisan eye out of here, just so you don't lose your Nobkuri again.
Yeah, although another nice aspect of having the infinite imp is that if there was, say, an unresed Amani you weren't aware of, you can always just imp the Bologna, imp whatever agenda, and not have to deal with the fallout until you can go clear the Amani. I realize that, like, just turn after turn, I'm just saying all the advantages Mulch has in this matchup, but it really does.
Yeah, Mulch has so many advantages here, but Mulch is so difficult to balance your economy in this matchup, I think. So,
Yeah.
like, Mulch is favored, but you actually have to play it really well and cannot afford to make too many mistakes here.
Oh, definitely. And it's a very skill testing deck. Yeah, there are countless lines available to you every turn. Yeah, it's quite difficult to play for an entire tournament and then an entire cut. Lots of value coming out on the corp side.
Yeah,
But
corporation basically
I don't know
clipping
if
for us 3 every turn.
Yeah, but I just don't know if value's enough.
Yeah, I guess you cannot build like thick enough servers with ice that it actually starts mattering, especially when Audrey comes down and you just clear everything and get those free Audrey tokens.
Yeah, and I mean, with all these assets, you know you're not going to have trouble getting Audrey counters. Yeah, the most taxing ice, I believe, is that Mjasnichesla with the advancement. But even then, like, you don't have to steal the Bologna.
Yeah, you just imp it. It doesn't like your money doesn't just matter at all.
Yeah, just Botulus the Mjasnichesla and then imp it. Yeah. So many options. But we shouldn't be counting out 15 yet. That's my bad. It is difficult. So if they manage to pull this off, that would be pretty impressive. Speak of the double, there's the Botulus on the
and there it goes. Instantly going in there. So
yeah,
if
did
this
they
like ping maybe?
Did Tuno pop fermenter this turn?
Yeah, I believe it.
It did,
was,
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. First click
Okay.
fermenter.
So they can use the Simmel chip without sacrificing the Botulus. Get that Audrey out.
Oh, just
no.
cleaver.
I'm surprised by that, because Audrey will come in with the counter from Cookbook.
Yeah, and Tuno actually going to float tag this turn.
maybe it doesn't want to use Audrey because of virtual service agent, or just wants to get the regular breakers out, or I'm not sure. Oh, and there
Yeah,
we go, into the Bologna.
but having the floaty tag, if off 1515 has
Yeah,
found the self-growth program, this is going to hurt quite a bit.
yeah.
Getting 8 credits
Here,
worth of
running,
thing back to hand is going to not be fun.
yeah,
And a
running
second
last click.
Rashida. Oh,
Oh, and the daily business show.
yeah, I think we're finding
That's a
that
lot.
self-growth program here.
Yeah, I mean it's hugely risky to run last click against an unresed NBN ice. Ping has just changed the game
Yeah,
in that way. You know, kind of like Snare for newer players, where you just learn like, yeah, you don't run with less than 3 cards in hand against Shinteki. New thing, you don't run an unresed ice against NBN last click.
yeah, ping just being so good value, like especially in R
Yeah.
plus when you can res it for basically free. Here you actually have to pay 2
Oh,
credits,
it's
but I think it's still really worth it.
yeah, it's some BS in reality play.
If you don't have self-growth program, do you just trash every resource from the runner side here?
I mean, you definitely don't need to trash Lago. But I think it could be worth getting rid of Poemu,
Yeah, I think like your top priority
especially if
actually
you.
maybe is cookbook here, I would assume. If like cookbook actually is so much money with those simul chips, and the fermenters add up really quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Also getting the
Tuno
tag
has
down
to.
with counter, so
Tuno has to only has 2 simul chips used already, so it's gonna have to play a labor rights at some point soonish in the next couple turns.
that
Get
or
those
a
back.
DJ Fenris.
Yeah. What's that? Sorry.
Get labor rights or play DJ Fenris to get those back.
Yeah. Oh wait, no. So there's a labor rights in the bin. I missed that, and there's already one RFG'd.
Oh,
Uh,
so no labor
there are
rights
only two.
yet.
Oh no, there are 3 labor rights.
Oh,
Never mind.
that's...
There are 3. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually has to be pretty careful with the Lago triggers now. If you
Oh
mill
yeah.
out the last labor right, it's going to hurt so bad.
Yeah. You still. Is this list on buffer drive? It looks like no.
No, it's
It looks like
choosing DJ
the
Fenris.
buffer drive. Yeah. It looks like buffer drive went to DJ or pinhole. So yeah, you definitely can't use that for some emergency recursion.
Yeah, and
You could
even then
potentially
Yeah, I don't
one
think
with
you can trigger
Fenris.
Lago here at all. Oh, hey,
If you
Abraham.
have, oh yeah, if you have Fenris, you can potentially get one of your labor rights back with Fenris.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, is DJ in the trash? No, it's not.
No, not yet. Yeah, and Tuno taking a think here, which is totally warranted, I think. Yeah, these are the boards that were just sometimes mailed. Especially after getting those hit by those tags from Oppo here. Going in moshing.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it
It's like
doesn't.
a pretty easy moshing. Still floating the tag.
Yeah, I wonder if we're just not going to clear it.
Well, the self growth is gone, and Vlad doesn't do anything on 2 tags.
No,
And yeah, I mean, like, you like your resources, but it's not. I don't think it's devastating for any of these to get lost.
Yeah, it might be
I'd
that
imagine. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
it might be that you decide to go tag me just here after I have seen
Yeah.
everything.
Oh, all right. That
Yeah.
was cheeky. Yeah. The
That hurts.
Yeah. Yeah. Much better said. Yeah. The ability to just tax the runner on clicks, like even though things are unprotected, the runner just simply does not have the time to go check all your unresed servers. They can check one or two every once in a while to keep you honest, but I mean that stuff like that is going to sneak by, or else the runner just simply can't set up their board state at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a good fork set up by
Mm-hmm.
OF team.
Yeah, the Oppo fork.
Yeah.
Seems displeased.
Yeah.
To put it mildly.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, you got it. Yeah, they're both very good players, and you know you're taking that type of risk. Take the line that you choose, and then it's always frustrating when it happens. Right? Sometimes you got to make choices. Like, okay, to win this. I'm not saying that Tuna's in this position necessarily, but sometimes you got to make choices. Like, in order to win this game, I just have to get lucky here, and that this is not the worst case scenario. Like, I just like start making those judgment calls where you're like, I'm in a position where I'll probably only win if I get lucky a little bit. So you start disrespecting things that if you respected them, you still might lose. But if they're just not the thing that the worst case scenario, then you're like clawing yourself back. So you start playing riskier. So
Yeah.
it's possible that's the type of thing that happened, and then like you're like, oh, I'm gonna save a click and not run this thing, and then that happens. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, and
Also of huge note is that the big spooky Oppo is online now. I don't think that's particularly worrying to Tuno, with the double tag punishment again just being shipment from Vlad. But I don't know. I'm sure it would prefer to not have four more tags.
yeah, I think Tuno has to basically sit on the simul chip for the rest of the game. Cannot actually use it to get some simul chip. Oh, this could be it.
No, because it only has one tag. So
Oh yeah, totally.
yeah. I mean, it can credit Knob Curie run the remote.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I kind of agree with Tuno's reaction in the chat there.
yeah, but like, what can it be? Like, is it just like something that you're bluffing with?
I mean,
Did
And
they
there-
just
Could it-
forget about Imp? Or
And like, how are you scoring that you have? There's one seamless launch in that could be in HQ maybe. You could. Oh,
I mean,
no,
this might-
you don't
Oh,
even have a seamless launch anymore.
it's probably a tomorrow's headline, and it wants to punish the but Tuno's already tagged, so
Yeah, like
I wonder
or it's
if
just a crypto.
this is a Bologna, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. You just like have an extra one in your hand. You're like, all right, we need to force Tuno's hand at this point as the corp. We can lose an
Yeah.
agenda to Imp. If they simul
But off.
chip,
Go ahead, sorry.
if you simul chip the Imp in order to imp this Bologna, then you can play your bigger Oppo and you can try and score with like shipment from Vlad the next turn, and the simul chip will be gone for the clock threat. So it just like
Well, I think
speeds up the clock.
Tuno would probably, you could just click for a credit, install Knob Curie, and that. Oh, you still have to break the ping, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this.
but thing is, I don't think you have any way to score this Bellona next turn.
I think this is a crypto.
Yeah.
Sure, but like regardless, well, yeah. I mean, it might be
Because the
just
scene
looking for
gone,
oppo.
all 3 wage workers are gone.
Yes, Wedge Workers gone, Seamless Launch gone. So Tuno probably can just like install the Nopcre without fearing too much here, and then just imp every agenda you see.
Okay.
Or
There we go.
you can just go check here. You basically lose a couple of credits.
I mean, is there
Now
I
here's where you have to
haven't
make the
looked
call.
at this.
Do you preemptively refresh the imp,
Yeah.
planning to imp a Bologna, or do you not and hope it's not Bologna?
Well, there's like a decent. This is on wage workers, right? So I think you have to. Oh no, there's no wage workers.
No,
If you just
all
don't.
3 wage workers are gone and seamless launch is
Okay.
gone.
Okay.
I think you have to imp this either way because of the Amanisena that's on table.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If your cleaver gets bounced, you're back in the hole.
Oh, it is a
again.
headline. Trying to go for the double tag.
Oh yeah, just like
Interesting.
advance.
All right.
Yes.
1 spin doctor left and 5 points in the bin.
Mm-hmm. So
I wonder if this will be a mill fight at the end.
Oh, yeah, that
yeah,
could.
I
yeah.
think Corp can land Oppo here on the runner, and then Tuno does not have any way to clear it, and most of the simul chips are gone already.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
all
think
of the simul
Tuno now
chips.
just. Tuno will just play the last labor rights, get back labor rights and 2 chips, and then clot threat diffused.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you or Tuno here, right? You can run the remote and imp whatever this card is, in case it's an agenda.
Yeah.
And then you can just put down the symbol chip and make sure.
Yeah, and if it's something, there is just one more actual stealable agenda. After that, you can still dig Remill pretty easily. So it's kind of like 2 Bellonas, which are really hard to steal even from archives, and then 1 Crypto Crash and 1 dig Remill that it could be as your last point. And
you definitely. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just wondering, like, Tuno has the Mad Dash still in archives, so. But
Yeah, but it doesn't make a difference really with the way the points are distributed.
yeah, not currently no.
Yeah. I mean, you just go tag me, right? There's no point in clearing these anymore.
Yeah,
No,
hitting
you
the
lose the
labor
labor
rights.
rights.
Oh no, hitting both recursion tools. That is so sad.
Oh,
That's okay. That's really bad.
the DJ is not going to do very much for you, but you could potentially buy 1 card back.
Oh, that's the Gremlin.
Does it have a way to make money? No.
No, I don't think currently. But you can just click for crits and hope your opponent does not have the spin doctor yet.
Do you imp this? This is what a question. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have to imp it. Right? You don't want to take a trace 5.
Yeah, you imp this and then just start clicking for credits, and next turn you win.
Is there Bologna in the bin?
you have to draw and install chip. You need simul chip down, or you risk just losing next turn.
That is totally true. Decide to steal.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
But there's no simul chips left.
Oh wait.
No simul chip left.
No, there. It shuffled 1 back.
Oh yeah,
with
totally.
labor rights. But wait, stealing the degree mill puts 2 other cards back in their deck. So if the simul chip isn't already in their hand, that might have screwed them.
I think that we know that it's not, because the labor rights got trashed from HQ, and I think it's the only card that was drawn with the labor rights.
Yeah, so actually that steal.
Oh, that's me.
Okay.
Oh no.
Wild.
Yeah, has the last spin doctor as well.
Interesting line. That makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. Huh. I just you didn't have to win that turn. I think the chip would have just carried you through, right?
Well, if there's
Yeah, there it is.
Well played by OF15.
Yeah, just
yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It depends if you're scared of the remote, right? Like,
mhm.
but
1 credit to check it every turn, though. I
no,
don't
it
know.
makes sense. It makes sense, and it doesn't. You don't have to. There's no wage workers threat, right? So
Hmm.
anything has to be advanced.
Yeah.
Wow, very interesting game. Very interesting game.
Yeah. How much time do we have left?
We have
Should we
about,
join anything else?
I think so. There's about 12 minutes left in the round.
All right. I think there is Augustus Caesar vs. Junk Twist still going on.
Yeah, it is. Everyone is default opted into streaming at this
Yeah.
point, right? Okay.
I believe so. I don't think that. Is there anyone? Well, is
Oh,
there
never
anyone
mind.
that's
It's
on there?
over.
Oh, it's over already.
It actually, I think it ended before the other game.
Yeah, the players
sense.
just chatting through the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like a really wild board state.
All right. Well, that's all the results then, I think.
Do we have? Let's see. I haven't seen. Nobody's told me what happened in the other games. I don't
Yeah, the
think.
games seem to be over though.
Um,
So Augustus won against Janktivist, and we don't have score against for Whiteblade versus Easy.
okay. Okay. So it's one against Strength Fist.
I would assume Whiteblade played Bronner here, right?
Whiteblade chose runner, yeah.
Yeah, would make sense. Yeah, Whiteblade winning that one. I think we
Makes
saw
sense.
this Zaya against PD earlier already, and it did not look pretty that game.
Yeah. Criminal does extremely well against PD.
Yeah, especially if you get those like Zaya things going online. Generating money off central access is just so good at some point, early on especially.
I don't believe I don't believe Eric is playing Diversion of Funds, but between Hermes, Diversion of Funds, Pinhole Threading, Bravados for up-tempo face checks, like Crim just has so many good tools against PD. The only thing it's really missing is just bursty or draw, but you can import that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think most criminals are not leaving home without something like 2 Dr. Nukas or 2 Diesel currently.
Mm-hmm.
Your in-faction options are just kind of weaker. You have Class Act, but paying 4 for 4 cards is not what you want to be doing too much.
Yeah. Most Crim builds are playing 3 Class Act just so you can get it down ASAP. I mean, it's also, what a versatile card, because it's good against kill.
Yeah, totally.
Improves all your future draws, and then in a pinch, yeah, it's expensive, but it's sometimes you don't care if it costs 4, you just need 4 cards.
Yeah, you don't have too many options as well.
Yeah, it's like that and Earthrise, which also costs 4.
Yeah, totally.
And no one's crazy enough to play Blueberry Diesel, so.
Yeah, I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
So
this is double. Yeah, it is double elimination.
Double elimination. Do we watch table 8 then?
Is the next round paired yet?
Yeah, I think next round should be paired. They
Oh,
played this
okay.
Vovarlock against Janktivist. And it sadly is a QTM team kill here as well.
I mean, yeah, there's 2 QTM players and 2 tiebreakers, right? There was
Yeah.
bound to be some team kill.
Yeah, sometimes you cannot avoid it, but it still doesn't feel too good.
Sure, yeah. Well, rather be taken out by your teammate than someone else.
Yeah, I can say that. And it is also really nice to get to play with your like teammates at some like
Mhm.
I don't think some testing groups get too much like offline play, so it's really nice to meet people offline and actually get some games in. Like I believe
also get really
Tiebreakers
high-
and QTM are kind of like online testing groups mostly.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, it can also lead to higher quality games in the sense that if you're playing against a teammate who you've played against a lot, you know their style, you probably know what deck they're on. You can get some really interesting games out of that. So it's possible that Team Kill is the best game to spectate.
Yeah, we can totally spectate either one, I think.
You'd pick table 4, was it? Warlock and Janktivist?
Yeah, I'm fine with either one.
Okay. All right, that's. Do we know? Well, we did just watch Tuno, so
Yeah, that was like my
I'm
main
fine
point.
with.
We haven't
Yeah,
seen.
yeah, I'm fine with table 4.
All right. Oh yeah, it's loop again.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't verified every list in the cut, but I think we're mostly at Anarch HB NBN, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's top cut is only. Yeah, it's only HB, 2 NBN, and then 3 criminal and 5 anarchs.
Oh, 3 criminal. Didn't
Yeah,
realize.
and
Oh,
I
right,
think
because white blade, at
I
least.
think every single one of the anarch decks is some sort of mulch deck.
Yeah, it looks like 3 lose, which are all mulch, and then we know that Tuno is on mulch, and then I don't remember what Augustus Caesar is on.
I
if
don't
that's
know. I
mulch
don't
or...
know if we know that Augustus is on mulch, but Augustus is on mulch. And I can
All
zoom
right.
back in.
So it's my understanding that this matchup is pretty PD favored. That's my impression. I was also talking to Whiteblade, who played a significant amount of Lou before a CO that we went to. And he had an extremely negative opinion of this matchup for Lou. They can just kind of ice up centrals pretty early, and then Lou has a hard time getting in and getting those imp trashes to get his engine going. And then you also have to deal with Maverises and ice with awkward breakpoints for Audrey, like Onsel and MIC. So yeah, it can be. Oh, and then of course Magnet and Faction. And yeah, it seems a bit rough for Lou. But you know, if the corp doesn't draw into much ice or much econ, can't keep the Lou out, then the Lou can definitely just snowball, run away with
I think
it.
it's a bit about like what draws do you get. Can you find those eyes to protect centrals early and can like find any to push out actually? And what if Lou hits just all of the seamless launches out of your hand, you kind of cannot do anything anymore.
Yeah. Although I guess it's nice if you score agendas the normal way without the seamless, you can at least recur back any piece that you want that Lou managed to get his hands on.
It also depends kind of much on which version of Lou it actually is. We have seen a couple of decks with Mad Dash today, and like really different influence includes. And yeah, this start seems amazing.
Oh, that is a good start.
Yeah.
That is a good, wow. Both players kept. I mean, can't say I'm surprised Janktivist kept.
Yeah, no.
Uh,
I wonder why.
yeah.
And I think Warlock would be pretty happy with that hedge fund.
Or
Yeah,
an ice.
yeah, ice would also help. Yeah, no ice on R&D, just allowing Janktivist to go back in there and get that farm in.
Yeah, I wonder if Warlock is trying to just push something out incredibly fast.
Yeah, trying
Was
to
that a
push
border
something out.
control?
And,
Yeah.
yeah. Border control not doing it here. Oh, but it's
No,
just a
you can't.
tranquility grid. Those, you probably still want that tranquility grid online so
Yeah,
you
but
can
no.
get that money, but
Oh, for sure. Janktivist can just check. Oh, never mind. God, that's happened a lot today. Uh, I was gonna say Janktivist can just check the remote every turn for
yeah,
one credit.
that's the
Yeah.
commentator's curse. It's
Oh,
yeah, and
that is really good for Janktivist.
yeah, that's
Oh, that's
extremely good for
really
a
good for
activist.
Janktivist. Oh my God.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
At least yeah, Rashida gets to fire, which is really good.
Yeah, I'm sure Warlock is very happy about that. But yeah, it's off to a great start for Janktivist. Um, just needs to get a bit more of the reg breakers up, but I mean, having this infinite imp and having one of the ice on the remote already invalidated, pretty nice.
Yeah, luckily for Warlock, the ice that has been botch lost is one of those that you kinda can let be botch lost because even with just Janktivist getting one breaker online, it doesn't do too much. No, is the engine going? Yeah, farming R&D. Not running HQ with that botulus. I would assume like typically you want to get HQ before R&D.
I yeah, I understand. Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah.
I understand both approaches because while you do want to imp seamlesses, um, PD typically with the very low agenda density and the extremely aggressive jammy nature, typically if they have an agenda in HQ, it's going to go in the remote. So I think Janktivist probably just fishing for single accesses like that, and
Yeah,
if he hits anything more valuable than
it seems to be working. Just sniping those agendas out of
yeah,
R&D.
yeah. And I think you don't even really need to fish for trying to imp the seamlesses because Warlock has to play as if they're going to get trashed, you know? So so as we can see, single advanced, and for all we know that could just be an office or something, because he can't rely on oh, there's game.
What?
Okay. Wow.
Whoa,
Yeah,
what a
I guess so.
That, all right. Yeah, never
Well,
mind
we can
anything I
jump into
said
the
about the
next
matchup.
QTM, like
Yeah.
the QTM team kill
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sad to see, but
Yeah.
sometimes PD gives, sometimes PD takes away.
Do we want to go to Augustus Caesar versus? Oh no, that was Anarch at the end too. Do we go to Tuno Izzy and
yeah, I
see
think we
some
want to see the other
non-Anarch?
lower bracket game.
Yeah, let's see the other players that might get eliminated. Just get a stream in.
And I don't think we have missed too much. Tuno getting just to
Where did all?
19 credits.
Yeah, I immediately noticed that too, and then you look up, look in Tuno's heap or archives, and you see where all the money came from. Abraham, do we know what Wait, have we seen Tuno play Asa before?
Yeah, we saw ganked Trieste like
Oh, that was
Ansel
Tuno.
loops.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that was a different player. All right, cool. This is a very interesting deck to watch,
Yeah,
so I'm definitely down to see that.
I think you probably are kind of happy with Sable here. You can get rid of ganks out of central remote servers, get scoring windows, and just like pressure the
Yeah.
corporation out a bit.
Hermes is quite good against Asa because their ice is spread a bit thinner due to having 2 to 3 remotes.
Yeah, you kind of
Yeah,
sometimes if your score R&D gets blown open and you just run there and hit agendas.
yeah, and then just suddenly your entire remote's gone.
Basically, yeah.
All right,
Tuno
let's
on
see if we get a
17 credits.
juicy free bravado. Running anywhere here is scary though, because face planting a drafter is sometimes like just outright game losing. Especially with Asha, you get the extra install too.
And I really don't want to be checking randomly here into this ganked list.
Mhm. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, even like drafter ganked is even super nasty. In worst case, you hit like Ansel ganked and your whole table blows up.
Yeah, this. I mean, that's a juicy bravado, and you got to do something. Let's find that tier. Oh, there's a tier in the deck.
Yeah, the most optimal hit for ganked, I guess.
Well, no res.
Yeah, I wonder what the ice is there so you don't res it.
Maybe Ravana.
Oh yeah, Ravana would make total sense. Oh,
Yeah,
going back in.
it worked. It worked once.
Yeah, I guess. Then you can get cheap HQ access.
Oh, now Turtle's up. Yeah.
Yeah, just go HQ. And...
Oh my God.
No, that's really sick.
What the? Yeah,
And
do you remember Izzy started this turn with 3 credit? Oh my God.
Yeah,
What
and
the-
there goes the agenda.
Now
Go you back,
steal the
go back
go
to
back to
HQ.
HQ and steal it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the game
This
getting
is
completely
so
blown
much fun.
open.
Holy.
Yo!
What a
Wow.
turn. That has to be like one of the all-time best turns possible.
Yeah, I
That
would
was pretty
assume so.
amazing. Holy. That
Wild.
is brutal.
Yeah, I
if you
think
know.
that's one of those turns where it just said GG after that.
Yeah,
Like-
I couldn't fault Tuno at all if it just its will to play died.
Yeah, totally. Is it just needs to find like one random access now? So
Yeah, now every jam has to be extremely secure.
yeah,
For sure.
and like your central servers can't bleed at all after this.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Do we see
Oh, is
another
Tuno thinking-
really quick
Oh.
game here?
Spin Doctor Res probably. Oh no.
Yeah, it doesn't decide to use twinning counters here. Maybe saving them from R&D accesses.
Yeah, or just a bigger sweep.
Mm.
Yeah.
Strength not quite there yet.
Good moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if you hit a tier here, your game kind of gets blown open, so you have to be safe.
You can still click the 2 subs, but the corp is kind of incentivized to not fast advance with those clicks because of Hermes. Too big to fail.
Not strashing too big to fail here.
All right, that is an extremely sensible purge.
Yeah, everything seems to be iced up, so.
Yeah. All right. I mean, Izzy's kind of sitting pretty. She just has to draw into maybe 2 of her breakers and make some money along the way.
Yeah, just like even one Carmen is basically like you just get to check HQ for free.
I think Izzy knew that was a spin doctor from Tuno pausing on the HQ access.
Yeah, that would make sense.
You gotta just pause sometimes to keep them guessing, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mix-up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's second
All right,
eyes on HQ.
this is a fortress.
I mean,
Icing up,
install Carmen, whatever run HQ would be. Bummer.
Yeah, I just wonder if Tuno actually has enough money to rest this stuff.
Maybe not.
Definitely not all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the
one.
echelon.
Oh, that just sucks in a drafter at the moment, though.
Yeah, I think you need something else as well.
You definitely don't want to be breaking tier with echelon.
Yeah, paying the solid 12 credits.
But if they play an echelon, you got that's 10 of the 13 credits gone from the corp. I often like. Okay, now we're breaking drafters.
Yeah, I think that's now it starts to look pretty fine.
Ooh.
Running last click.
Oh no!
Running last click.
If you see
Against
Ansel here,
this deck
just
of
bad.
all decks.
Oh.
I mean, that does.
What can we get here? We could get a gatekeeper, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, you could break the first subroutine with
How?
your boomerang.
Oh, yeah, but then you just lose the laundry money.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, it's.
Do you just try to go through here? Not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've installed. Wait. Yeah, there's so much ice down that
you can break most of an Ansel.
Oh, it didn't even have an ice to get with Branner.
Okay, that's really good for the runner.
This is Izzy C3. Oh, just one. Oh! All right.
No.
Wow.
That's okay. You go sweep next turn. She knows where it is.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not,
somewhere in those 9 cards.
I'm not sure if it's going to be there any longer, though.
If there's a spin doctor, it doesn't have to be an HQ anymore.
Yeah, that or you just install it on
Whoa.
server. It's an R&D. Oh yeah, you want to too big to fail.
Yeah, this is too big to fail. Awesome.
Yeah, no.
Love it.
Oh,
Looking forward to seeing this deck list.
Too big to fail against criminal might be a bit scary.
Especially Chef's a criminal, but your ice are going to be pretty chunky.
Yeah, I wonder how much it's going to add up. Yeah, you can just click through here, and you still get the. Oh, that's so good.
Oh, I didn't even think the first one needed to be clicked. There's no way that Tuno still has more ice, right? Like.
I guess you make it. Make sure of it.
This is a very pleasant board state shape, by the way. Just want to.
And
very
there
symmetrical.
it is.
Oh, GG, yeah.
Yeah, just.
Oh.
Yeah, that one turn changed the whole game so fast. Oh.
And is it finding the really good line of like just clicking through Bran and getting the Sable click?
Yeah.
To steal Eco. Like, normally you can do that, but.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was a good line.
Yep. Well played by Izzy.
Yeah. Being able to capitalize on the really huge swing turn.
Yeah.
All right, we have HB Anarch or NBN Anarch. Um, I guess we
We
did
haven't seen
just
Asmari too much
the
yet,
OF.
so
Oh, is Senteki Asmari?
yeah.
That sounds good to me. Oh, this board is wild.
Yeah. Oh, it is re-education. Is it re-education like? I think we have seen a different player before this then.
I mean, re-education is technically a 6 Mari deck.
Yeah, I just remember we saw one player who played like a real 6 Mori. So I thought it was Senteki.
I wonder. It may have still been this deck because right, we see a Res Hydra, a Res Mesna Chesvo, Res Tolbooth. This is like it was probably this deck still. I think I probably just guessed wrong.
How did we miss
the
the re-education line in that match? I just don't
This
see.
is it's a Gypstud grid deck,
Yeah,
but I don't know. I mean, they're definitely well. Actually, there were definitely cards in that deck that I saw, and I was like, "This is probably not
yeah, like
re-education." So
if I'm changed the deck mid-tournament, I tell you.
it was probably somebody else. I think there was more than one
I
Asmari.
think so, in realistically.
Yeah. I think I had to leave before that game was over, so I don't think I
could be.
saw the rest of what it was doing.
And Geofront into second Tolbu, so that's quite a few credits.
I think it's 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
The leech helps a
or
lot.
you pay with Audrey, I guess. Yeah, Leech here paying so much money basically.
Mhm.
Leech getting 12 credits during the run.
Yeah, for sure.
And there goes Rashida. Yeah, Augustus just needing to find one more.
What do you even do with this click? Because like clicking for a credit is pointless.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it
clicking-
just gets this.
Yeah, that was a non-click.
Clicking for one credit. Oh, you click for a
No,
credit.
because you immediately lose it.
Yeah, for sure.
There probably wasn't anything else to do though.
Yeah, like
no, that's a
drawing
weird
just
situation.
discards your card and
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was already at 6, so
yeah.
If you had anything you could install with Paladin, I think that would be like the best use of the click. But like even
yeah,
like a
for
symbol
exactly
chip, like,
1 credit though.
yeah, like install symbol chip would have been fine. But other than that,
Mhm. Yeah, I mean 6-0, but this corp board is disgusting.
Yeah, you cannot get anywhere cheaply right now. Like
Yeah, I guess HQ is 2 credits.
yeah, HQ
But-
is probably your best bet, but how much value do you expect actually from HQ? Wouldn't expect too much.
Yeah. I'm sure any agendas and techie draws is going in the remote.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Well,
So-
once they make a bit more money.
The list is probably on 3 Cubestar grid, I would assume.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
have to
so
assume
there's
so.
probably one on server 1 still. So you kind of have to play around, like if Senteki just like install advances this turn, it might be end up getting pretty messy for Augustus.
Yeah, and for Augustus, I think with all these diesels that Pinhole has no room in here. So no easy way to get that chip stud.
Yeah, like
But
this turn would maybe be something like just click for credits and
Zenteki has a thin R&D and a lot of money in the trash, and you're probably not going to be making much off of Asmari with Augustus not having a lot of cards left. So economically, like, this doesn't Zentechi has to push out 9 points, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I wonder if we actually saw this deck, there should be one echo chamber somewhere, but I just don't think we saw this deck.
I think if you're Augustus, you just got to run this remote before the corp has the economy to res the other 2 ice and just get this Gypstad out of here and then coast. Are there any other upgrades, or do we know that's a Gypstad?
Could be on my virus, maybe.
Oh, that would be devastating. River. Oh.
And where are we going? Straight to HQ. Paying those really important credits here, and has enough money to steal a balloon. There it is!
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
There's game.
Sick rips, just sniping it out.
Yeah. Man, all three games runners were just heat-seeking missiles on those agendas, it seems like.
Yeah, like I think 2 of the games we saw pretty bad beats for the corporation, but this looked like both of the players were quite happy with their like draws, I think. I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, both players' board states look pretty imposing. For as much as we were talking about the Ismari one, obviously Augustus was in a good spot
Yeah,
as
you
well.
just have all of your tools online at that point, and you can just do what you want. Is the last game still going on? Looks like it.
Yeah, it's 4-4. But PD lose, so who knows how many more turns are left. Yeah.
With card installed on server 1, I think maybe not too many actually anymore.
One seamless in the bin. Only 13 cards in RNG. Wow.
Yeah, but 13 cards in R&D and just 3 agendas left. Actually 4. 4 agendas left.
4 agendas, yeah.
4 agendas where 2 of those actually win you the
Architect,
game.
Luminal, Tuikwa. Yeah. Well, this Lu may be on Mad Dash.
Oh yeah, that totally could be true.
Imp Mad Dash. Seems obvious in hindsight that decks on 3 imps should play Mad Dash.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't need it with people not being on global food anymore.
Yeah, depending on the meta. I mean, it's very good against the 6 Marty and PD if you just never have to deal with Ikoa.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, hit another seamless launch. That's pretty good. So there is no more threat of an unadvanced card being the game from Whiteblade.
Oh yeah, 2 seamless launches gone already.
Mm-hmm. And 2 Spin Doctors, which is usually all that PD can afford to import. I'd be surprised if there were a 3rd Spin Doctor.
Yeah, really depends on your eye spend, influence spend. Do you import like 3 YDLs with like just one Anoetic Void, or do you need your border controls? Oh, we see one border control.
There's a border control, a Mavericks. Yeah. At least 1 Void. Another imp.
Yeah, just going back to R&D, just smoking out every tool that corporation can draw.
Yeah, that's when you know it's
you
real.
could honestly win by mill, potentially.
When the loop has...
Void. Oh, that sucks.
When the loop has 2 imps going, it's getting real.
Okay.
Ooh, we might see a Void recur here.
Great score.
Oh, that makes sense. Mavericks.
Recur the Mavericks. All right. Yeah, I mean, threatening a seamless in hand for game here with the Mavericks purge at a moment's notice. All right, this turned around real quick.
Yeah, at least you cannot actually score after purging with Mavarus.
Yeah. Well, no. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, except if Whiteblade would be on something like one architect
Red.
deployment test, one Veltruvius.
Or, I mean, if you have red level clearance, you could.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or if the card in server one, maybe it's not even a Mavarus. Maybe it's a bluff. No, I'm kidding.
It could be like
I
second monogram, I think, which that could be totally legit. Rip it and ship it.
I love it. Also, no, you could do it after anyway.
Yeah, I don't think like it matters there. Yeah, there
Oh,
goes
Eric was confident.
Tranquility. Dude, just go back with Audrey. Olu actually has one card left in hand and deck.
Yeah, this is your last Audrey break
What the
ever.
fuck?
Good luck.
Yeah, normally we see the buffer drafts and stuff. Yeah,
They're
buffer
in
draft
the-
just is
in the heap.
gone for some reason.
I mean, that's got to be game for the corp, right? Oh, yep. All right.
Oh!
Oh, GG.
Oh,
Wow, nice work.
One click too
Yeah.
late.
Yeah, dang.
Oh, what?
All right, that's the last match.
Yeah. Second round, top cut over, and
Sorry,
I
yes.
think
To
we
be
have.
clear, the stream, that's not the final match.
Yeah. So, John Tuno and Voarlak going out from the tournament, and O15 and Senche going down to the lower bracket. Yeah, the fight is not going to be easy for this top cut here.
This, in reference to the previous 2 or 3 games that we watched, I was just reading the chat, and Jai said, I tabbed out again in Corp Exploded question. Yeah, those last 2 Corp games, besides this one, there's just like one turn where everything fell apart.
Yeah, like that easy Tuno game. It looked so like difficult position to figure out, but is it just finding the one agenda on R&D and just
Yep.
going HQ straight after?
Hermes so good.
Yeah, yeah, it's paying off so well. So round 4 is up. So it's Janktivist against O15, Sencha against Easy, Whiteblade against Augustus. I think we have seen so many Sable PD games. So
Yeah.
we can look one PD Lu from the start to end, maybe. So Janktivist against
Up to you.
O15.
I haven't been on the mic the whole time, so I have less context for what we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, so I think we can check table 11 or table 3, depending on how they name their tables.
I will be right back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. So it's going to be this. Winner of these two games on next round, and then their winner against this match, 1-2 grand finals reset. So I think it's 4 rounds left, or something like that. Oh yeah, grand final reset would be next round 1, round after that 2, 3, 4, 5 with reset, yeah. So possibly still 4 hours of Netrunner still to go.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yeah, I think they're still setting up something. Table 3 is up.
All right. Looks like we have one game up.
Yeah, I think it's the one that we should spectate.
The one we should.
Yeah. We haven't
Okay.
seen off 15-15's Bronner yet, and we have seen a couple of PD Zayas already. I don't think we can avoid PD
Yeah.
matches at this point anymore.
Yeah.
Interestingly, every single criminal that made it to top cut still in contention here.
Oh, really? 3 out of 4 crim. That's it. So this is the only Lou left.
I mean, there's still 6 people in.
Oh, there.
So
I thought
it's
there were
3.
4. I missed it.
Yeah. So 2 loop, 1 Hoshiko, and 3 criminal.
All right. Janktabus mulliganing. That's a word. Hopefully we don't get quite the corp blow-ups that we did.
Oh yeah,
last
that
round.
was rough to watch.
Yeah, I hope Janktabus got a very nice mulligan.
Yeah, I think it's a bit until they can start.
about 1 minute until the next round starts.
Yeah, just organizational stuff happening in the background.
Oh man, Eric or Whiteblade apparently needs to drop in about an hour. So
Oh no.
I don't know. Hopefully all the games go very fast,
Yeah.
or
I think our
not
would
that.
be still cutting it
Yeah.
quite close.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's on track to make it to Grands, so we might end up not having a Grands.
What is he doing that's more important than this? Nothing.
Yeah, I don't imagine there is a thing that is more important than Eternal Grand Finals. Although,
He's been in so many.
don't
He
worry,
doesn't even
Augustus
care
will
anymore.
take care of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I won't root against Eric, but it would be better if he like actually got eliminated versus just having to
Yeah.
drop.
I think I'll root against Eric dropping out of Grand Finals. It's kind of lame.
And finally we get a good PD start. Just install a remote and get a hedge fund going. So this is probably Saisentan into Snare, I would assume.
Yeah. Cookbook, Imp, Dirty Laundry. Let's go. No.
Don't curse it, please. Oh, that's the price into... Oh, at least there's no price
Those
in
are
Nobkere.
terrible, awful hits.
Yeah, I think
I mean, I
two
guess you got
prices on
something, but
table,
that
right? But
sucks.
yeah, like
Yeah.
Cleaver is probably not the thing you want here. Like you're not going to break
No,
the
not at
big
all.
ass barriers. The only thing
Yeah.
you're happy with is if that's the border control on remote.
What a strange
Oh, just
start.
pass off.
Oh.
And
Wild.
into a Brano.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did OF? No, OF kept. Interesting. I wonder if they were hoping for more off of that price. Well, I don't wonder. I know they were, but I wonder if that's why they kept.
yeah, I guess there could be an imp in hand as well, and they just considering that they can stop the Rashida pretty easily there with the install.
Yeah, Janktivist having a pretty great start.
Yeah, this is what you as a PD player you love to see stuff like this.
Yeah. I mean, already threatening to score an agenda with how
Yeah,
much
and you
that
just
OF can do about it.
Install if this second Rashida, you just like
Ooh.
no, not Rashida.
Hard casting strike fund, usually not a good sign.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough. Oh, Tranquility Grid.
Wow. Yeah, great start from Janktivist.
Yeah,
This is
like only thing Janktivist
especially-
needs anymore is some central protection, something on R&D,
Yep.
and we will be Gucci here.
Do you check the spin dock? Yep.
Yeah, just keeping
I just had
keeping him
perfect
honest.
timing. I was thinking maybe you run R&D, get an access, then run the
Oh,
spin
my
doctor and
virus!
try to get it.
Oh, there goes the imp.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Janktivist just messing.
Why is everyone apologizing?
This is so nice. I don't know.
Wait, I don't. Okay.
Is it
Well-
just a misclick or? Yeah, could be like
Oh,
Run
I see.
R&D
He's
as a
meant to use
misclick.
Maverick. Yeah.
yeah, and insta pop of virus. Oh yeah, that
That's why
might
you're
be
still
pretty rough.
concerned.
Yeah, runner needing to find another way to get those virus counters on that imp pretty quickly here.
Yeah. Or just another imp. Oh, hard casting the steel skin too.
Oh, that's... And now you can reset
Something.
imp, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, smartly thinking, all right, this game isn't going to go long enough for buffer drive to be relevant.
Yeah, and I don't think that imp is even going to be relevant when you get like MIC on
Yeah.
the R&D.
An ice on R&D with this architect would be good. But then again, so would yep, windmilling. Oh, no, avoid. I was
Yeah,
gonna say you can install an agenda with the architect and then just windmill them,
yeah, that is totally true. I guess you probably don't see ice in that top 5 if you do install Anotic.
or just things you don't care if they get accessed.
Yeah, totally.
As architect does not shuffle for those not familiar with the card text. You get to just know the top 4 cards of the deck.
Yeah, it's... Cannot even get the imp because of no change in game state.
Oh, now you can.
Yeah.
But yeah, good call out. What a stupid rule.
Yeah, Jacktivist looking in basically total control here.
Yeah, this I don't know. I have turned the wheels of fate in the opposite direction like 5 times today, so I don't want to I don't want to say that OF15 is not a good spot, but Janktivist is in a very, very, very good spot. That is a commanding remote. Is their opponent has no money, ice on centrals. The only like imp is empty, no Knob Curie, no Botchali. um, it doesn't look amazing.
Yeah, having to buy up an archive just for a random thing, just drawing it back up and getting it installed probably.
Let's see what it is. No money for Knob, so maybe Fermenter. Oh, Hippo.
Hippo makes sense.
I don't. I wonder if that was just the only thing they could install, because it doesn't seem like they're breaking ice soon.
Yeah, I guess you can like run HQ, hope it's on buyers that you can click through.
Oh, discards Echelon.
Yeah.
Might
Yes.
be planning on simul chipping the Echelon back in if needed.
Yeah, I think you're not
Yeah, fair.
hardcasting your icebreakers in these matchups. Or
Except for the first 2.
Yeah, first 2 installs of the game, I guess. You prefer
Well,
not to.
especially the Echelon also is something that you really only want to install if you like really need it, right? Like if there's drafter there and you have to break it, boom, there goes the Echelon.
Yeah, and you don't have order
yeah.
or something on table.
It also lets you discarding it means that you can run also like a server, like you don't have to pre-install it, right? Like you can run, and then if it is a drafter, you can get it if you need it. So it's less.
Yeah.
So the corp. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, the corp may be disincentivized to even bother resing a drafter, for example, if they know you could go get the Echelon, and then it's almost like you have the value of having it without having to actually install it. And if Janktivist on his next turn has an Ikawa and just jams it, like that's it. This is just too smooth. You couldn't ask for much better.
Yeah, I think every game we have seen PD win has been on turn 8 or turn 7.
Mm-hmm.
So the deck just goes blazingly fast, and yeah, I think playing Strike Fund first so you can't actually click through here. But Pastor is back to drafter, I believe. So it's kind of like double-edged.
Yeah.
Next turn at least can get through there, I think.
Watch this be a magnet.
I think you
it's
insta as if it's a magnet.
Well, I still don't know if you do because Buzzsaw just breaks it for 1.
The emotional damage just is too much.
Yeah. True, true.
It's a good point.
Although it's not maximal damage because there's not a second botulus you can steal.
Mm,
That's
yeah,
the
that would
best
be.
feeling. Oh, the crease in the palm.
All right. OF starting to establish themselves, but
I
just
think it's
seems
going to be too late.
too late. Yeah,
Mm,
And Jank Twist just has it all.
you just can't
yeah.
do anything about that. Like what? You can't steal. Like, do you just hope the top 3 cards are your agendas? Like, what are your actual outs?
Yeah,
I don't think there's
I
any
guess you
out
do.
in the remote. Yeah.
Yeah, you just run like R&D and hope, and make it
Yeah,
into like
I don't
every
think
compilation if you actually win.
the odds are terrible, but like I don't think there's anything else you can do.
Yeah, you kind of have even bad odds you have to take at this point.
Hmm.
And even with R&D being like the place you can win, you need every single one of the top 3 to be agendas.
Yep, and
Yeah, it's
already
not.
you can't win.
Yeah.
Unless, is this list on Mad Dash? That could make it
Oh, yeah,
possible.
Mad Dash could be.
Okay, now it's
And
not
there it
possible.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, this could
It
be
could be a
not
bluff.
a 5-3.
It could be a bluff, you're right.
It almost never is, though, right?
4 runs into R&D.
Yeah. Do we get the preemptive GG? Yeah. Dang.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, all these HB games have seemed like incredibly one-sided, but it's not the same side. It's like either the runner just runs away with it or the corp does.
Yeah, that's turn 9 and Corp getting 40 credits and runner getting 13.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember when it used to be sandbox advanced assembly line on top of all this nonsense?
Yeah, sadly I don't, but
Oh, oh. I mean, for a couple weeks, this deck could play Violet level clearance, which was just as stupid as it sounds.
yeah, I really wish I was there.
It was like pretty much unbeatable. So it's top of the hour. I actually have to sign off at 6 p.m. here. I have dinner plans I got to get to. But thanks for hosting the stream, Aksu. Abraham, thank you for running this huge tournament so smoothly. And I believe Charlie is coming on to replace me. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah,
See
thanks
y'all
for
later.
joining.
Yeah. Thanks for being around, Sam. It's been great. I'll still be in and out as much as I can be. Are you watching one of the tables?
Not yet.
I can check with either one. Do you wanna?
I don't think we need to check anymore, but I think we
Yeah.
probably get the lower bracket table.
Sounds good.
Oh, this
that game
looks like it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah. Sure. Let's. We're here.
It's
All
not
right,
over
Charlie
till it's
will be on,
over.
but for sure.
Especially with PD. You never know. PD can just bleed agendas at some point.
It's also the corp has only 1 credit, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You can like go R&D and just win. And or you just need to get like 1 run on R&D and then you can basically go server 1 as well. Depending on what upgrade that is on server 1. Going archives into archives into server 1. I wonder if it's just straight up better to go to R&D there, but not sure. Oh yeah, already has access to R&D, so
Mhm.
going there doesn't matter at all.
As long as you can get in,
Mm.
the corp can't stop you with 1 credit. So you get to see the cards
just
in the
letting
remote.
corporation install a nice here.
You get bones as well, which is pretty good. You get to clear out
Oh
the
yeah,
remote.
that's sick. Corp cannot just score out next turn at all, like anyway.
Mhm.
Oh, my virus is huge.
Wow. Oh, that hurts.
And Rashida at least getting kicked out. But yeah, you
Wow, that
you
was
don't have
wild.
anything to contest remote server 1 anymore. So you can just install credit, and
Yeah.
you just need 1 seamless launch in hand to actually be able to close out.
You don't even need it in hand because you've got a Vitruvius counter. Just run in the
Oh
bank,
yeah, totally. Depending on what
which
you
there
actually
is.
need to score out.
So this can't be a 4-2, but it could be a Vitruvius or a Luminol.
It also could be that you have a seamless launch in hand as well, so you can just double
That's
seamless
true.
launch.
That's totally true. This looks like a tense game for sure.
Yeah, I think this is going to be just either clicking for credits or running somewhere now.
Also, Eric is asking if he can come on stream.
Yeah, I guess so. I can DM him the link. I guess if we have 3 people, it's fine. But if you have a couple of different things, I think Whiteblade and Charlie could be nice on commentary as well.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Eric is wanting to
Yeah, I'm not sure.
be streaming or if he just wants to chat, because I know he said he was planning on
Yeah, I share the channel. I don't know what's happening.
sure.
It-
I'll also reach out to him.
Yeah. So is he bouncing back on credits as well? Easy on 10 credits. I think this is probably going to be some over for a bit. No way runner can contest anything in this economy. Yeah, having to click for credits. Into a drafter, oh no. Losing all of your credits, you can't let this fire, I believe. Yeah, just accessing an unseen card into a Rashida fire, yeah. Game is just basically waiting for Easy to draw the agenda.
Sounds like Eric wants to just hop on and chat for a minute. He's got something that he's been working on that I think he wants to promote.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Yo, what up?
Hello, how's it going?
It's getting pretty late here.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's really nice.
What time is it over there?
4 a.m.
Wow.
Ooh, that's late.
Yeah, so Just give me a heads up when I'm going to be live, or maybe I'm live now.
Oh, you're live.
You
currently,
are
sorry.
live.
Oh, sick. Yeah, I played Zaya today. It was fun. I played like so many PDs today. It was super good. Yeah, I just wanted to say, so like something I did last year was I've been doing some private netrunner coaching, and I had some students last year, and it went really well, and it was positive feedback. And I guess I'd like to just sort of inform the netrunner community that I'm going to be doing private coaching again this winter. So if you're interested in taking lessons with me, I do sort of like a 5-week lesson plan where we build like some fundamental netrunner skills and do some game review and talk about how to improve. And yeah, I think it's the people who have done it have been quite satisfied and have improved as players. So if you're interested in improving from like a competitive perspective, I guess I just wanted to say that I'm going to be offering coaching services. So if you're interested in that, you want to talk about price or like how it works or any sort of information, just reach out to me on Discord or a Slack or any of the socials. Yeah, and I'm just going to try and use the money to like attend netrunner tournaments and stuff and like pay for some life costs. So I just wanted to
Yeah,
shout that
that's
out.
sick.
Yeah.
I can vouch for Eric being a very good netrunner player, and I've heard good things. There was actually somebody that showed up at Cascadia, and I was talking to Eric. I was like, "Wow, this player! Like, I lost to them, and they have gotten so much better in the last year than like most people that I have ever encountered." Like, I played against them in Canadian Nats the year before, and then I played against them in Cascadia. And he was like, "Yeah, that was one of my students." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. So yeah. So
Yeah,
that's basically
that's
the deal. And if you thanks a bunch for the platform, and good luck with the rest of the cut, everyone.
yeah. Thanks
Bye.
for playing.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you.
All right. I'm just making sure that everything's lined up. I'll reach out to Charlie. Busy one, and then OF was out right at the beginning. Okay. It's completed. And then we have that missing.
So, who actually won? Oh, Augustus won against Whiteblade. I called it.
Mm-hmm.
Augustus is
Yeah,
the
Augustus.
sickest player ever.
Mm-hmm. All right, and now Eric doesn't have to play, so if he drops here, we'll still get grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah, grand final exists, which is cool.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yo, hello.
Also, hi everyone. Yeah, hi everyone. Charlie or Santa. Gonna hop on now that Sam's dropped off. Yeah, excited for the next round. Fun day in Netrunner.
Yeah, getting everyone from Montalbast.
Yeah, have us slowly rotate through.
Yeah, you played the tournament, right? Just missed out
Yeah,
on top of that.
I played in the tournament, and I made a rather large error in my math calculations for the last round, and decided to ID. For some reason in my mind, I was going to end up with the same points as everyone else who won. I'm not sure quite how that would work. But it turns out that that's not how the point system works. So my thoughts of possibly being in on an SOS was incorrect. And I went right below there. So still ended up placing 10th, which was fun. It was a really fun day of Netrunner, but yeah, made a meta miscall there.
Yeah, I guess it's easy when you don't play single side Swiss too often, especially in online environments.
For sure. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of single-sided Swiss. I think that it's like a really nice system. It definitely has its own problems, but it solves so many of the issues of double-sided Swiss from what I found. A big proponent, but yeah, getting used to those point values.
Yeah, it's sometimes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. it can be awkward because like in double-sided Swiss, if you ID everyone who like I don't know, it's awkward, but you like no,
Yeah, just how
it's
to
funny
get
'cause
used to this.
Charlie,
I don't think there's really too much of an excuse. I think I just totally spaced. So yeah. But it was pretty funny to realize after the fact that I was incorrect. And at least I learned for CBI, right? This nice CBI prep, so we get shouldn't make the same
don't
mistake.
ID if you're just not going to make the cut no matter what happens.
Yeah. Would recommend not doing that. Just waiting for the next pairings to go up, or
I think we
Yeah.
have the match already up.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
It's
at least the players are in the lobby here.
okay. Let me.
is it
let me
just? Oh, it's just one now. Okay, yep.
Yeah, just
Up
one
in there.
pairing. So Janktivist on PD against Easy on Sable. A matchup we have seen a couple of times today already. PD into Wrecking Cream.
There has been a lot of PD today, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. PD just started up showing kind of out
Yeah.
of nowhere. People just did not bring it too much. Like PD always has existed, but not as like the best deck for quite a while, I don't think.
For sure. It's like a solid staple in my mind. I mean, I know that I think it ended up winning UK Nats, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that also, like I think Sam was talking about earlier, it's got a pretty good matchup into the Lou, which is pretty nice as well, since there's a good amount of that running around. So I think it's a solid pick right now.
And I think it's for most people it's like a comfort pick.
Yeah.
People are
For
really
sure.
comfortable with the ID. Just you can play solid corporation and just win some games with that.
Yep.
And looks like we have another like really slow corporation start, just like one eyes hedge fund.
Yeah,
Feels
for
like
sure.
it's just too slow to actually do anything, but your single remote pushes don't actually pay off because you can get hit by like doof or something and you just lose the game
Yeah,
if you push out too
for sure.
aggressively.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like that PD line of like pushing out in the remote as soon as possible, but yeah, you can't leave yourself open to doofs.
Yeah, more against like Anarch and Saper probably.
Yep.
Maybe not against it, like Loop or Mulch Hoshiko, where your opponent just opens Imp and you just end. Oh, and Rashida getting pinhold, that's really good. Just slowing down Janktivist here. And there is always that like debate of, do you save your pinholes for the defensive upgrades on the remote? But I guess, especially here, just closing down the Rashida, not allowing Janktivist to get any forward momentum is fair enough.
All right.
And straight up second install going to server 1. Wonder if you can actually try to push out agendas here. I think the Amakua on 3 is already pretty scary.
For sure. I mean, as PD, you really want these ice on the centrals, but Amakua does such a good job of like applying pressure, forcing the PD to ice all 3 centrals, or like find their maybe one of Mavris. It's like a large ask early on in the event or early on in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Talking about the pinhold though, yeah, I definitely like trading it for like Rashida feels good, but otherwise, yeah, those defensive upgrades are very valuable.
Yeah, sometimes you just like using the Rashida, sometimes you just call it wrong and hit like Tranquility Grid.
Hitting an agenda when you're pinholing for Rashida is like the worst feeling.
Yeah, you just see
like,
what you could have had.
Yeah,
For real.
especially if you
Or
don't have the
going to-
resources
it's
to
going
deal
into
with
the
it.
doof instantly.
This is a well-designed turn too, because we have the 6
Yeah.
counters for anything that the Corp
Yeah,
could
like.
has. Oh, but both players are broke. That's cool.
That's
This is a bit wild.
yeah. I think you just end the run here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You maybe
Do
pay
you,
one.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could pay, but I don't think there's really too much of a need. I feel like I'd bounce off.
I think breaking the first subroutine makes sense.
Yeah, the first
I don't
one is
know if you
fine.
want to break, like that's an install, and basically like getting a nice installed inside of Brawn is so valuable because then they have to break the
Yeah.
Brawn, then you can like maybe res the ice. So 1 credit makes sense. I don't think I would pay 3 credits to access a card.
For sure.
Almost as good a bounce back as a Rishida. Not quite,
And
but
just needs to somehow get time to purge the turtle out.
Mhm. You can't do that though until. Oh, that hurts. You can't do that until you have a way to protect archives.
Yeah, totally. Oh, Monogram is so good here.
Oh,
Oh,
that is really good.
that's so helpful. I wonder if you purge. No, you can't. You need to be able to res the
I
remote
was
ice. I don't know what I'm
wondering about that, but yeah, I think you need to be able to res the remote.
Yeah, because if you just run the remote and you click the skunk, you can clear it all the way out. Install Rashida in the remote and play your digital life.
Yo, that would be sick.
That'd be nice.
No,
But not quite.
just on 4 crit, so I think easy probably just goes on server 1 insta here.
Yeah, I feel like you just go to server 1 and trash that out.
Yeah, basically get in
Yep.
for so cheap.
Yeah,
The only
feels
thing
pretty
is
good.
if this is Mavris or something, but it
Oh,
wouldn't.
second spin doctor.
Oh, but it wouldn't have been enough. Anyways, we would have needed more credits to use Mav and then res something on the remote. Wow.
Yeah, you maybe get like purge, which could be even helpful.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, losing the remote server is going to be super bad here.
Yeah, this is really rough. It looks like this Sable deck as well feels like it's done quite well into the PD matchup though.
Yeah,
Or
although
HP in general.
I'm not sure if the situation is kind of good here for the runner. Feels like the runner has done so much valuable stuff here, but the board state kind of doesn't reflect that too much.
Yeah, I'm
Jankelist
like-
spends next
Yeah,
turn
that's fair.
purging and
Yeah, the corp just got a ton of money.
yeah,
So.
like no agenda stole, no anything, and
Mhm.
some resources trashed, but
Yeah, it's feeling
Yeah.
pretty good, I feel like, for the runner after trashing out that remote. But if they just purge,
Yeah,
that's
there. If you could have just like drawn a
pretty
doof,
big
there
spot.
would have been like so big. Having a
Yeah.
doof, but no doof is like a big bummer. Especially with Mamie about to take a damage. Mamie is.
yeah, and depending on if you have your breakers in hand, you just cannot take the Miami damage.
Yeah.
So Miami just might be going for a walk here.
Yeah.
And if Miami destroys, then you just purge and you're kind of set up already. Oh yeah, and is it just like drew 6 card in a turn and 0 events apparently?
Yeah, I was just looking over that. I was like, how many cards did he actually get to draw?
Yeah, that's +5 and no event is like, yeah, you don't want to see that.
Yeah. Not a situation here, but I do love in Anarch sometimes where Mamie's downside can actually be an upside, like trash a strike fund or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's
Fortunately, not something here.
yeah. Uh, and Mimic is takes out
It's
Class
class
Act.
act.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you have money to install that anyway.
Yeah, no. But we better find an event this turn, right?
Yeah. Keeping
Still
the
no event.
maybe makes a lot of sense.
Or it might be that you just don't have any events that you can actually play. Like you can draw your diversion funds, your dirty laundries.
True,
Oh,
we
that-
need
that's
something
good.
okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see.
You run
Although, where do you
H2 here?
run?
I think you take
Like-
take the brand hit.
Yeah.
You just cannot afford to hit Ansel or Ganked or Drafter or anything.
Yeah.
And what I was thinking earlier with the brand for subfiring, like you don't want an ice inside the brand, but it is nice to like not have that ice potentially go elsewhere if you want to apply pressure elsewhere. But didn't end up getting an install here anyways.
You know, Janked is just really pushing out here.
It's exciting. I feel like this game has turned
Yeah, it
like
felt like
slow.
Easy was so in control early, but I think it was like
Yeah.
false sense of security basically.
Yeah. There were if Izzy was on 5 points in this position though, it would feel like a totally different game.
Yeah, but Easy did not get
Like-
too many like random access of central servers, I think.
That's true. Yeah.
And yeah, just going for a single of R&D.
Hmm.
You get the Sable value, which is nice.
Yeah, you get Sable and the info
And you also
bounty.
get info bounty. yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, that's nice.
kind of cheap.
It's
It's overall
one
basically resource neutral, and you might get. I mean, like you do use up a boomerang, but
Yeah, and you also
Get a
get
click
a
and 2 credits
Amakua
back.
counter, which is kind of nifty.
yeah, for sure. I mean, those are really valuable, especially if the corp hasn't run the virus.
Yeah, you get through basically border control with one.
I was tempted when Izzy played the Bravado. I would be tempted to Bravado Archives. Like a drafter would be bad.
Ansel.
Ansel would be bad for sure. Like both those would be bad. But if it's a gatekeeper, it'd be so good. Because then it would be res. And
Yeah.
You could charge your. Oh, cool. I mean, it's not like hugely valuable, but oh, that's interesting.
Oh, and Rashid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much forward tempo here.
For sure. Makes sense.
Just lock up the server and go.
Very, very good and textbook anti-sable play. Just like, oh, you have a way to get in here. I'll play nice. That's a nice Mamie. Mamie's doing good work.
Yeah, +6 for a single event is good. I don't see any way to actually contest server 1, although do you need one super instantly?
I don't think you necessarily do. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Against PD, I feel like if they get to 1 score out, that's like first one's
Mhm.
not too bad.
Mm.
That's
It's
quite
not
nice.
until they start like jamming that it gets really bad.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a run on server 1 at this point. The corp only has 6.
Yeah.
You can bounce off of Ron. You can break anything that matters. It seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I could
Especially
totally see it.
Like we
Yeah,
could
seems
easily do a
fine.
gatekeeper res here, but then that's like another turn. Like if you get the gatekeeper resed, then it's an ice that you can break next time you need to get it. But if you don't run now, you can't break the gatekeeper next time unless you like, find your shibboleth. Interesting.
I also do feel like just charging turtle seems fine here too.
Yeah. It might end up being a magnet. Wait, what?
Wait. Yeah, wait, what? Wait, is he checked
Huh?
out? Wait.
Oh, used Amakua to break the border control instead of Kurupira.
But then
Okay.
is he checked out on archives instead of accessing?
Yeah, I guess. Huh? Yeah.
Looks like maybe just trying to do a take back or something.
Also,
Yeah, not sure.
you would have the. Let's see. Did they?
I'm assuming the
Did we
jackout was
run
Oh
that
yeah, I
test,
think
right?
is it ran twice on archive, so next second click it doesn't matter if you go in.
No, but the Amaku counter.
No, but Amakua should have gotten a counter.
Oh
like,
yeah,
is
that's
he
true.
ran archives and then jacked out and didn't get an Amakua counter.
Yeah, so yeah,
I'm assuming that's just a misclick.
I would assume so. Yeah, it's a long day. I think it's fair to make some mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also there's like can be clicking buttons too fast or other stuff like that too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like those are the sort of things that in person don't happen, but clicking buttons
Okay.
quickly at the end of a day
Yeah,
can easily happen.
yeah. So is it basically got worst of both worlds during that run?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Although I do think Janktivist let Izzy get the cure
Yeah.
counter, so that was nice.
yeah. Totally understandable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
entirely understandable.
This turn. So we had that turn, full PD turn, and half of
Netrunner
that.
fatigue is a
Okay,
very,
yeah.
very real thing.
Yeah, the amount of mistakes I have called on the commentary desk.
Yep.
Let's just.
It's yeah, I think you cannot give those tokens yet anymore.
Yeah, I think like it's like 2 turns later or something like
Yeah,
that.
like
Yeah.
Back to the runner's
Yeah.
turn again.
missed trigger.
Yeah, bro, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to comment, but time extension or no?
Sure. That seems fine. let's see. That was like, I don't have a timestamp, but like, let's do
I think it was around 3 or 4 minutes.
yeah, I'll do a 3-minute extension. Sorry. I mean, in general, judges aren't supposed to intervene, but I was just like, because it was, I was trying.
I think the organized play policies could change so judges can intervene if they spot errors happening.
Yeah, if they stop like errors, but like this is a situation where like the runner.
Oh yeah, it's not
jacked
like
out,
a rules
but-
error. It's just like
Yeah,
it's
It's just like-
Janet being Janet. Sometimes like
for sure. I just
Yeah.
like wanted to, I was trying to make sure that the like situation with the cure here was fully resolved, because I thought that the jack out might have been like in order to undo the click or something, but it was just
oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was wondering about too. As I looked up and was trying to see if like 2 runs happened or not undo click. It was really nice just to see there the Kirapura bypassing Braun though. That's something that like is really nice if you can get to work.
Yeah,
Pass
like
that Braun for free.
charging
Super
Turtle
nice.
while getting those Kurupira counters and
Archives is actually kind of valuable. You go through there, you get a Kirapura counter and a turtle charge.
yeah,
for sure.
double stacking value. Only thing you're missing is like bankroll and penny shaver.
Yeah,
Yeah, or like a
That'd be
chef
nice.
stop. You just run there for free once a turn.
No,
But I guess you kind of have that with info bounty if it's a runner.
yeah.
We
You
did get-
you just have to roll correctly.
yeah. I was like, we did get 2 archives marks in a row, so was just roll the right mark.
Yeah, I think Isu has been pretty good at rolling the right marks during the tournament. What I have seen.
Ooh, flip switch is fun.
I do love flip switch. It's a very
It's like,
card.
do you really want to res that Ansel or that? And it's also really nice against Gatekeeper. You're not going to break it,
Mhm.
prevent the draw.
Oh yeah, just like you can. So multifaceted, I guess, is the word.
Do you?
There's
Oh.
just 1 more credit.
Yeah, you can let the can you let the Corpora card here to get an extra credit and an access?
I don't think so.
And it
Corporate
Don't
cars seem as
think
launch and
so.
well, it gives you 3 credits.
I'm like-
It gives you 3 credits and an access and a click.
That might be worth it. I mean, you'd be giving them what, like Skunkworks, Seamless, or Rashida?
That seems kind of fine.
I think
The
I let
fact
the
that the mark
install happen
is
before
there.
I let the.
You could also potentially let the second subroutine fire, right? Like worst case scenario, you probably have to go just trash it Rashida, right?
The
I mean, that's
Yeah.
not the worst case scenario.
Well,
but like,
I think the issue with the install is they also
Oh.
can just install Skunk on R&D, right?
no, that makes sense. I mean, here the runner just gets to run back. It's just a smart play.
Yeah.
Izzy's doing just great.
Yeah, maybe
Yep.
bit of a different choice just here.
Oh, and
That
now
was
you're
the
one.
other. Yeah. That was the other
One
line I
credit.
was wondering about. It doesn't get the bravado credits for going past the second one, but I mean, that's a rather fair trade for not giving the corporate card.
For
yeah,
sure.
I'm like giving an opponent back a seamless launch. Does not seem like a fun deal,
hmm
especially with these amount of credits and eyes on server 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not. I mean, also just being able to put a Rashida back if they want to install another one, but they want to start scoring. So I think Seamless would have been the card. Probably would have been Recurb. It's interesting how the Seamless being worth one click and 1 credit. It's like so valuable for the corp side. I mean, especially because it's for scoring agendas, but the runner gave up 3 credits and a click to prevent the corp from getting a click and a crit.
Yeah. The efficiency of that, like, balance, just that little extra edge that seamless launch gives is so high value.
Mm-hmm. And whoever makes this makes it into the finals because Eric has officially dropped. So we're going right into the finals after this. Ooh, that's so nice. Wow. Hurdle at 6 is so good against PD.
Yeah, there probably is going to be Mavars popped at some point when encountering a scary
Yeah.
ice though. It
For sure.
feels like there's one in server 1 currently.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming there's one in server 1. Otherwise, yeah, this is really good. Crazy, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, you can still break anything except for code gates.
Yeah, like code gate,
Oh,
worst code gate
interesting.
face check is like gatekeeper, and then Amok just farms through it anyways after that.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a
No, there it is.
bit of a bold play, I feel like, but it's only really punished by my virus.
Yeah, now that Mavaris is gone.
Yeah, but
Was it
how do you
paid off
charge your
with
turtle back up again?
off maybe? Oh, thinking about the flip switch.
Oh,
Yeah.
flip switch here could be really nice. Although you lose your stuff, but you are going to lose that anyway. Well, just letting Gatekeeper fire. I wonder what is scarier than that in the PD's deck.
I'm wondering if it's, yeah. I wonder if there's part of it too. As long as there aren't 2 seamless launch, if this is like pushing an agenda, okay, they shuffled back a lot of stuff. Never mind.
No.
I was like, you'd be giving them a lot of cards too. That is like something that they'd have to deal with if spin wasn't like if Izzy cleared out spin.
Mhm.
So it's like
Yeah,
maybe a
it's
point where actually giving the corp those cards isn't as impactful.
Yeah, if the agendas don't get shuffled back there and they force the spin to draw 2, you end up with a hand of a ton of things. And if you spend your whole turn like scoring an agenda, you end up like really flooded afterwards. But
Oh, yeah.
I think these architect deployment PDs are really cool. It's fun to see them in action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Architect
sometimes you
deployment.
just roll like high roll, like you get a free brand somewhere and it's so sick. But
Yeah. The really bold move is you install an agenda with Architect's deployment test. I believe that works, but you have to reveal it.
yeah,
And
like
then you're just like,
Evo
I'm
project on server 1 could be fun
yeah,
here.
exactly. Kind of doubt it, but it is a bold move.
I think
Yeah, for sure.
Brian would have trouble challenging that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, just I must say, oh, that's so.
If you had seamless switch back to hand, there could easily be an echo going in the remote here with 2 seamlesses in hand, right?
I think there's just
one.
one seamless in hand. Oh, 2 actually. Could be
It-
2.
There could be 2.
Yeah,
And
something
the
has
runner-
left in the deck, so it totally could be 2.
The runner played 2 seamless launches to play the architect deployment test and then installed, which I feel like often leads me to expect that they're trying to win their
Yeah,
next book.
especially
Like you
if they
cannot
get
try and line that up.
MIC going on server 1.
Yeah. And we got the gatekeeper fire and the spin doctor pop. So we like looked at 6 cards at the start of this turn, and then with our mandatory draw, and it's like trying to line up a score right into another score, like going from 2 to 5 in 2 turns is pretty difficult to deal with on the runner side.
Yeah, and there's not even like lines where Easy can get Hermes down and check those servers. So it's kind of...
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough.
Yeah, I would assume Junk Twist just has it here. Going on archives. Do we see just border control getting popped here?
That makes sense. You can't farm the cure.
Oh, wow.
Oh, just a spin doctor.
Interesting.
Oh, no.
Wow. I wonder what was worth.
Maybe shuffling back agendas. What was discarded?
I mean,
Oh,
so there's one unseen, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I question, like, if, I don't know, is PDI like having something into the remote just kind of scare the runner?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised we didn't. I'm not super surprised, I guess, but popping the border control does prevent the Curapira counters from being farmed. And the Curapira counters are pretty valuable.
And it's also basically free because of Chevsy, so long as like it's just one run, too.
Yeah, so it's not taxing the runner. It's just kind of like giving them free Curapira counters. Like the border control would tax a click, and then because like the next turn the runner could run archives for a Curapira counter and then like doof the corp. I guess I still wouldn't be able to deal with MIC. So yeah. Complicated.
And at least Easy has multi-access now, in theory at least.
Yeah.
Yep.
So next turn we can check 2 cards of R&D and hope to bounce the eco that's going to get installed.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at the same time, though, there's probably, 2 cards drawn from the spin and 1 new card as well. So we have 3 cards for potential Ikawa.
Mm-hmm. And Easy still has to guess on which of the new cards could be the eco here.
Mm-hmm. This feels like a rough spot to be in.
Yeah,
SSE.
totally.
We've seen them pull off some really, really wild moments and accesses. But this looks rough.
Early game looked so different.
So many archives Sable rolls. It's like this is like the game for the archive Sable rolls. You want them.
Yeah, you basically click 2 free credits every turn. And a Kurupira counter and a turtle counter.
And now a twinning counter too.
Yeah, like now you just go HQ and hope to hit an agenda, I guess.
Yeah, if we got a like, Hermes install, run HQ, C2. Then bounce one of those cards in Super One.
Yeah, still has to decide if now is the correct time to go HQ though. If Saruna is not agenda, you might just like waste your resources getting in.
I was just looking at.
Funds.
I was just checking on the chat, and one good point being brought up about not popping the border control was a potential pinhole. Is one thing to save it for.
That's totally true.
Fair.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that's probably the whole reason that it was installed there and is still installed there.
Yep, I think that's a really good call out. I think Augustus Caesar was the one mentioning that.
Yeah, props to Augustus.
Yeah, I was saying Augustus is really good.
No kidding. doing great today.
Tower funds just. I'm not sure if it's enough. You still don't get through server 1 like with any way. And you really can't stop scoring here.
We still don't have Hermes. So
Yeah, I guess this might be a game here. Pay 8 credits just to get through here.
Yeah, it is expensive.
oh,
Oh.
I don't think.
Yeah, fatigue's so real.
Just add.
Yeah, I think this makes total sense here.
Yeah, I was wondering about that run, but this makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I was thinking that you don't have a way through the gatekeeper, but Aumakua just doing that.
Yep.
And the subroutine getting fired here. Could be like magnet, so you're pretty unhappy. Or border control, yeah.
Border control is pretty annoying.
And that looks like
Yeah,
the game here.
that's got to be it. Yep.
Yeah, long ass game here, but Jack Twist managing to grind it out. Like, is it just didn't have the multi-access early enough? Like,
Yeah, for
if
sure.
you can get multi-access at some point earlier without all of the dice being rest on central servers.
Yeah, it was looking good at first, but after that turtle got purged out, and then especially after the second one, it definitely got tougher.
Oh yeah, totally.
And yeah, it's a tough one.
So I think we are going to our grand finals next.
Exciting.
Yeah, so for everybody not here earlier, White Blade ended up dropping from the tournament, I believe. And so Easy goes straight from the lower semi-final match straight to grand finals here.
All right, let me unmute for a minute and pair the next round and such.
And on last round, I would assume it's going to be Augustus Korping running first. So mulch into PD. I think I'm not happy on either side of the matchup.
Yeah. Like, I feel like I'm not sure. I haven't really played that matchup from either side, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not
like
really
I had
sure.
early on I had a feeling that you just cannot win as PD. But more I play, I just feel like you just have to go so fast on the remote, and that's basically your game plan.
Yeah.
Like try to find a magnet that you can brush behind and hope opponent doesn't find stuff fast enough.
Yeah, for sure. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like if you can get out before, like you're saying, before the mulch is like set up, then could be in a good position.
Yeah, and I think we have seen a couple of Augustus's includes that could be paying off here. Augustus had stuff like Simulchip, or not Simulchip, the ScapeNet to deal with Simulchip.
Nice.
Which
Yeah, I think I heard about that earlier. It's a really interesting card right now, I feel like, with a lot of twinning as well. Like it's a very nice potential
yeah, it's
snipe
like
on different decks.
basically doing same stuff that Sadaka is doing, just clearing out a couple of really frustrating cards for you.
Yeah, for sure.
And it also kills like T400 memory damage, I guess.
Oh,
If somebody plays that, I think so.
Also do believe, no, it doesn't. For some reason, I thought somewhere I'd heard that buffer drive was a chip, but it is not. So it just is the simul chip. I think it's simul chip mostly, right?
Yeah, memory damage is a cheap, I guess, advanced.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that I've like looked at multiple times, but it's always fallen like at that 40, I don't know, I guess in Corp side it would be like 50th card slot or something like that. It's like a little low, but it's really cool to see it up here in the grand finals. We'll see more card exploration.
So, Assimilator, Backstitching, Caldera. Oh, actually kills Cookbook as well.
Oh, that's actually really nice. That's really nice.
Crowdfunding would be really good if that card was legal still.
Yeah.
Oh, Devil Charm as well. That could be also like really good.
Yeah.
Friday Chip sometimes, Gachapon sometimes. All of the companions basically you trade
Yeah, I was
one
just
for
gonna
one.
say.
Ice Carver also can pay off pretty well.
Yep. Just gonna mention Paladin, like anything of that twinning like rig you can kind of rip apart, which is nice.
Yeah, then of course twinning Xanadu. Also Zenith chip. If somebody installs that and takes the core, you just wreck them. Kind of interesting that Zenith chip is a chip and Wake implant is not. I guess one is implanted. Alright, so Augustus starting on Corp side. So 2 PD into mulch-like decks being matched up against each other. And Augustus coming from the winner bracket. So Augustus only has to win one of the games here to be crowned as the champion.
Nice. Yeah, PD and mulch style decks are doing real well today.
Yeah, like I think it is a bit about PD being favored into mulch maybe.
Yeah, that was kind of like what I was thinking. I definitely expected like mulch style decks to be good, and I feel like the PD matchup typically is at least the loop one if you can lock them out. It feels pretty good.
Loop does not have the same amount of like reg tools maybe.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like it is something though that I think you can deceptively like let loop in like a little early or something like that, and then if they're in and they just keep building and stuff like that, then the matchup can swing very heavily in the loop's favor. So it's kind of like this balance of playing from the few times that I've played the like matchup, playing from the PD side. You really need to play it a little bit differently, where you like protect your centrals, especially like HQ and stuff like that, maybe more so than you normally would. Otherwise, they'll take advantage of any gap you give them.
Yeah, I think you need 2 eyes that the opponent needs to order through, so they don't get order can't farm more order counters.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh,
Is this
getting up
what is
MIC right away.
just
Must be. I'm
going
like, it's
out?
got to
Oh,
be an
yeah.
agenda. Wow.
And also, like, just the MIC is kind of wasted at that point, so you might as well just throw it out, I guess.
Yeah. Not
And
opposed to it. It's just a really interesting line to see.
yeah,
Like
totally.
turn one.
And August is
Have an
getting
MIC
back
too.
the seamless hedge fund instead of seamless launch there.
Oh, interesting.
So probably has one more seamless launch in hand, or maybe
Yeah, I feel like it's a tell that, especially with like YDL there too, I feel like it's probably a tell that there's got to be a second seamless launch in hand.
Did Augustus just play YDL instead of hedge fund?
yeah.
When YDL was worth 3 credits and hedge fund would be worth 4 credits? I mean, I don't know if it matters that much because he played the hedge fund the next turn. I guess he maybe did the math about how many cards he'd have in his hand. So
I'm like, he's going down on cards now, so
Yeah, I
yeah,
guess.
I mean, it would have
might be.
when he played the hedge fund, it would be worth less. So he just did that math
Yeah.
quicker than I did. Planned it ahead.
Oh, and order coming down already. Somehow needs to stop the order train before stuff can get set up here.
There's no imp yet though,
Yeah, like
so
that's true.
that's nice.
Audrey with Cookbook is really nice though. It lets you really put a lot of pressure on.
Oh, just a magnet
kind of
here.
your way to start pressuring the corp. This is boomerang loop. That's really cool. Like boomerang loop. I was wondering if that would be a solution to some of this PD
Yeah,
ice.
yeah, I've seen a couple of people experimenting with that. It is numb. That's exciting.
Yeah, I guess if you just try to break only big eyes with your sentry breaker, you can just play it like numb. And it's still kind of bad, but not too bad. And I wonder what Augustus is installing on server 2 here. I would assume Jenkins just runs everything. But it could be a virus that is just installed preemptively.
Yeah, for sure.
Although
it's probably
virus probably breached a bit too much into opponent installing imp first.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the Mavirus gets trapped, like if the imp wasn't there, the Mavirus wouldn't do anything, right? Because the Audrey would be purged, but nothing on the Audrey, and then it would get trashed, and the Audrey get a counter. So
yeah, if you just have Audrey actually hitting a
seamless is so good here.
Nice.
Or not seamless, spin doctor.
Yeah, no trash in the remote after using the
like
counter is really good.
Audrey getting wasted basically.
Yeah,
needs a way to get into other central servers for the imp.
Yep. It's an interesting play, like even if you could have like putting the spin doctor there, forcing the run, and then clearing off the Audrey basically. Basically almost in a way like Sushi trying to it could have been spent purging. You don't want to be purging. So the corp can always just like install simul chip and then start running wherever with.
Yeah, but even installing simul chip means that you basically are one simul chip down already.
Sure. But being able to okay.
Oh, yeah, getting good. On virus control on order and going to server 2, I believe. Yeah, makes complete sense. Wonder what it is though. Or Rashida,
I think an imp counter makes sense there. You're unlikely to use all 3 of them before they're gone anyways. And you can just put more on with Nopkiri.
Augustus probably needs another cards on server 2 on the other eyes. Oh, there it is.
Oh, the Solidarity badge is another one, yeah.
Oh, that's also cheap. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, apparently.
Not
Wow.
a solitary bitch.
I
That's
think
actually.
I think
I
Huh.
wonder.
I'm starting to like that scape net.
Yeah, it actually hits pretty good amount of cards.
Twinning. I was thinking it was going to be the cookbook that was hit, but the solidarity badge
That's-
is fueling a lot.
Yeah, I was assuming the twinning is, or not the twinning, the cookbook. Yeah, the fact that it hits twinning in other matchups, like, also, I think it's really big.
I wonder if Augustus just doesn't have a second ice to put on server 2 here. Oh, there it is.
That answers our question.
Yeah, cursing it out.
You can even hit cards like Paladin and like it's just
Yeah.
a lot of good cards, a lot of tips. Makes me wonder. Well, I guess Trace is different. I was just wondering, like, they built a last place Sadaka for twinning. Like, maybe you should just play Scape Net for twinning.
I guess if your opponent is rich enough, they just pay
Yeah.
the escape net
think-
tax.
I think the difference too is the Sadaka you get to line up so they don't get it on the run where the escape net is reactive, but I'm not sure.
No, yeah, that could be.
I feel like that's part of it.
And this is an instant purge, I believe.
Scape Net also requires a successful run, so
Yeah,
they can just sit there
Exactly.
and farm up the counters, and then they can go soup HQ, and that doesn't prevent that. So
Yeah,
that's true.
that's what I'm meaning. Like, it's reactive. So
seems like a
Yeah.
pretty decent purge. Can start building back up with archives runs, but
Mhm.
lost a decent number of counters.
And there's Simulchip.
hmm
Yeah, so I think this is going to turn into a Botulus here.
Have we trashed anything yet?
No, not yet. I
Oh,
guess. Oh,
interesting.
yeah.
wraparound
Choice.
is very
Oh.
fun.
That's a cool. That's a cool.
Oh, a
include.
second.
Oh,
Double wraparound.
Yeah, let your order come through.
yeah.
It's interesting because it's like, it's nice here, but also like a botulus still does get through it. It's interesting. I like it. I'm a fan.
Botchos does. It, yeah. You really got to dislike Audrey, but I guess it helps make your PD more resilient to criminal, to those
True.
to all those Amakuas. Like one of the other decks
Yeah.
that we got to see a lot was Izzy's like aggressive Sable deck that had like a lot of good turns where it was attacking PDs. Didn't work out as well in the last game, but I think that the fact that it does double duty and it's like devastating against Audrey and decent against Makua is nice. But if a cleaver comes down, it's just blank dice.
Yeah, but that actually forces Cleaver to come down at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
and also like
like
the
you-
loop decks and whatnot, they're only on like one cleaver, pretty much,
Mhm.
right? And also with magnets, you can potentially get the botulus off. It's
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you have if you score behind your wraparound once, and then they botulus it, and you install magnet and go to score again, like you need a simul chip to break that remote then. Pretty much.
Oh wait,
this-
if there's a virus, it's game.
Yeah. I was
Oh no,
just
it's on
wondering.
Relentless.
I have
Resmovari flatline the runner, in the court, only the runner sorry. That's always a wild.
Yeah, and having to imp the offworld office. I guess you don't respect Spinner Doctor too much here.
Yeah. I don't think that I feel like the runner might have wanted to go pick it up, but maybe they just feel
Yeah,
like they're under too much pressure.
I feel like I would go pick it up over clicking to draw,
hard,
but
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
clever.
because
I mean, you do want to find agendas, so I think one
Yeah.
click to go, I think it's really worth it. But
I think you're right, because also if you're able to get to a threatening like points position against PD, then it gets a lot more concern for them to jam, right?
yeah,
So
another thing
I think that makes sense.
Another thing you could think about is that if the runner installs a spin doctor instead of an agenda on that turn, that's like, and they shuffle it back, it might be worth it. Oh, interesting. This is a very rich PD. If you're playing,
I wonder if it might have a big deal in it. Maybe.
It certainly might. That would also explain part of the scape net, right? Scape net helps you against cloud threats.
True.
Interesting. Deciding to finally go pick up the loot.
Yeah, now it's starting to look pretty rough for Augustus. You just don't have a real scoring server, and loot just farms your centrals basically.
Yeah, this is like the position that I was talking about a bit. I feel like where it's once you let the loop in, and those wraparounds are not stopping really now that the cleaver's found, right?
Yeah.
They'll just keep coming in.
Yes, I think Augustus just needed some big eyes on remote. These two eyes are not just paying here. Like the super early bachelors on the MIC was huge.
Yeah, that MIC experience.
Yeah, it was a wild turn one.
This is definitely interesting though. Like the strength of you run this server for a card and a credit though. That's just like nothing. What do we have?
Oh, there's my virus.
Okay.
So
But,
actually could be scoring out here.
We could simul chip this botulus. But we can't break drafter.
Then we hit. So we could. Yeah, I mean, we could jack out. We could go HQ, get a successful run. I don't know. Can we?
That's an interesting situation. You could let it fire, run HQ, put a counter on, trash a card, put a counter on Audrey, run back, simul chip the botulus.
Yeah.
Back onto the gatekeeper, though that is a bit of a bummer. Run through everything.
Yeah, you can definitely make it in, but it's a question of whether it's worth it, I think.
Yeah, well, I don't think you want to.
I don't feel like you do. I don't feel like you chip it now, though. I mean, I guess
unless you don't want the
what
first
you
sub to
break.
fire, right? Like that's the question. Like if you want to prevent that first subroutine from firing, then you break it.
Yeah, I guess I like that if we're not trying to dive the remote this turn, right?
I think so. Yeah. Still thinking.
Also, I guess it doesn't matter if you do that now or you do it afterwards if you do dive the remote, because you only get to break 2 of the subs and you're going to encounter it twice. It just would matter if you hit another math.
Yeah.
So you could like break the outer sub and then go to HQ, see what you find, and then come back, and there isn't really a difference.
Oh yeah.
Using the simul chip just to prevent the corp from drawing 3 feels expensive to me. Like, we'll see if we go back into the remote, but
yeah, especially when the ice actually is so cheap to run anyways.
Yeah, I feel like because it's also something that
Something that's a little bit interesting here is if you make your successful run with Nopcure, you can put the counter on the botulus. So if you have a different way to break drafter, like what?
Oh,
Huh?
wild.
I think that should have been like run HQ, put counter on botulus.
Yeah.
Wait,
Wait, what?
what?
Install second botulus?
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
that could have been
Yeah, I
switched.
feel like
Yeah,
I feel like
because
we
you can.
could have gone HQ because
Yeah, you could run
the
HQ 1 credit, put a counter on the outermost botulus,
Yep.
and then you could boomerang the
Inner
drafter.
one,
Yeah, and if this is a
So you
defensive
save-
upgrade, I think it's so wild.
Yeah, but
I
you
mean, I
save
like. Yeah, I do
you save
like
a
having the.
botulus.
I
You save
do
a
like
whole
having the.
Sorry.
Like, I do like
Yeah, I
having
think
the botulus on drafter more because it means that you don't need the Audrey to run there. But I feel like having the chip gone and the botulus gone and now the boomerang gone, like if another ice does get down there, I mean, you're still in a. I guess you still are in a pretty good spot because that
but
server
botulus
is
is
still weak, right?
bot- sorry. Not you. I'm the botulus is still in your hand, right? So you can install it on the drafter. Sorry.
All good.
Oh, and there goes the seamless launch again.
Yeah, it seems. Yeah, the ice is just way too weak right now. I feel like it's a tough position.
Cleaver is ripping it apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the PD deck just falls apart here.
Yeah, it's
just
looking real rough.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, we're gonna get a game 2, probably. Yeah, I don't see what you do.
Dang. If only that install card was in Mavris and got the flat line. Would have been.
yeah, it would
Yeah, that would
be
have been wild. Oh, and we've got a refreshed imp, so we can just start on an HQ.
Yeah, next turn is not going to be fun.
Oh. Augustus really hates
Like,
the botches.
yeah, I'm like, this is some of the most ice trashing I think I've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
pretty
but
good.
going to 0 credits here.
Yeah. I wonder if you just like let that fire and run HQ. I guess it could be a
Yeah.
Rashida, but
And go back in next turn or something.
yeah.
Yeah, I could totally
I
see
think
it.
yeah,
This seems good too. This seems
fine.
generally better.
Like, I think you have the resources to be able to expend there.
Oh, yeah. 2 Ikawa projects in hand.
Yeah.
Show hand command.
All right. Well, we'll hop into the absolute grands.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah.
as kind of same matchup that we are going to see. Giant Twist on PD, no escape net, just like normal PD stuff. Against
Yeah.
Mulch
Is
with
this
I
this
think
Hoshi-
Augustus, yeah, Hoshiko Mulch with Diesel. So Augustus
Okay.
probably has that early setup speed. That could be really important here.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, interesting. So we'll get to see a little different variant on the basically same matchup, but a bit different.
Do you wanna look at lists?
I think we have pretty decent idea what both players are packing.
Sounds good.
But if you have the lists open, I think you can share them if you want,
Mhm.
but no need
Okay.
to.
Thanks for sticking with such a long event, Aksu. I
Yeah,
know
what-
it's-
Yeah, no worries. It's a weekend for a reason.
yeah, for sure.
Is it
Pretty good.
5 a.m. later there? How late's it gotten?
Yeah, bit past 5 already.
Oof.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, huge thank you.
Yeah, super awesome to have this game streamed.
Yeah, no. It has been really entertaining to watch.
Mhm. It's really
Yeah,
a lot of
this-
really.
Go ahead, Abra.
Oh, sorry. I was like, there's just a lot of really cool stuff showing up, and there's a decent amount of diversity. I mean, there's a lot of PD, but a lot of PD and a lot of Anarch, but we have a decent amount of other decks too, which is cool.
Yeah,
It's also.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's also been fun to see like you said, there are a lot of PD and like mulch variants or other stuff like that, but it's still cool to see the like variants within that. Like Augustus Caesar's list that's like at Grands and it has ScapeNet, which is something that's like pretty cool to see, and then those wraparounds to see stuff like that coming up to the very top is really interesting.
Yeah, I think Augustus' deck is bit built around in trying to fight these like loop and mulch decks with stuff like
Yeah.
AI hate and Simulchip hate and Wake Implant hate.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's cool. 100%. Giantuno's Corp 2 playing Too Big to Fail is really interesting. It's really interesting.
Oh yeah, that was really cool.
Wow. Because
It was
wow, too big to fail. That's really exciting.
is a Asa deck playing Too Big to Fail,
That's really fun.
like full of ganks and Trieste and like a whole bunch of really scary stuff. And I think it had like Big Deal as an out too. So
Yeah, I heard about the ganked and Trieste and all of that. But wow, yeah, it's pretty wild and the too big to fail. It's pretty cool in like ASA if you're putting out these different remotes and can get like some Trieste ganked.
Alright, Man in the
Shenanigans
Moon
going.
joining the fight.
I joined the watch. Whoops.
Just hopping in for grands.
The final boss.
Yeah, like oh yeah, exactly.
Final, yep.
The hidden Street Fighter unlockable character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta defeat TO to really, make
Yeah. The TO gets to. Yeah.
This has been a really good tournament though, Abraham. Like it's so cool to have like so many people come out here and the prizing's really cool. Those like top alt IDs are like super cool and just like overall been a really good event. And also like I feel like it's run really smoothly, at least from my experience. It's really, really good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
single
thanks,
sided Swiss nicely cutting out some of the setup time, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I like the single-sided Swiss at like 40 minutes and the just like round start like immediately sort of thing. I feel like worked really well. Do still
Mhm.
need to get used to how those ID points work, but beyond that, single-sided Swiss was good.
Self-report feature was so great. Like being able to have the like finish of the round and like everyone's data was just like input right away and just be able to hit like conclude round pair was so amazing. I've done the last tournament I ran online had like 17 people or something like that, and it took me like 6 minutes to like look through the report results sheet, like input everything, and doing that with like 30 tables would have taken forever. So that was really, really great.
Yeah, it's a good call out. That was actually, I felt like that did work really smoothly here.
All right, back to the game.
All right.
Let's,
Yeah, I
grand
was
finals.
just gonna say.
Mm,
I was like, just gonna say, get back to the game and start. Double clicks in.
Interesting moment.
Yeah.
We took the Audrey, and then
I think that a full it's getting late, I want to end this game option is take the conduit and just go R&D a couple of times.
with our
I
already.
definitely thought that we've seen a couple just like ripping agendas by the runner, so it's
Yeah, it could
it's
just
always
be there.
always a choice. Let the
Yeah.
outside brand sub fire to try and get them to install ice to not
Oh,
protect
that's a
RD.
nice hit.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dropping the conduit there would be pretty silly, but pretty fun.
Yeah. I don't think it's the right line, but it would have
No,
been pretty silly.
definitely not the right one. It is the like I just want out. I want out of here. I either win now or concede.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
I
and
think I
Jankto
guess
is getting the perfect PD start almost.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah, I think Jank.
this is probably how you want these matches to go.
Mm-hmm.
Just tough against like loop. You actually have to defend centrals more, so you cannot do something like that probably.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this seems to be going really well for. It seems to be going. I don't know. We'll see. This game is like by far too early to like make long-term predictions, but it seems
Yeah.
like having 8 credits and non-res feels pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this is going to be a score here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
not
if there's
yet.
a score, okay. I was like, if that's a score, then I feel like we're in a like really good position. I still think it's good at the moment, though.
This being Hoshiko, you don't have to protect nearly as much against for your centrals. Like the loop just kind of rips you apart.
Oh,
there
we're
it is.
going.
Time to get in
Just
there.
drew it.
I love it. Let's see it.
That's some pressure. And as Corp here, you really don't want to have to score with like a 3 counter
Yeah, but not finding anything here.
onto it.
Yeah. I mean, Conduit's like such a nice fork too, because if they don't have an ice right now, then
You just run.
there
Even
isn't
if
like
they
you can't
have
just
an
like
ice,
perk
like
it out.
Aud just eats the ice here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Audrey.
Yeah. Like
Audrey's
Audrey will
really
just
good.
eat it. That's really good.
I mean, the one thing that
But,
you
like,
could
even-
maybe do
yeah.
is like score. I don't know if this is an architect's list, but if you like score architect,
Oh yeah, that could be really good.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if
I wonder if that's
August-
actually just what's happening.
no.
Nope. Okay.
oh no,
I wonder if Augustus should have taken the simul chip and get the fermenter back online straight last turn. So
Maybe.
time to dig.
Ooh,
Virus
yeah.
first.
I was-
Yeah, that's so rough.
I was just wondering. It's like,
Yeah. But
what's
you
the
probably
chances?
go back in, I would assume.
Yeah, I feel like you want to try and hit a trash this turn for
Mhm.
Audrey, but I guess you can always simul it back if you really need to too.
I mean, this seems like a decent use of clicks to me. Okay, Paladin is also nice to have.
Yeah, install ice. In double
Oh
ice,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that Mover's hit might just be the game right there.
Yeah, that was like the perfect time to
Yeah,
see
that's
that.
so rough for Augustus.
I don't know why he didn't get a Audrey counter for trashing the virus though.
Oh,
Oh, it's a resident popped him a virus.
oh yeah,
a
it was
no-no.
popped. Yeah,
I thought it was a card.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
hit.
yeah, me
Oh,
too.
no.
No, it's in server one.
Yeah, totally. And can you continue here? Yeah.
Interesting.
I feel like, I guess this is kind of implicit. Like, I don't. It's nice if you could have made it in there, but with only one Audrey counter, I'm not sure what like the chances of that are.
You do force the corp to go kind of broke.
Mm.
Well,
that
never
fixes
mind.
That's the like 50th time that happens where you say
Yeah.
something and instantly fixed.
For sure. Okay.
Yeah, server 1 just getting at forward tempo. I don't see any way Augustus can contest this.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, go HQ and just hope. But I think, yeah, these get rest and
Mhm.
even more forward tempo for the corporation.
Like if this is luminal here, it's like so good for the corp. If it's, I mean, even like off-world is really good.
Yeah, off-world would be good too.
Off-world might even be better, but especially if
I mean,
you
I'm
could seamless.
Yeah,
the off-world.
seeing the architects get shoveled back, I'm sure there's an agenda jammed.
Well, also,
Oh,
yeah, the
yeah.
ICWA getting shuffled back makes me expect that there's probably a second ICWA
Or-
in hand. Like,
yeah.
Like when
Or
I'm
there's
playing,
just another 4-2 in hand, actually, that's going to be scored out. It doesn't mean that there's one already in the remote.
yeah, I mean, if there's
Like holding
there's a
Eco is
four-
pretty scary because if runner actually steals it, it makes your life so much harder because you have to score 2 agendas. So
yeah,
yeah, Jankto is just slowing down here,
no,
staying
it makes
safe,
sense.
protecting HQ, making sure nobody gets in anywhere.
Seems smart.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, I think that I like to hold one
Correct, yeah.
ICWA. But,
Botulas? Wait, are the... Oh, that's all 3 botulas.
Oh yeah.
oh,
Can you
wild.
put it on? Can you?
Oh, you
get
can't
into R&D
install it
somehow?
too. There's no.
Oh, then it's
Bot-
no.
Yeah. I'm like, Botulas is
Oh,
nice,
that's
but you
actually
have to
good.
trash... Oh, wow, yeah. I'm like, Botulas is nice, but you have to trash something for MU, but I
Yeah,
guess
it pays
you
off.
need it anyways.
What an interesting line there. It's just like credit perfect. I wonder if they'll see the border controller get used here.
I would think border control gets used here.
I
Although
feel
you
like
cannot
we
still
would
eco
see
though.
it. Because if you follow... Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like
there it is.
you do that, and then you can just purge, maybe?
Yeah, or you can put another ice on R&D.
Yeah, or just put another one.
Oh, these and
Or
into
and then
purge, yeah.
I wonder if we see
Or score
an
and
ICWA.
jam too, if there's an ICWA, if
Oh,
they
just
have
add
the...
more virus to hand also.
Oh, that's interesting.
Basically good as purging.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sounds good.
Regolith is such an interesting include in PD.
I think it's
Is it
it fits on those lists that cannot include YDL because you need something that allows you to bounce back from low credit totals.
Yeah. It also lets you like slow down in a way that no other card really does, right? You can throw it in the remote and you can like click it twice and install an ice. Click it, install and click it twice, and then click it twice and install an ice.
Yeah.
Click it and install 2 things or something.
And there is the second ice on R&D as well. I just don't see any way Augustus is getting in here anymore. Yeah, having to imp solidarity patch and labor rights is not, or moshing, I mean. At least it's not like anything worse. I guess you still can get those like really key access here, but it feels rough.
Yeah, I mean, oof.
What do you do here? You know, there's
You can
probably...
eat Cleaver Rim.
I think
But there's also a Mav
to
in the
get
room.
yeah,
stuck
like
in
Mavars
R&D.
and R&D
Yeah,
is so
no, that
rough
doesn't
here.
even work. Yeah, that doesn't even work because of, yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool.
okay.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
guessing
Augustus
Mimic was in the heap.
I was not even looking.
Yeah, it got
Yep,
patched like a
not-
long time ago.
Not paying attention to all of the cards that have been
There goes
dumped into the
tank.
heap this game quite yet. It seems a lot better
Like,
than I was
amazing, blown away, a surprise Mimic.
thinking. That was sitting there in the heap the whole time.
Install that. Just like, I think that might be a game there.
Yeah, very.
Augustus just really needs to get through R&D a couple times. But yeah, I don't think there's chance for that.
I feel like Augustus has been putting on like a wild amount of pressure, and still like just it's the
Can you
PED is just
run
like
archives?
sustaining that.
Can you like run archive multiple times? When you let the corp add cards to hand and just hope there's agendas on top, basically.
Oh, run R&D.
Oh, you mean
with
run R&D?
R&D, yeah.
Yeah.
So long as there isn't like, they can just install Mav every time.
You
No,
break
no.
the install
You get-
subroutine and just let
Yeah,
corporation
just let
add cards to
Oh,
hand.
you break. Got it. You break the install. Okay.
Yeah, I think you get like 2 runs
Yeah.
there at that speed.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah, I can
steal an
see that.
Iqua.
Yeah,
But if you
like,
think that the game is going to be over anyways, that makes
yeah, I
seems
think
possible.
Augustus is setting up for next turn.
Yeah.
That he does not get to have, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
the game still is
There's
going
no-
on.
One more turn. It's a scary moment.
Yeah, it's not over till it's
Exciting.
over.
Yep.
If I'm runner and I see seamless, I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, totally. And the density is so against Augustus here.
Interesting
Oh, that's
choice.
good though. Okay, so we know we're not threatened on game this turn though, which is
But
Sure.
if it's
very
a
nice.
code gate, how do you get through there?
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Simulchip lose your imps for a botulus, and
Yeah.
there is still one simulchip in. Oh, that works.
Well,
That's how we
that-
get through.
Going to HQ?
HQ. Interesting.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Going to HQ, hit Bran, yeah, no.
I guess
I feel
this
like
has
there's-
been putting on a lot of pressure. I do like it. It's fun.
You just let them install. Oh, you break that. Okay.
I wonder if you just let the corp install there.
It becomes a border control, so you kind of give up on running HQ.
Yeah, I
for a little.
think you just give up running HQ with Bran there.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, I think you just go up on it.
Yeah, only out I see is just hoping R&D floods. What
There's
are
a
we
diesel.
drawing for? Like last simulchip maybe?
Probably simul. Yeah, I think final simul.
Why not run archives there for the flip? I guess you wanted to do that, right? You wanted to
Yeah, I guess you
draw a
need
bunch
the
and install the fermenter.
Yeah, fermenter is your money for next couple of turns. But basically playing a lucky find, I think. Oh yeah, MU.
Yeah, everything looks good.
And that's probably game. every PD install just looks like game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, for real.
But can
He
you
does a
actually
very good
challenge?
job of that.
Can you challenge that remote? Depending on what's the outermost ice, I think you can basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's Void already in archives, so
Yeah, I with this list, I assume it's 2 border control and 1 analytic void.
yeah, that's my assumption as well.
Yeah, then virus and 2 spin doctor, I think. That would be enough. And that helps a bit, I guess. Yeah, but doesn't help into there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And do we see the seamless launch getting played? Yeah.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, I liked all the pressure that I guess this is putting on, but the ice just like Janktivist was able to get so much taxing ice on the different servers. Yeah, it's like Augustus put weird game. Yeah, it's interesting.
I spent a lot of time looking at that conduit.
Oh no.
Yeah, it felt like the thing that it felt like the pieces besides like scoring out a Nico at the end, like just kind of came together for the PD really well that game.
But it is getting quite late. Any shoutouts?
I mean, I want to have a huge shout out for you for sticking with this the whole day. It was amazing. So thank you so much. It makes an event feel so much more like exciting, right? Like everyone playing on stream and being able to leave the event and like after the event ends, being able to still watch the cut is always really exciting. So
Yeah, I
really appreciate you taking that
really
on.
think like streaming is really fun and adds for the like community aspect of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this let's see. Anybody who doesn't know CBI is happening this weekend, it's happening. You should watch or play. If you haven't gotten your ticket. I mean, you can't apply for it
it's
anymore.
too late already.
I think anyone who doesn't know CBI is happening next week and has already qualified should have their ticket.
No,
kind of is counted, but
I'm gonna try to run a Chimera circuit throughout the year, which will be fun. We'll try and do that online. I've been working on some special stuff for that, so that's the next project I'll take on for TOing, and then I'm gonna look at doing another event, hopefully of a similar size. And I've been working on mining price support stuff up for that already. I'm gonna try to do it 1 or 2 weeks before the first Continentals, right? So if I've heard whispers that Continentals will be potentially happening earlier this year, so lining up another one of these kind of like large online events as like a prep for Continentals would be really, really cool. Let's see. I can't think of any more shout outs at the moment. Thanks to everyone who played. Like that was huge.
Yeah, it was super cool. All the people that showed up, like all the people who were newer to tournament play too, and other stuff like coming out. Super awesome to have like people from all around really feel like a global event, which was super fun. Like got to meet different people who are like near to tournament play, which was wonderful. And yeah, thanks Exu for running the stream. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't think I have like anything. I guess one more shout out for Fight Night happening. That's coming up.
Yeah.
So people should register for that.
That'll be cool. That'll be another really, really cool event. It will be happening asynchronously, but I think there will be some streams here and there.
Yeah, I heard that every match was trying to get streamed or reviewed on stream. Is that true?
I don't know.
I can say that I can try, but depending on the amount of entrants, it might end up being a bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah,
Well,
I heard that rumor and I was like, that is an ambitious goal, but I fully support it.
It is 2 weeks
Okay.
for like one round, so it's like manageable, and you get like 5 games per one set.
Okay.
So I think it's manageable if I get like help from people,
Nice.
and I will be contacting some people in the community to help me commentate also.
Yeah, super cool.
If somebody is interested, you can DM me as well.
Yeah,
And
cool.
yeah, I don't really have any shoutouts. Just join Fight Club. I know joining up is a pain. Getting your team ready is a pain. There's a reason like me or Axe will neither have already joined any teams or gotten our own teams registered, but it's going to be fun. Hopefully people show up. I'm going to go to sleep. See you everyone.
Sounds
Take
good.
care.